We are back. Cat is fed. Don't let her tell me otherwise. She'll try to gaslight me if I don't have it stated for the record. Yeah, how we doing, chat? It's been a bit since yesterday. Assuming we can get through the whole Intervallo today. Theoretically. We'll see. Forgot to feed the cat. Ah, dang it! Yeah. Theoretically, we get through the Intervallo today, and we start Canto 7 Wednesday, which would be crazy. Yeah, let's see here. Start off, though, with a little mini. The third Walpurgis knock. Oh! We're doing combat again. Also, I spent some of my fuel cylinders, got a bunch of thread, uptied my Kurakumo IDs, so they are now prepped. And I guess we're gonna go do battle in the Walpurgis knock.
잘 됐네.
No voice acting again? Fair enough. Whoa. How are the screen lights still green? I swear I just got texted. Okay. Crisis averted. I'm like, I just settled in. No, not now. Alright, but we're good. Another unexpected alarm, but we all react with measured astonishment, as we'd all grown rather used to the randomness of it all. It is unlikely that it has completely evaded the influence of T-Corp's singularity. However, it can be said that this partial retention of color can be attributed to the fact that the Walpurgis Night is a transitory period in which numerous possibilities coincide. That makes sense. Faust nonchalantly walking up to the driver's seat. Faust nonchalantly walking up to the driver's seat and shutting off the alarm. Walked up to the driver's seat. Hello, 'tis returned, this whatever night. Don Quixote and her eyes that begin twinkling at the smallest bit of diversion after another long period of idle standby. And it's all just become part of the routine. Even mysterious things like these Walpurgis nights. Oh, an additional volatility, aside from the Walpurgis night, has been detected. An additional volatility? Indeed, the entrance of a new mirror dungeon has opened. Oh yeah, Heathcliff mutters quietly as he rises from his seat. So I guess this would have been Mirror Dungeon number 4 in terms of canonicity. Thought it was about time a new one popped up. Happens every time we go through a bloody ringer. Didn't expect it to appear with the green flashes, though. Heathcliff lightly struck the end of his club against the floor in visible anticipation. The word that was once engraved into his club had changed. Oh shit, yeah. A few days ago, I saw him sitting at the back of the bus, busily sanding and carving something into his club. I didn't have to ask what he meant by that new word, so I decided not to bring it up to anyone else. Only Heathcliff and I retain that memory, after all. Thought I was going mad from tedium. Come on, let's go bash some sods. Oh, nice. I like seeing some initiative from the sinners, Miss Faust. Indeed, let us move without delay. Dante, bring us to the corridor past the back door. Got it. Trying my best to shake this odd, uncomfortable feeling that Heathcliff's newfound enthusiasm didn't come off as entirely optimistic, I led the sinners to the back door. 2 types of doors at once, huh? 2 new sets of doors, just as Faust had predicted. One set of doors was, as I expected, 2 metal doors, resonant with the sounds of Wuthering Gus, a new mirror dungeon. And the other set of doors was... Are these papers? It's all sparkly. It was an unfamiliar door, radiating with an odd gleam of light. Technically, we did see the weird radio frequency-like squiggly lines around the door before, but everything else about it was new. Guess this one doesn't connect to the lobotomy corporation like the last one did. Weird. I think I'm hearing... is that jazz? You like jazz? Boy, is this even a door? It's more like a window than a door, isn't it? Right. This new entrance definitely resembled a large window rather than a door. The window was blurry. All I could see past it were some globs of shapes moving about. There appeared to be several shambling entities past the entrance. Faust seemed to have realized something, but she didn't tell us what it was. Instead, she merely looked in my direction without saying a word. Starting to get what she means by that look. Guess I'll have to get in there and see what this is all about. Right, Faust? You are experiencing regular growth in capabilities. Faust considers this to be a positive development. Thanks, Faust. Yeah. A field of green and a wall of tall, great trees appear before us as we enter the door. But at this point, it'll take a bit more than this to surprise us. Local idiot. Thank you for the follow, Limbus. Yep. Yeah, we are currently after Canto 6, if you're hoping to dodge spoilers. I'm not sure how far you are in. So nice to have our colors back for once, huh? Quite. There's an abnormality. Oh, quiet. Was it quiet? Quiet. Okay. So these things were what we saw past the window earlier? We are yet to be discovered. I recommend that we prepare for combat, Manager. I didn't even need to tell the sinners what they were. It was pretty clear from the get-go that we'd be fighting an abnormality. The sinners all stood ready to charge into battle at my command. But it's a bit different this time. So, Faust, I'm starting to get the hang of this Walpurgis Night thing, and please do continue. I think there's something different about these abnormalities. Can you explain why? Considering the nature of abnormalities, every encounter with an abnormality would be equivalent to an encounter with a summoned entity. Nevertheless, there exists a certain degree of difference when we encounter them in a refraction railway or a mirror dungeon. I still haven't gotten to do railway, please! Let me in! That is to say... We enter a site once known as the Library, a building that inexplicably appeared above the former L Corp headquarters. Oh shit. Wait a minute, what? And this exact location is said to be a space that exists within a book in which the abnormality resides. The library? Where have I heard that term before? Some sinners talked about it, that's for sure. Quite. Yes, this space is fairly distinct from the containment units we had witnessed afore on one of the branches. It appears as though an ideal habitat has been established precisely for that abnormality's residence, a rather striking difference from the very limited space and unaccommodating environment provided by the containment units. Yes, you may compare this place to a terrarium. The abnormality inhabiting this place has transformed its environs to a form most suitable for its dwelling. Here are some comparisons that may make it easier for one to comprehend. A fish would fill this space with water. A worm would fill this space with soil. Gotcha, so as long as the abnormality exists within this book, it can deck this place out with whatever it fancies, huh? It'd be more accurate to say that an abnormality, once outside the confines of the Clyphot deterrence, can rebuild its environment to fit its needs. Oh, it's kind of like free housing, huh? That's when Don Quixote, who was standing rather far from the group, who was made aware of these revelations only after Merceau had relayed them to her. Book? Our journey hath brought us inside a book, thou sayest? Oh, Lord. The library of legend that vanished like a mirage for truth? Suddenly blew up with explosive enthusiasm once again. I will add a preamble in the future to prevent such outbursts. We've been detected, Executive Manager. Yep, let's get this over with first. Huh, so... So the back door lets us go anywhere. Scene 1. What? Scene 1? I'm guessing that's a Library of Ruina mechanic. Horrifying. We do have whistles if we want whistles. Let's see. Go clash that out. Going to resist going all out on whistles. Maybe if I just fling Sinclair into this. Maybe Ishmael go here. Honglu. We'll have generate aggro. Hey, how's it going, engine? Let's see here. This one, I don't necessarily want to let that fly to Ishmael, so I guess we'll have Honglu clash that out, Sinclair clashes this.
정화! 나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Oh, Wingbeat. This is the barely survived yesterday. Rough day, eh? Oh, glad you made it.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
129. Upside 4 was so worth it, dude. Oh, man. Let's go Sinclair. Hell yeah. I need to get more XP tickets. Whoa. Scene 2. What the hell? Assistant Librarian. Skill slot +1. Heal 15 sanity points at turn start. Inflict double the amount of potency and count for burn, bleed, rupture, sinking, and tremor. Applies to unique status effects as well. Okay. Well, let's see here. Indiscriminate. We can go power counter that. Have him take the heat of this. It's got 15 fragile. And our Heathcliff has bonus damage. Does it have a prey mark system? No, it just Honglu didn't happen to get any aggro. Fair enough. 9 to 21. We'll send Faust with him. Let's see here. Send that into left arm. Everything here's clashing out.
불길 속으로.
Yeah, I saw the Library of Ruina was on sale like a week ago, and I was thinking of picking it up, but I didn't, and it like immediately went off of sale, and I'm like, oh, dang it. The one didn't die. Interestingly enough, its health bounced back. Honglu's actually got their attention this time, though. If the ally with Prepare to Meet is at 1 HP, kill the ally. Interesting. So his health bar reset, but now he's Prepared to Meet. All parts gain 5 fragile, attack power down, and defense down. Ravening Hunger. If there are surviving allies at 25% or less HP, kill all allies. If there are no surviving allies, gain attack power up next turn. Spooky. Okay, so I don't necessarily want to kill that little guy just yet. Heathcliff is too slow to clash, but it's all going into Honglu. Honglu. Let's see here. Clash that. Everyone else, we just dunk into this maybe? We could throw in a snag harpoon for the slow.
갑니다.
I think we'll be fine with that for now.
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
창의적인 발상이고 목이 피었잖아. 그래도 가급적 전투 중에 떠올 귀찮은 보이가 번질러진 모양이죠. 관리자. 우선순위를 잘
There's another arm and then there's main body.
잘라냈길 기대하겠습니다.
This little guy is no longer staggered. If conditions are met, Fairy Queen kills this unit. Okay, so I still need to reduce his health then, I think, for Ravening Hunger. Maybe. Or maybe it's because I staggered her, I threw off the thing. Either way, we get a Rules of the Backstreets. .91 damage, 16 to 54. Those two together guaranteed break that. He wants to hit Honglu, which I think we allow. And we just have everyone else sort of go face. I don't need whistles. We have Honglu offset the evade.
불길 속으로.
나가서 싸워. 뒤니까 봐주세요.
좋아.
흙을 마실걸? 우리 숙구를 건드렸겠다! 벽을 깨부숴 놓으니 저런
Okay, this little guy, he's still seemingly not within his thing. Turn start heals 15% of max HP. HP does not drop below 1. I guess I don't necessarily need to kill them. Let's see your 2 body skills. Both limbs are broken. The only thing left to do really is just pop its core, as far as I can tell.
갑니다.
I actually have a huge amount of bleed. What in the world? I guess it's from Assistant Librarian giving Heathcliff just tons of bleed effects. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Okay. Just devoured its allies. That's what happened. Okay. I think we just full send damage.
적출할게요.
Maybe.
목이 피었잖아.
Okay. Fairy Festival eliminated. I do not know Library of Ruina. I'm sorry. That was way harder than expected. Faust explains that we find ourselves in the library's past. We are participating in a certain repeated battle within the library. Its purpose was to attain something called the realization of the floor of history. Yeah, sorry, I don't understand most of what you said. Floor of history, huh? Are there other floors too? That appears to be the case, yes. It can be extrapolated from the collected intelligence that the library is, like some normal libraries, composed of several floors divided by subjects such as literature or religion. Doesn't sound too different from your average library, but I doubt it's that straightforward. Did anyone ever explain what libraries are to Dante? Anything more you can tell us about that library, Faust? Something more detailed? Faust's voice carries an air of troubled uncertainty, and I'm starting to realize why. So you don't know about that just yet, right? I see that you have intuited a certain degree of truth, Dante. I don't suppose there is any more reason for me to remain evasive regarding this particular subject. Faust let out a barely noticeable but clearly shocked gasp before regaining her usual calm demeanor. Yes, I am yet to become a Faust who has access to that information. Yet to become? As your journey continues, I may also gradually gain recognition and access to further knowledge. One thing is certain, however. Faust regards this consistent, continuous improvement to be a positive development, Dante. I see. The longer my journey, the greater her knowledge, huh? Maybe that explains why she kept falling silent in the middle of her lectures. I have no idea how long this journey will last for, but who knows? Maybe we'll find ourselves at that library one day, and we immediately get rocked by whoever's from there. With that, I return to the sinners wandering about the scattered pages of the abnormality.
다들 고생했다.
Yeah, so this would have been the
부조장한테
Walpurgis
내가
knock
말해둘
then when
테니까
they added,
뒤처리 끝나면
what is it, Wingbeat
뜨끈하게
Ishmael,
목욕탕에
if I
가서
recall.
몸부터 씻자고.
Also, let's go Heathcliff. Hell yeah. Fuga says hydrate, you got a boss. A scandal in time. Oh, is this one also not voiced? Fair enough, this is like an actual Intervallo. Don Quixote loudly and obnoxiously flaps through the newspaper in her hands while peppering in a few insightful chuckles. Unfortunately, I now know exactly what this means. And that she will continue to try to draw my attention until I acknowledge her at the most appropriate moment. Okay, Don Quixote, fine. What is it? Oh, Manager Esquire, dost thou know that the city's upstart companies, such as one Limbus Company, must always pay close heed to ever-changing world around us? Hie thee hither, read thy newspapers, Manager Esquire, and do keep thyself up to date on the events of the city, as Merceau and I, Don Quixote, do every morrow. But just go along with it, why don't you? I'm pretty sure she's talking about Merceau and one of his morning routines. You know, the one with the newspapers. Aha, the newspaper routine, where he wakes up before the crack of dawn, parks himself on a chair, folds one leg over the other at an exact 90-degree figure four-leg lock position, and peruses the morning newspaper. I guess I left an impression on her. Bet you she'll be back to her usual self in a week or so. Hearken unto me. Art thou paying attention? Yep, totally. So what's new? What, did an article mention us or something? Oh, how didst thou know? Wait, really? Forsooth, feast thy eyes on page 3. Though 'tis quite regrettable that we were robbed of the chance to be on the front page. Huh? Page 3? We're really starting to put our names out there, huh? Don Quixote and Rhodia, the two sinners, guaranteed to draw the full attention of whichever space they inhabit, were speaking. It was only a matter of time before the other sinners began crowding around us, curious about the commotion. A dramatic conclusion to the mysterious disappearances at T-Corp. Shocking! The perpetrators to this mysterious case has been revealed to be none other than the prestigious Edgar family, appalling the general public. Well, I don't think we need to hear that part. What else does it say? With small assistance from some wandering bystanders who happen to be lost in the area, and with the most admirable heroics of the T-Corp Class 3 collection staff on the scene. Wandering bystanders, is it? Perchance that particular denomination refers to us. Bystanders? They're treating us like we were barely there. They didn't even mention our company name. Aw, come on. Those time collectors weren't even there. This is within the expected range of behavior for the news media. Well, there may be those who seek to interview us after reading this very article, mayhaps. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have a grand old time looking for wandering bystanders for an interview. Very descriptive. I doubt anyone will pay us much attention, Don Quixote. Better not set yourself up for disappointment. We were standing there for a good moment, in a big group, chattering about the article, when someone slowly but smoothly walked between us. Excuse me, are you Limbus Company employees by any chance? You fellas are... I'm sure you are already aware of the reasons for our visit. Oh, I welcome thee here. Long and hard have I awaited thy arrival. Now, from whence shall we begin? Whoa, is she actually here to interview us? No way. Don Quixote wasn't just losing her mind at nothing. I was not told that any interview would be taking place. You mean Faust was not told? My, where'd Virg go at a time like this? Now, where'd I put the leftover hair gel from Heath's makeover? That may commence. Alright then. Verily, I shan't rightly take all of the credit for what we have accomplished there. Will you be making your tax payment in installments? Huh? Okay, we're clearly not on the same page here. We are tax collectors from T-Corp's Time Collections Agency, currently on a mission to collect your overdue time tax. Those hooks are never bringers of good tidings indeed. Wait, time tax? No, that doesn't make any sense. We already paid our time tax in full when we went through the T-Corp Nest immigration process. Virgilius said a few days ago. Lord Mephistopheles. Are you sure we don't need to pick up a timepiece for each of us to carry? You probably know this already, but in T-Corp, everyone must carry a timepiece. Yes, I know the rules. But for every rule, there's always room for an alternative that offers a bit more flexibility. Of course, I don't suppose it's listed anywhere on that pamphlet. Outsiders seeking a short-term stay at T-Corp can pay the appropriate time tax for the length of their stay to be exempt from the relevant obligations, instead of going out of their way to abide by T-Corp's rules. As you have expected, anyone born outside District 20 must go through numerous hoops before they can be issued a timepiece. So we elected to pay 30 days worth of time tax on the spot before entering T-Corp's borders. Impressive. It can't have been cheap. Yet I wish to wear a watch as well, like Lady Otis does. Haven't I already made it clear that it's not a fashion item? As I have said so in the past, the company has no budgetary concerns. It is a given that they would be taking care of such expenses. We're finally starting to operate like a real professional company now, huh? Yeah, there must have been a minor miscalculation or something. Maybe we fell slightly short of the amount we had to pay? It hasn't even been 30 days since we arrived here, though. Well, I'm sure we can pawn away their stuff to fix what properly amounts to a round and error. Easy peasy. Heathcliff muttered, gesturing towards Sinclair and Hong Lu with his chin. If it'll help pay for the time tax, then sure. Oh, maybe? I didn't pack much when I left, though. Well, let's hear the damage. How much time tax do we owe you? Currently, you are... Sorry, I gotta check my numbers here. $10 billion, $40 million on behind in time tax payments. What? Did my hearing get worse or something? Did I hear a 10, a 40, and the rest just kind of flew right over my head? For that much money? Oh, you might have to make a brief stop at my place first. What other options do we have if we don't? I mean, if we can't pay the tax. Can't pay the tax is not an option. Your only options are the following. Make your payments with time or money. With interest, of course. What the hell does making payments with time even mean? Now that I think about it, I remember someone talking about paying with time before. Never really cared to find out exactly what they meant, though. Yisong? Heathcliff? Know anything about this? I have not once failed to make my payments during my residency at this nest. Thus, I know not what transpires on an occasion in which one fails to pay the time tax. I've never been involved in messy business like taxes at the manor, either. And in my backstreet days, boss dealt with the complicated shite like that for the rest of us. I did see a few poor sods getting dragged away because they failed to cough it up, though. Well then. Stop being rich, Honglu. No, we might need him to be rich. With their not-so-helpful answers, my mind immediately began to wander towards Faust, who I hoped would know something more about this than the two of them. That's when Otis suddenly and defiantly stood between us and the collectives. This is completely unreasonable. What kind of shoddy calculation led to this nonsensical figure? Tax calculations in T-Corp are always exceptionally reasonable. The clock's ticking. Would I be correct to assume that you lack both the capability and the will to make your fair payments? Wait, we don't want to escalate this. Can we get a timeout? Your choice of words may be quite unwise. Cry and whine all you want about not wanting to escalate things. You've got 10 billion on in your pockets. I don't recognize your opinion as anything of worth otherwise. No? Then shut up and stay out of our way while we deal with this obstacle that dares to stand in our path. How exciting. 10 billion on death. 10 billion and 40 million on, to be exact. Holy shit. Oh yeah, we'll just stop by Hong Lu's place, pick up a casual 10.04 billion. Alright, clear within 10 turns. Let's grab the support.
이제 앞으로나 파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
Let's see.
얼간이들이
They have Trimmer and T-Corp
대체로
Borrow
저럴
Time.
때는 이유가 있는 법입니다. 이유를
Gain 1
찾아
count, gain 0 bind
좁혀보시죠.
next turn instead. Gain 1 stack, lose 1 count. D3 haste, clash power up and fragile next turn. Okay. They have more bind than haste. The borrow time effect expires and the unit gets staggered. Okay. These guys are throwing up a guard. Combat start, consume 5 Trimmer and gain borrow time. Oh, I don't actually get to... Okay. Save the lust skills for now.
빈박질 준비.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을
We seem to have dealt not a lot of damage to them.
하던 대로
Got
해보십시오.
a little bit on that guy.
전부 쳐주게!
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않아.
How are we off by 10 billion? That's a hell of a miscalculation.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
we are putting damage on them, so that's good.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어 있군. 곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것 같은데.
Let's check at what point they stagger again.
효율적인 마무리를 명령.
Gain haste, clash power, and fragile, seemingly based on the count. At one count, gain 4 bind. He's at 1, so he's going to have 4 bind. This unit has more bind than it has haste. The borrowed time effect expires in the main stagger. So he auto staggers here soon. Like after this round, type soon.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리해. 그런 맛이나.
숨통 끊기.
일 처리는 빠르게. 창의적인 발상이군.
컵을 마실걸?
그래도
사십.
가급적 전투 중에 떠올리지
먹지.
않았어.
이 정도로 나와
Hell yeah, Ishmael.
목이 피었잖아.
Hell yeah, Eve. Let's go.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Backstreet blast. Hell yeah.
놈 나와.
Okay. I don't entirely understand their mechanics, but luckily I didn't need to. A T-Corp staff in a different uniform approach the sinners as both sides went on the defensive. Is this one their ringleader? He may be of a higher rank, but he is but an employee of T-Corp all the same. Which is to say that our insistence on meeting their demands with hostility may lead to a direct confrontation against the full force of T-Corp. Lay down your weapons, now. Should you refuse to cooperate, all of you present may be considered hostile individuals by T-Corp, and we will use force to... I like that. How thrilling. This is bad. This seems like a great time for Virgilius with his intimidating glowing eyes to appear. Man, weren't things so much better between us and the guide, but only a few days ago? Feels like it's been forever since then. Come on, don't glare at us like that. We had our reasons, Kay. They showed up out of nowhere and tried to extort a whole 10 billion on. 10 billion and 40 million on, to be exact. You really like saying that, don't you? Jeez. Yeah, the point is, there's no way we owe them that much money. We're kind, law-abiding citizens who are brimming with a sense of justice. Hear, hear. Virgilius listened quietly for a moment as the sinners chattered on like they were a part of a comedy skit. Yes, I agree that 10 billion on in taxes does seem unreasonable. However, it is a mystery to me how no one stopped to think for 1 second about the troubles you might spark by starting a meaningless scuffle like this in the middle of the street, no less. Virgilius let out a deep sigh before turning towards the T-Corp employee. We find it regrettable that this incident has led to bloodshed. However, 10 billion on in time tax is unacceptable. I'm sure you know full well that 10 billion on's worth of tax isn't the kind of money that we can simply fork over in the middle of the street. I believe that it would have been more appropriate if you had provided us with some context as to how this number came to be, instead of immediately marching up to us and demanding that we pay the time tax. I admit that such absurd amount of time text levied upon your group is almost unprecedented. We have been summoned to an emergency meeting in a relevant office to address the severity of this incident. I see your point. Why don't we move this conversation to the collections office in the relevant jurisdiction area for now to discuss the possible solutions. Thank you, Virgilius.
다들 고생했다.
Stepping in when he was needed.
부조장한테 내가 말해둘 테니까 뒤처리 끝나면 뜨끈하게 목욕탕에 가서 몸부터
It's so
씻자고.
weird seeing Sinclair knocked down from his perch. Since Kanto 1, he has been at the pinnacle. A case of the gallows. I might have to get an extra drink if they're going to make me voice act the entire Intervallo and presumably the next one. The truth behind the absurd amount of time text levied upon us was much simpler than I expected. About a week ago, a large-scale, unauthorized temporal leakage phenomenon was observed at the Wuthering Heights Manor, which shot you up several stages in the progressive time use tax bracket due to the immense amount of time leak. A temporal leakage phenomenon? It refers to a deceleration in the flow of time within a certain physical field. In your case, it wasn't even a static deceleration field. It moved all over the manor for a good while, too. We measured about 4 hours worth of time in the process. What the bloody hell is she blathering about? A deceleration in the flow of time within a certain... She must be referring to the moment during which Dante granted us celerity, as we were in pursuit of that man at the manor. Impossible. The manager's ability was activated for less than 30 minutes. It is most likely that your 4-hour measurement is a calculation error. No. Considering the odd sensation we had experienced as we departed the manor, it is most probable that no error had occurred in the calculations. Do you recall, Dante, as we left behind the manor? A few days ago? Aha! Marceau, is there aught wrong with thy daily routine? We had just returned to Mephistopheles after the incident at the Wuthering Heights Manor. Most sinners were keeping to themselves, given the clear look of sorrow on Heathcliff. However, Don Quixote's ever-cheerful voice, like always, constantly shattered through the silence. I have identified an anomaly. We should have been issued the morning newspaper, not the evening newspaper. This is inconsistent with the amount of time we spent at the manor. Perchance 'twas an innocent mistake? As long as I have been a passenger of this bus, morning papers have always been delivered during designated morning hours, and evening papers have always been delivered during designated evening hours. The possibility that they have made a mistake cannot be completely ruled out. However, the likelihood of that is minuscule. Oh, now that I'm looking at it, that's a sunset, not a sunrise. I couldn't tell because of the lack of color. This cannot be! This must be the early hours of the morrow. Is it not? I may have an idea as to how this inconsistency came to be. Right. The TT4 protocol. What's that? Temporal velocity synchronization device, or something like that. I've seen an advert for it once. A luxury solution to all your time synchronization needs. Enjoy equally leisurely hours together. Or some shite like that. Oh, it is quite unlike thee, Sir Heathcliff, to use so many complicated words in a sentence. Pray, shall someone explain it in plainer language? It is an apparatus for equalizing the velocity of time for all those affected individuals under the TT4 protocol's influence. Aha! Forsooth, I thought it quite odd how someone so affluent in time was moving and speaking at the same speed as the rest of us. Then, with this information, it can be concluded that the time we have experienced within the manor was flowing at a faster rate than the world outside. That is a coherent explanation as to why the evening newspaper, instead of the morning newspaper, was issued. Good. Now that your curiosity is sated, I don't suppose anyone has any issues with tackling a new job. The LCA has sent us a new request to track down a distortion. ask for more detailed information. So, activating my ability within the TT4 protocol caused... Yes, indeed. It was akin to tampering with an already accelerated flow of time. From an outsider's point of view, it would have appeared as though more time than what was actually spent was leaked. This book knows what he's talking about. Also, you don't just manipulate time on a personal scale. Like I said earlier, you affected the flow of time within a physical space. Let me remind you that it wasn't even a static field. It moved all over that manor. Honestly, the situation is completely unprecedented. Right. They used to activate it only on special occasions, like when we had plenty of guests over for a visit, because it was so bloody pricey. So, the time tax for your inflated tax bracket multiplied by the surtax per volume from the physical space covered by the temporal manipulation. Yeah, no wonder it all adds up to this insane number. It ain't like we knew something like this was gonna happen. Well, anyway, you have 2 payment options to settle the time tax debt. Boy, options. What options? Ain't like bags of 10 billion on grow from a tree, innit? Option 1, cash payment. Option 2, time payment. Yeah, about that. What's that supposed to mean anyway? Paying with time? It means... Oh. The employee, who was about to answer our questions with painfully observable annoyance, suddenly jolted at the sound of an alarm. Understood. I just got a call that they're ready to hold the emergency meeting regarding this incident. Limbus Company may send 2 individuals to the meeting to represent your company. No need to tick-tock and fuss, Dante. Dealing with complicated matters like this meeting is one of my responsibilities. I will be joining them to discuss the possible solutions to this incident, so please keep the sinners under control. Except you, Miss Faust. You're with me. Understood. Make another mess while I'm gone, and only Ryoshi will enjoy what comes next. Keep that in mind as you wait. Oh, shit. Oh. Well, off they go, I guess. Didn't even give us the chance to ask them more questions. They're just leaving us here like this? But isn't this whole mess basically about what'll happen to us? So, this isn't anything serious, but... What's Merceau doing on the gallows? What? Merceau, what are you doing up there? I was told to stand here, so I have done so. Who told you to do that? I did. Just trying to be helpful with you and your friend's little time tax problem. I thought all employees were supposed to be at the emergency meeting. Whoa, clock with legs. How fascinating. So when we submit you for consideration at the upcoming expo, you might even be worth a participation trophy. You remind me of the time when some hapless soul submitted a timepiece that doubled as a compass that had a rather tragic and critical design flaw. You could tell the time or find your path, but never both at once. Tell directions or tell time? It was only one thing or the other, leaving you in most times stranded in the streets. That was no good, not at all. That's no better than a clock take to a compass at the end of the day, is it? Oh, right. The TT5-2 protocol is operating at an experimental capacity within this office space, so don't you forget, anyone not synced with the daily standard time might find this a little disorienting, so keep that in mind as well. What? Now that's a look at someone who has never once heard of the TT5-2 protocol, eh? TT5-2 protocol, as the name suggests, is an invention to address the temporal efficiency problem present in the TT4 protocol. It suggests doing test runs in only a few select T-Corp offices. So if you do ever feel the urge to leave your impression on this new shiny thing, feel free to jot down a few words on the bulletin. Wait a minute, who wrote the 3-star review? That man, who we presume to be a T-Corp staff, seemed very adept at holding a one-sided conversation with zero external input. Not that any of us could keep up with how fast he was speaking, anyway. Anyways, if you're ready, let's get cracking. I am ready. Wait, I don't know if it's really a good idea to be ready for something that looks like... The rope extending from the intimidating machine tightened around Merceau's throat. Is that what it means to pay our time tax with time? Getting hanged from the gallows? Please call it by its precise and given name, the temporal scale gallows. It measures the exact amount of time you owe and sucks the time right out of you. That wasn't the original name, mind you, but there was simply too much hubbub and hullabaloo about this excessively long name, which had approximately 58 words or letters. Can someone ask him what'll happen to Merceau? Is that thing going to kill Merceau? Kill him? Nonsense. She's a very gentle machine. That is very preposterous. However, a however spoken in such a manner oft pretends that events of greater ill fortune shall befall us. I'm not so sure what might happen, actually. I suppose it'll suck 10 billion ons worth of time out of your friend? Stop being obtuse. What is that even supposed to mean? Is he going to be stuck like that for 10 billion hours or something? What? Well, not exactly. Let me tell you about T-Corp's particularly generous system called the 4-hour daily minimum time guarantee policy. How generous? Even when the worst comes to worst, every citizen is entitled to the right to enjoy a minimum of 4-hour days. According to T-Corp Public Welfare Council, 4 hours is the absolute minimum number of hours in a day guaranteed to guarantee human survival. Survive being the key word here. My, sucking 10 billion and 40 million ons worth of time out of your friend was too much, I suppose. Look, it says measurement error. That rarely ever happens. Wait, you pulled the lever when you didn't even know what was going to happen? Just out of curiosity. Of course, 10 billion on of time tax is a historically unprecedented amount of debt, so I had to see what would happen. You could land first place in a lottery, and you still wouldn't even come close to making 10 billion on, and that's before taxes. I'd say you all belong in a museum of history, if I'm being honest. Besides, I haven't seen anyone with more than 150 hours in time tax debt willingly step up to the gallows before. Anyone beyond that usually chooses to run and digs themselves into an even deeper debt hole. The point is, I scarcely expected someone in the 10 billion on time tax hole to just walk up like that. What is wrong with this guy? Yeah. Awaken, Merceau. Prithee, surrender not to such machinery. Oh, thou art unharmed. I am all right. Why don't you get down from the gallows for now, Merceau? Virgilius and Faust, who returned just as this incident occurred, were both glaring at us with expressions that were anything but friendly. Bleh? Also, I hate that I saw smaller text. I was like, I'm supposed to read this at double speed. The Adventure of the Three Detectives. Okay, I can clearly see that you are both accusing me of letting the sinners run wild again, but we had our reasons. We have reached an agreement. And? You explained things to them, right? Please tell me that the agreement doesn't involve us collectively dangling from that stupid gallows. A 10 billion on is certainly an absurd amount of money. That doesn't change the fact that we are still responsible for it. We did benefit from the extra time it granted us, and its use was something that wasn't mutually agreed upon before our unilateral activation. Because it was an unexpected event, no countermeasures could be put in place either. Yeah, but we didn't exactly have a whole lot of time to debate whether I was allowed to slow down time or not. We really had to think on our feet back then. Felt a bit miffed about being treated as though I was somehow at fault for this. If you plan to sacrifice one of us to settle the debt, I request that you evaluate our worth based on individual merit. I have prepared performance evaluation sheets for each sinner precisely for one such occasion. Alright, Sinclair, listen up. You give me triple heads on one more goddamn self-destructive purge, you're going to the gallows. It has to be done. I don't plan on leaving any of you behind to take the fall for the group. Besides, 10 billion on isn't the kind of money you can settle with the sacrifice of an individual. But we did eventually find a reasonable compromise while you were wasting your time horsing around in front of the gallows. And that compromise is... we have been contracted to deal with the distortion. Guess we're really starting to put our names out there if they specifically sought us out to deal with this distortion. They have sought out other fixers and companies to deal with this issue first. We were their sixth choice after the first 5 failed to produce a meaningful result. Gotcha. Well, the stories are starting to circulate via word of mouth. I will not deny that. So, what kind of distortion are we dealing with this time? This is a request regarding a series of similar, unsolved cases within T-Corp's borders. Some call it the case of time-killing time. Several people have already fallen victim to the perpetrator. the case of time-killing time. It is exactly what it says on the tin. Distortion is running wild, killing our time. Time is an asset here at T-Corp. It's not so difficult for us to track down the occasional time robberies by tracing it. But in the case of time-killing time, the killer does not leave any traces. It's simply gone, completely removed, and untraceable. No such thing has ever happened here before. Thus, the true significance of this case cannot be emphasized enough. That is why we formally request that you solve this case for us. In return, we will exempt you from your time tax debt. Oh, thus arriveth once again my time to shine. According to a book I have perused in recent days, any and all detectives working to solve cases on Urban Nightmare or beyond are issued a special investigator badge during the course of their employment. It is a badge that may as well be a universal pass to command all kinds of aid regarding the detectives? Fixers! We plan to issue you those badges, yes. Woohoo! Much have I longed to add one such badge to my collection. Perchance thou shalt allow us to keep the badges once this case is dealt with? Nay, I demand that I be awarded at least 3 badges. 1 for my private collection, 1 for display, and 1 for business, so that... Shut it, lass. Right, what are we waiting for? Let's crack on with this distortion and get the hell out of here. I hate dealing with money problems. I value your enthusiasm, but I would also appreciate if you could allow others to finish their sentences before cutting them off and going on a long tangent of your own. The problem is that they don't want all 13 of you running amok in an effort to solve the case. Indeed, I can't have your entire group running wild in the streets and potentially waste the precious time of our residents. Also, the Special Investigator badge isn't something that T-Corp hands out like candy. We can't give away a whole box of badges for all 13 of them. I concur, to a degree. Otis, who has continuously and consistently suggested that we cut down the number of sinners, was the first one to welcome this offer. We should have done something like this a long time ago. What use is there in hauling around these dead weights? We will leave the useless pawns behind to wait in the bus while we, elite team of high-performing individuals, take care of business. You seem rather confident that you'd be a part of that elite team of high-performing individuals, Otis. She who has not been on my team since, like, Kanto 2. It's ridiculous to even suggest otherwise. Alright. Enough with your nonsense, so... How many of us are allowed to work on this case anyway? Virgilius trailed off, clearly unhappy about this outcome. They have decided that 4 individuals, including the manager, is an appropriate amount of people to partake in the investigation. That's not a lot. Except we barely managed to get the authorization for 4 after much debate. Then you have wasted your breath. A tag team with the executive manager and I will be more than enough to handily complete this mission. Right, so it all comes down to my choice, huh? 3 sinners. So many eyes are upon me. Not that I've ever had them all look at me at the same time before, but the pressure is on a completely different level when it comes to making judgment calls like these. Looks like the manager is deep in thought, but pointlessly agonizing over something like this is a waste of time. I'm taking volunteers first, so let's see some hands. Quickly now. Forsooth, I shan't hesitate before such excellent opportunity. Maybe it's finally my time to shine? Oi, don't even need to ask me, alright? Let's get on with it. No, that wasn't... I'm not raising my hand. I was just cleaning my glasses. This is no simple matter. I've not been with so few sinners before, except for that one time we accidentally walked out to the outskirts through the back door, so I have to take this slow and really consider all possible angles. What a mess. It would be too much trouble for me to list and debate all the arbitrary limitations they set, so allow me to make the choices for you this time, Dante. Well, I don't think there's too big a gap between them when it comes to their capabilities, but they all excel in different situations. Dante, are you listening? I just said that I will be the one to choose your companions. No, I need to consider more than just their individual capabilities. Some of them work better when paired together. But it's also true that haphazardly pairing them together might end up making a team less than the sum of its parts. This is all about building team synergy. Wait, Didn't Roger say something about how people born in December and August don't mesh well together? And the sinners who will accompany Dante to solve this case are... I have to choose someone who can support me, calmly assess the situation, and remain free from biased judgment while making smart, rational decisions on the fly. The sinners who fit that description are... Do we even have anyone like that? I still have to choose someone, though. Damn it! I've got it! I choose Faust, Merceau, and Yiseng. Rojin, Ryoshu, and Honglu. What? Oh, wait. What? Dante has selected me, Merceau, and Yiseng. Haven't you been listening, Dante? I have certain things to discuss with Miss Faust regarding our upcoming journey, so she was not an option. Yiseng was immediately ruled out before even the meeting adjourned due to his history of developing an unauthorized invention at T-Corp. Merceau did not volunteer. There was no reason to volunteer. Though I may have been disallowed from joining this investigation, I am truly grateful for your appreciation, Dante. I shan't soon forget this. But wait, that's a... Hey, Otis. You know that's not at all what I meant. I just thought that maybe we needed someone skilled and experienced like you to effectively manage the sinners while we're... okay. I really soured the mood, didn't I? The three of them, whom I didn't even imagine in my wildest dreams would be hanging out together, all turned to look in my direction. Whoa, just the three of us, huh? Trio's such an eye-catching number, isn't it? Roja, I get, but why'd the two of you volunteer? I thought it sounded F-A-H. The greater the quantity and diversity of experience, the better it is. Go! Don Quixote tragically drops her head to the ground, crestfallen. I have naught else to blame but my slightly lower vertical placement in this world. Indeed, that must be why Sir Virgilius has failed to catch my impassioned hand. Don Quixote sobbed, dramatically lamenting how Virgilius did not even bat an eye in her direction, despite her being the first one to raise their hand. I'm pretty sure that wasn't the only reason he didn't pick her, though. 'Tis my final legacy I bestow upon thee. What's all this? A book? A magnifying glass? And are these clothes? 'Tis my treasure, my collection. Prithee, be gentle with them. Oh, but why are you carrying around 3 sets of clothing? One for my private collection, one for display, and one for business. Verily, is it not obvious to thee? Records of investigation, solution to the 13 problems by Agatha. Ha! Somebody's autographed it. So who's this Agatha? Fie! How art ye all so ignorant in the lore of fixers? Once she was a grade 1 fixer who was so prolific that she may as well have been the face of 7 Association. Truly? No one? Most people don't know those, lore, Don Quixote. Cumbersome clothes. How wilt thou call thyself an ace detective when not dressed appropriately for the occasion? Here, here, 'tis only right that the leading ace detective adorn her countenance with this special mustache. Look, Lady Agatha says in the foreword of this book that any self-respecting ace detective must always dress themselves in impeccable fashion. Don Quixote, just let it go. So, I mean, I'm sure everyone has their reasons, but how come you didn't get picked for this, Ishmael? Didn't get picked. I never volunteered. Hey, it's not every day you get a legitimate chance to get some free paid time off without breaking company rules. I wasn't about to let that chance slip. I guess I did have some last-minute regrets when I saw who Virgilius picked, but I'll just relax for a bit and jump in to help him out when needed. Well, good luck while the... call us the Elite Four. How's that? While the self-proclaimed Elite Four runs around T-Corp, why don't we find a place to take the edge off and unwind? How unfortunate. T-Corp did not authorize the rest of the sinners to run around unmonitored. You must understand that we simply cannot let individuals responsible for 10 billion ons worth of time tax roam free without proper collateral. Looks like they have temporary lodgings for those who have failed to pay their time tax. Virgilius was pointing at what was clearly a jail cell. Are you certain that's the lodging guide? They're going to... I'm going to jail? I gotta get a screenshot of that. Poor Ishmael. It's all your fault, Ismael. Yep, as living collaterals, apparently. It'll be fun. Hey, betcha you'll look fondly back at this memory when it's all said and done, Kay? We'll be right back, so be nice and stay put. Nice. This jail cell's at least got some heating. Wait. What happens if they just leave and don't come back? We'll be seeing them again after 10 billion ons worth of time passes, I guess. What? Hey, wait, get back here. That's more than enough time to finish weaving on the loom. Calm down, alright? We'll be back before you even... Thou shalt return triumphantly as a glorious band of ace detectives, mark my words. Oh, let's go. They actually decided to don the costumes. Hell yeah. Even got the mustache on the Ryoshu. Hell yeah. We love seeing mustached Ryoshu. That's hilarious. We set off on our journey after receiving the aforementioned special investigator badges, leaving the chaotic screaming and hollering of the remaining sinners behind. After a while, all we could hear was the sad, intermittent clattering of metal as someone violently shook the steel bars. Oh god, I just realized. My Ryoshu is level 25. My Roja is level 19. My Honglu is the only one who's like partially up to snuff. Oh, ye gods. That's what I get for not having my roster fully set up. I don't even have a 3-star identity for Rodia. There are 3 characters I still need to get a 3-star for. I do not have a 3-star Don Quixote. I do not have a 3-star Rodia. And I do not have a 3-star Gregor. Alright, looks like everyone's ready then. Let's get a move on and have a little chat with the 3rd victim. Let's see, the case records say that... Aha! There it is. It's just a stone's throw away. Huh? Huh? What do you mean by huh? Look at the record. It clearly states that neither of the first 2 victims is in a communicative state. How unfortunate. No, I mean... Why are you coming along with us? I'm sorry, but we're not taking sidekick applications right now. Go away. Shoot. Incorrect. One of us will be joining your team. We were going to send an employee with you, so that way we can receive immediate updates regarding your investigation progress. Pull that stick out of your ass. We planned to send a Class 2 staff with you, but you're... Me? Class 5. See the badge? The chatterbox of an employee replied cheerfully as he produced a twinkling badge from his clothes. I apologize for failing to recognize you, sir. I scarcely expected to see a Class 5 auditor all the way down here. That guy's a Class 5 staff? Really? Class 5 is the highest rank one could reach as a wing employee, right? Yeah, I thought so too. Well... Don't be so sure. It depends on which wing you're talking about. Who knows? Maybe there are Class 12 or even Class 20 employees out there. Get it? Got it? Good. Then let's get a move on. We stared in silent bafflement at the employee who had already stormed out of the building, and then hurriedly followed him out the door. Isn't it absolutely brilliant? The very concept of killing time. They're not slowing down or speeding up time. They're eliminating it completely. Just yanking it out of circulation. King Creams. So, your name is... Mai? Relax and call me however you want. Names are such unimportant things, aren't they? No. Names matter. Really? You never call anyone by their names, though. Relax and call you however we want? But you're obviously here to be our handler. That's true. That does make things a tad awkward, doesn't it? Let me think. Aha! I've got it. You're all dressed like detectives, so why don't you consider me your ever-helpful assistant who tags along to your adventures? Okay. But still... Ryoshu, who was staring off into the distance while puffing her cigarette, suddenly spoke up, just as Rodia was about to retort. Assistant, lead us. Right away, ma'am. What's the difference between an assistant and a servant? You know, my family used to employ... They sure warmed up to him fast. Time-killing puzzle. Holy shit, Ryoshi not using acronyms? I know. Let's see. The third victim of this case is this watch factory. Hold up. The obvious gaudy and expensive suit, the meticulously trimmed and shaped mustache. The third victim must be the owner of this factory. Assistant, confirm my deductions. You're right on the money, detective. We're off to a great start. We are detectives working on the case of time-killing time. My name is... what's going on? Ryoshi, detective. He sure is a fast talker. He's talking way faster than Rousseau did when he reviewed those chickens. He's talking so fast. It's like someone pressed a fast-forward button on him or something. I can't understand a thing coming out of his mouth. He's someone who has a lot of time. What's that supposed to mean? An average T-Corp citizen has about 20 to 28 hours in a day, so you might also run into someone like him, people with plenty of time to spare. Because they have so much surplus time, they can afford to condense 40, 50 hours into a single day. And to people with fewer hours in a day, it'll look as though he's moving 2-3 times faster than them. Someone with that much time could pick their nose in the blink of an eye before anyone even had the chance to catch them in the act. Ew. Give Ryoshi a quick look at... There's no way Ryoshi's actually interpreting that. Gave Ryoshi a quick look of concern. She had to do something before Ryoshi SHNC. Quick look, as in a brief flicker of the flames burning on my clock. Would you mind slowing down a bit? I'm just worried that you're at a serious risk of becoming a victim of a completely different, slightly more fatal crime. He shook his head in frustration, very rapidly that is, before activating what appeared to be a voice recorder. He began to play his voice back at us. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name's Bumble, proud proprietor of this watch factory, yeah? Apologies for this awkward method of communication, huh? You see, my days are 52 hours long, huh? I used to live 100-hour days in my heyday, but the things have taken a turn for the worse at the factory in recent years, huh? 52 hours? To me, it looks as though you're all talking very, very, very slowly, huh? I must say, it's quite frustrating, but I am willing to suffer this annoyance as long as you can solve this case, huh? You have 52 hours to spend in a single day. Gee, I can't even imagine what that'd be like. Oh, I can tell that you're curious, huh? It's a very, very full life, I must say, huh? Having more time to spend in a day means that I can get more things in a day, huh? More things done in a day, huh? Like sleeping 10 or more hours a night and having more than 40 hours left to spend, huh? Good sleep really is the key to keeping your skin moist and fresh, indeed, huh? I'll let you touch it if you want, huh? As though in an effort to demonstrate, Bumble was constantly zooming around the room, checking his documents, calling someone on the phone, and even brushing his teeth while we stood there listening to his recordings. IDC. Get to the point. It was late one evening, huh? Let's see, like always, I was busy walking down the street, huh? I had a very, very important meeting to attend to, you know, huh? And all of a sudden, an attack? No, I just happened to recall that I left the bacon at the... I left the bacon on the kitchen counter at home, huh? I should have left it covered with District 23's purple salt, huh? Aha, my second oldest aunt used to sprinkle that salt all the time. The point. Well, so I stopped briefly, looking at the clock tower and wondering if I should head back home to the salt bacon, huh? And that's when the Time Ripper struck, the clock tower? Each one of the 12 zones of T-Corp has a clock tower that displays A-Corp's standard time scale. Because everyone has different hours to spend in a day, their watches synced with their respective time scales as well. So, to tell the real objective time, I would have to check the clock tower. Oh, that's pretty neat. Alright, you two, let's focus on the important stuff. Let's see, how about we start with a physical description? A fine tailored suit, A tailored suit? A bit fancy for someone called the Time Ripper, don't you think? Jack the Time Ripper? It must cost me about 58 million on, of course. Of course, since it was tailor-made, its comfort was beyond human imagination, huh? Wait, what? Oh, and how could I forget this impressive yet keenly shaped mustache, huh? Hey, I wasn't talking about your own physical description. One more chance until I SYNC. Oh, you mean the murderer's appearance? Well, let me think, huh? I don't recall anything, huh? It just happened so fast that... How did it feel to have your own time killed? Was it painful? Can you not ask something like that with such a big grin on your face? Nope, it was just 100 hours gone in the blink of an eye, huh? I missed my very important appointment thanks to that. I'll have you know, I suffered so much damage as that. 100 hours? So you lost a whole week in the blink of an eye? Huh? No, 100 hours for me is just 2 days or so, huh? Still, you have no idea how much I lost because of those 2 days, huh? Ripping away time, huh? An invention that enables something like that would certainly win the Inventor of the Year award and loads of prize money that comes with it. T-Corp really values and supports its inventors, you know? Some people say that once upon a time, T-Corp's executive director himself showed up to bestow the awards. I guess once an inventor is an inventor, I say that he probably wanted... I guess once an inventor is always an inventor. I say that he probably wanted others to carry on his inquisitive spirit. I've seen the ceremony once, and he was giving away autographs. Then maybe we're looking for an inventor who received an award for that tech assistant? Oh, God. Better pre-read the line, just that way I'm not stumbling over myself quite so much. But every invention at T-Corp needs to be registered at the Technological Administration Agency, though it's not without a few exceptions. There once was a time when a rogue group of inventors called the League of Nine Literatures made some inventions that they neglected to register. And wow, what a mess that was. Every single corner of T-Corp was up in arms, everyone dashing about in a panic, making arrests, holding important meetings while It was that big of a deal. I can't imagine how hard it must have been for Yi Song. Alright, so is there anything like that registered in T-Corp's tech agency? Nope. First time hearing about anything like it. You could have started there, you know? What if this is a power granted by the distortion? Meanwhile, Ryoshu, who was completely uninterested in the conversation, stared off into the distance. She looked out the factory window and let out a puff of smoke before muttering quietly to herself. No killer, no corpses. Well, yeah, no one's actually dead, and we don't know where the killer is. Who could it be, I wonder? Someone who took a liking to my very expensive suit, I say, eh? Disagree. Your suit's shit. Besides, if I really wanted to kill you... Me? Why would you... I'd have to be able to move as fast as you do. I won't be able to get a good aim at your vitals otherwise. Ryoshu strode towards him, before suddenly breaking into a charging sprint. Bumble rapidly stumbled back in terror, but Ryoshu was fast enough to close the distance and press her scabbard into his neck, despite the disparity in time. Just like this. Whoa, I thought she was actually about to beat the crap out of him with that scabbard. That'd be case closed then, All we'd have to do is arrest Ryoshu. You scared the heck out of me, eh? Well, I suppose the villain didn't really stab me in the vitals or whatever, eh? But he did appear all of a sudden, just like you did, huh? I see, so the killer isn't just running around ripping time away from random people left and right. Yes, the killer was specifically going for that ASS. Absolutely shit suit. The void left behind by Sinclair's absence was much bigger than I'd thought. I meant that annoying, stupid stash. Not having that kid here is frustrating. No way, huh? Can you think of a single person who'd hate me like, hate someone like me? I can think of more than a few. I say that it must have been the work of some bandit who wanted to try on my tailored suit, eh? Oh, what about your employees? Lady Agatha's book says that to find the culprit, we must first look at the victim's immediate circle. I have no idea if that book Don Quixote gave us earlier is actually helping, but I suppose it's at least a very good page-turner. Hong Lu can't seem to be able to tear his eyes away from it. Maybe I should check it out too. once we get back to the bus. Yeah, that works. Then the culprit has to be someone who hates the owner so much enough to try to take his time. Nuh-uh. That seems quite implausible, as you can see. What? The laborers at this factory, they're all working so slowly, like they're moving through molasses. Oh, most factory laborers like them usually live rather short 10-hour days, most of which they spend at their factory jobs anyway. What did you say? Listen up, everyone, huh? Our output gain saw only 13% growth compared to last month's growth, huh? Have I not impressed upon you how important this is, huh? We'll be falling behind profit margins projections at this rate, huh? Bumble hollers at them in frustration. The laborers very slowly turn their heads to look up at the factory owner, even that simplest action taking an excruciatingly long time to complete. Boss, it's impossible to work any faster than... Whew, how bothersome, huh? Less complaining, more assembling, huh? Use your times efficiently, huh? Chop chop, huh? You have no idea how frustrating it has been for me as of late, huh? Did you even know that the next batch of cogs has been stopped all of a sudden, huh? We can understand him thanks to the recorder next to us, but everyone out of its earshot would have no chance of understanding whatever he's talking about. Hey, Mr. Bumble. You're talking way too fast for them to understand, you know that? How do you expect them to understand a thing you're saying? So, it's not me who's too fast, it's them who are too slow, huh? Only hustlers and busy bees like myself can make the best of their time and can rise above the rest in this chaotic, bustling city, huh? What? You know that's a load of bull. How are they supposed to hustle or make the best of their times when they're practically nailed to the floor? And with what time? Roja, hey, her inner anarchist is coming out. I don't think someone like him will ever understand what you're talking about. He was born and raised in T-Corp, after all. Hey, assistant, you're a Class 5 employee, right? Aren't you supposed to be a big shot? Do you seriously think that there's anything normal about all of this? Normal? Dear detectives, do you happen to be returning from a round trip across every single nest of the city, all the way from A to Z? Can you confidently say that you've seen all there is to see? Not really, but... Then give this idea a thought, why don't you? That the notion of what is normal is just a mirage conjured by the downtrodden and the suffering. That is to say, the suffering is just part of the life in the city, regardless of which nest you're in. I don't see any suffering in that mug of Mr. 50-hour days right here. Such harsh words, huh? I have my share of pain, I'll have you know, huh? I've got my share of pain trying to read your fucking dialogue. What a dialect, my goodness. I've been waiting for something to get finished for a while, huh? Do you know how much of a pain it is to wait for something but also have too much time in your day, huh? Oh, it's so tedious. Bumble gently fixes his mustache and hair before caressing his expensive coat with care. Release me! Kim Ji-hoon, I will sacrifice $1 dues to you, please. Get someone to voice that for me. Ah, shit.
내가 필요해?
Oh. I guess we replace Rhodia because she's the most desperate. I see. I guess we'll grab a princess.
투입합니다.
It'll be fine. Maybe we can flip the script on our line of thought. What kind of people, Rhodia, do you think hate rich people? Who do you think would hate people like me? Well, except for my family. If I ever do get murdered under mysterious circumstances, I'm willing to bet that it's one of my family members who did me in. Or Heathcliff. That's a pretty dark joke. The culprit went straight for Bumble, but his employees literally can't move fast enough to have done that. None of them look like distortions either. Yes, if the culprit's hiding among those slowpokes, Clock would have noticed it. That narrows the culprit down to someone unrelated to this factory. Someone without much time. Someone who's got a bone to pick against the time rich. Or it could be someone who's unhappy about the state of affairs in the T-Corp nest. Also, while Dante could be right that this power was granted by a distortion, nothing rules out the possibility that they may be using an unregistered invention. There may be more than a single culprit, then. More than a single culprit, huh? Wait, I think I know an organization that might fit that exact description. Nah, no way. I doubt it. They don't ever take drastic actions like these anymore, even back at J-Corp. Wow, that's some coincidence, isn't it? I happen to know a group of people just like them. Sometime later, in a certain alleyway. A group of people unhappy with the state of affairs in the nest. Perhaps you are looking for the Eurodivie? Ah, that rings a bell. Isn't your friend the founder of that organization, Rodeo? Rodeo stopped dead in her tracks. The Eurodivie. Here? Do you know something about that organization? I did hear that they've been spreading through the nest as of late, though it hasn't been long since they started popping up within T-Corp's borders. So direct T-Corp employees like myself have been stationed all over the nest to question any suspicious individuals. He thinks it's a real bother standing guard here, all this stop and search, so tedious. So, what are the Eurodivie up to around here? All kinds of stuff that petty thieves get up to, stealing things like time or money. Well, I did hear that they also did some pro bono detective work for people who can't afford the time or money to hire people. Wait, stop right there, you. What are you looking around all shifty for, eh? It's a stop and search. Well, hey, I'm just trying to walk away from that lady with the cig and the creepy glare. Where can we find them? The Eurodivie? Well, it probably ain't too difficult. Let's see there. Hong Lu! The sudden explosion tore Hong Lu to shreds as he was peeking around an alleyway. Speak of the devil. Maybe I should have activated their badges earlier. Activate our badges? Phew. Starting off with a bang, huh? Good luck, Dante. Let's bring him back. Gotcha. Turning the clock now. Wait, you can bring him back? No, God. Oh, no, our time taxes. I'm rewinding people through time. No. There. The explosion came from that way. Damn watch chains of T-Corp. Here to collect your filthy dues, huh? Okay, now time to explain, right? Well, let's talk about that later. I'm not sure we want to explain the fact that I can bring sinners back. That might be a problem. T-Corp Special Investigator. When this unit takes lethal damage, their HP does not drop below 1. Instantly heals 80% of their max HP and recovers from stagger once per encounter. Ayo! We just got K-Corp Hong Lu on everybody? When this buff activates, starting next turn, this unit gains 2 attack power up every turn start for 5 turns. Crazy. Let's see here. In terms of passives, we have no supporting passives. We have Lust owned, Gluttony owned, Lust Envy owned. Okay.
적출할게요.
Okay, I might have to try and shard this unit before next season. Alright, so I've got Festival Fever, Blooming Thorns. Festival Fever. Maximum value is 10. It expires at turn end. I deal plus 3 times 1.5% more damage against targets with bleed. Skills that consume or gain Blood Feast deal even more damage, so instead of 1.5%, it's a 3% multiplier. Okay. Blooming Thorn, max value 10, stage 1 Blooming Thorn. Gain 1 defense level for every 2 stacks to a maximum of 5. When When hit, inflict 1 bleed against the attacker and lose 1 stack. Princess of Lamachland Rhodian only. At max stacks, convert to the next stage. So she converts it on herself. No one else can get beyond stage 1. Wacky. Ryoshu has successfully not died. She's been reset. Okay.
설마 알고 맞게 하진 않았을 테니.
다시 복구하긴 힘들까요?
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군.
She's also recovered from her stagger, so that's good.
덜 답답한 법이지.
What am I trying to be tactical for? It's a human fight. I either win or I don't.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지는 못해. 적합한 조치였습니다. 골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요. 나쁘지 않습니다.
It's definitely interesting having like limited center comps, but damn it, I don't have any centers prepared for this particular comp. I got Hong Lu. That's about it.
제가 봐도 훌륭했네요. 잠깐 자유 시간 좀 갖고 돌아가면 안 되려나요?
I'm stupid. I should have brought Rabbit Ryoshu. That said, the Princess of Lamachland hard carried my ass. Because, let's see here, yeah, the support is only level 35, so under-leveled, and that would leave Roja even further under-leveled. I think I just gotta stick with it, pretty much. Luckily, by the way the math works, because I had an 8 carryover, I do 5, that gets me a 40, so I'd be back to evens.
맛있는 경험을 기대하지.
Retreat! Hey, participation trophy. Participation trophy? Is he talking to me? How on earth did you do that earlier? Tick-tock, tick-tock, and voila! It seemed to me like you rewound the time and unwounded your friends. Never seen a tech that could rewind time like that. Well, that's trade secret. Ask and you shall receive. Pain. Fascinating. Aren't you terrified of time? As far as I'm aware, there's practically no way to rewind time for a singular entity that exists in an open, unenclosed area. Either that, or the study didn't reach as far as I thought it did. Wait, no, that's actually a very serious problem then. I was very desperate, you know. It was very unlikely that I missed anything. You know what else is a serious problem? The fact that we're wasting our time chatting about inane stuff while they're all getting away. Come on, Dante. Hold on, inane stuff? This is extremely serious. Its importance is absolutely incomparable to what amounts to arresting a few small private revolutionaries. If it was true, if it was true resurrection, then the head would have been after your heads already. So I doubt that's what this is. Then it must have something to do with time manipulation. I'm certain of it. Maybe it works with the same mechanisms as the TT2 protocol under the hood. No, that only works in an isolated enclosure, and it can't rewind the time of a singular individual. Perhaps they are drawing the time from elsewhere to inject it into their own time streams? That seems a tad more plausible. If you're actually rewinding their time, then the visual elements of the process would manifest in a vastly different manner. I suppose this means that you can't really rewind or skip time either, am I right? You can't just say all that gibberish and expect me to be able to... The process also seemed to involve a great degree of pain. Oh well, it seems to be in bad taste to say that it's good news, but I suppose I can say that what I'm about to tell you is somewhat auspicious. I was going to get into the nitty-gritty, only if we had to venture into one of the more dangerous places like the back streets, but here we go. Check the other side of your badges. There should be a small clockwork knob attached to your badges in there. Mind rotating it for me? The Class 5 staff jabbered on endlessly, zapping between numerous subjects within a matter of seconds before reaching out, pointing at the badges we were wearing. Not all fixers specializing in investigations are strong enough to defend themselves in emergencies. That is why these special investigator badges are all equipped with the same special function that goes into suits that higher-ranking staff members at T-Corp always wear. It's called Golden Time. If you keep the clockwork wound, it'll automatically speed up the body's natural regeneration process as soon as it detects that its wearer is at risk of death. It's nothing compared to what you're capable of, but it's quite something, isn't it? So I don't actually have to turn the clock myself? Of course, it takes some time for it to refill once the charge is spent, so if you ever run out of its uses, then I suppose it comes down to you, participation trophy. You'll have to take one for the team and bring them all back yourself. You're willing to do that, but not willing to help us before we get torn to shreds, huh? I prefer that. Good. Ooh. Ready? Let's go after them, then. Sometime later. Where did they run off to? I'm pretty sure they came this way. No more tracks. We wasted too much time on this boring lecture. Hey, assistant. Are you sure it's okay for you to just saunter behind us like you're out on a picnic? Why would I run? I hate running. It's literally your job to arrest the Eurydivier, isn't it? Back with food. What did I miss? We have Golden Time Requiem. We have Golden Time if we wind up our badges, which prevents me from having to rewind the clock. And I am now known as Participation Trophy. And my goodness, does that man talk a lot. And I know I stumbled over a lot of my lines. Is it though? But my job at this precise moment is to keep my eyes on you and your investigation regarding the case of the time-killing time, not making Eurydivier arrests. But you're a T-Corp employee. Okay, fine. Let's say that I decided to run instead of walk and help you capture those Eurydivier rascals. What then? Will T-Corp suddenly stop having problems just because they're gone? Will this place suddenly transform into some kind of humanitarian paradise? Not to mention that as long as their leader runs free, they'll be back before you know it. Excuses. KTA. If we do kill them all, then that only opens up room for a worse syndicate to take their place. If that happens, that collector friend from earlier might end up suffering from something much, much worse than having to stop and search random passers-by. Not to mention that I'll be getting muscle cramps from all the running. That's... Besides, isn't your friend one of them? Weird. I thought you wouldn't want me to arrest them. Right? I thought Rodeo would be a bit more happier to be reunited with the Eurydivier. Well, since it looks like the trail's gone cold, let's get back to the stop and search lady and ask if she noticed anything suspicious when we left. Fine. The T-Corp employee we met earlier was still standing completely inert, not moving a muscle. Poor woman. I can't believe she's still on duty at such a late hour. Such is the life of a laborer. No. They got her. I can't even hear her breathing. That's the Time Ripper's MO. The Time Ripper got to her that fast? She's in a state of absolute stillness. A death-like state achieved without a thimble of blood on their hands. What a misophobic art. Misophobic art. Though she may seem to be in a state of stasis to those of us watching from the outside, for her this must be as brief as the blink of an eye. What do you think the culprit's trying to do with all that time? Guys, this is a crime scene. Let's try not to touch the body. I mean, the victim? Whoa, look! There must be some sort of spatio-temporal displacement superposition phenomenon going on here. She's entirely incorporeal. Is this seriously the time to... Roja, there! Up ahead! I looked around, noticing the now familiar sensation of a distortion. Caught a brief glimpse of a suspicious figure slowly swooping into the fog. You! Stop! Ryoshu, think you can catch up? I'm not your hunting dog, but sure, I'll entertain you. Just this once. Oh, she's pretty fast. Ryoshu sure moves fast when she finds something interesting. It's been a while since I've seen people like you, the kind who sprint forward with their eyes fixed on the horizon. Here, everyone only ever looks down, their necks bent to gaze locked at the ground, watching their own feet take their halting steps. I suppose they only ever look up to check the time on the clock towers. But there must have been a time when everyone walked tall. I think I know why that is. It's because they all learned helplessness. Because they realized that even if they ran till their lungs burst, nothing will change. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, not everyone can run like Merceau. Learning to maintain a stable breathing rhythm is not easy. That's not what I'm talking about. Wait, take a closer look at her face. Remember? It's the same face she was making earlier when she shouted, "It's a stop and search." Yeah, maybe she saw someone suspicious, approached them for a stop and search, and got ambushed. We should ask her when she recovers. But we don't know when she'll recover. Sometime later. Catch. Are you sure you captured him alive? Hey, Ryoshu, doesn't he kind of look a bit different from the mysterious person that got away? He's clearly wearing something different. Besides, he's one of the Eurodivie we already ran into. Clothes are just husks that can be cast off at any moment. He started running as soon as our eyes met. Hey, rise and shine. Oh my, the suspicious one. They would have run if they saw you start sprinting after them with that big sword in your hands. I have many, many ways to crush the truth out of you. First, no dismembering. This is the Eurodivie's turf. You'll soon regret dragging me down here. I prepared this secret weapon just for the occasion. Watch out! But nothing happened. What was that? One of the 5 greatest inventions of the Eurodivie T-Core branch, the portable adjustable frequency periodical lighting apparatus attachment sound wave generator. PAF. This will call every single Eurodivie in its range to this exact location. There, see what I mean? You see, the problem prevalent among inventors, they've never known when to stop when it comes to naming their inventions. You'll pay dearly for smacking me in the back of my noggin. So he made a machine that makes a bird call for him.
단순해서 좋건 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Let's dismiss some of these weaker skills first.
퍼레이드 중에는
Pride
말하지 않는 게
weakest.
좋겠지.
Last best.
적출할게요. 헷! 자!
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다.
She's already messed up.
이런 보수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
무슨 맛일까?
Yeah, there's something that's freezing people up. God, she does no damage. I haven't been leveling her. Okay, that's really badass, actually. Oh man.
보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
적출할게요. 너, 맛,
전투 감각이 만큼은
쓸만해져.
수감자가 될
Okay, yeah, Yoshi actually got a kill. Fair enough. She might be under-leveled, but
그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱
18
좋겠어.
skill 2 is still an 18 skill 2.
적출할게요.
I should have gotten into the red on Ryoshi's second column, but oh well.
이쁘네. 네 피부였어?
완전히 녹아내렸네. 다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요? 완전히 녹아내렸네.
Thank you, Honglu.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이
Hero.
솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게, 그리고 제2 권속으로서의 품위도 잃지 않게 하자.
Hey, Rio, she leveled up. She's level 26 now. That'll make all the difference. Trail gone cold. Okay, so there's different meteors and different ones. I guess we'll go with this particular road, yeah. Why not?
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Oh, it's just a fight.
단순해서
I was like,
좋고 9번
Take
수감자.
a sip, you know, take a drink, get ready for another another barrage of lines.
달고 짭짤한 걸
고귀하게.
Looks like Roja gained bleed immediately on combat start. Is that from her skill 1, maybe?
너 막.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을
허를
사들고
대중에는
온
말
것이
걸지 않는 게
아닙니다.
좋겠지.
딴테 이런 부수적인 효과.
As this unit failed to consume blood feast, gain bleed. That's what it's meaning at the start.
무슨 맛일까?
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
Damn, 42 double tails? That's so unlucky.
밖에서 맞고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하지
고귀하게.
관리자
That's essentially what I'm doing.
수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이
완전히
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴테 적극 해치웠습니다.
Thank you, Roja.
골치 아픈 것들이
무슨 맛일까?
빗조각이 되었군요. 딴테 나쁘지 않은 생각입니다.
쓸만해져. 이제 쓸만해져. 이번에 네 피분수.
That's a lot of damage, actually. Damn.
완전히 녹아내렸네.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요. 딴테 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
무슨 맛일까?
Oh wait, she had a mask at that time? We seem to have entered some sort of different state with her. Maybe it's because we're at 6 party? Or 30 blood consumed?
추잡하네.
피는 확실히 빼는 편이 좋지. 무불아위.
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요? 완전히 녹아내렸네.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요. 딴테
무슨 맛일까?
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Hardblood Thorn is
네
active.
피분수. 이번에 네 피분수.
Maybe it's about her.
완전히 녹아내렸네.
I'm gonna have to look at some sort of unit breakdown for what in the world is going on with Princess Rhodia there. Unit looks absolutely insane.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고
The Dying
제2
Detective.
권속으로서의 품위도 잃지 않게 하자.
Let's see here. We're at 124, so that puts us up to the 3rd. So I need to do 2 more combats, and then I either need to get my whole squad together, or I need to drop Otis and drop the event bonus entirely. Or, you know, just keep going even further.
투입합니다.
Average levels continuing to climb up. Spooky. After matching various pieces of information we found from the defeated Eurodivier members together, we managed to track them down to a rundown building that appeared to be their hideout. You finally managed to track us down, haven't you? Filthy watch chains of T-Corp. And you clock. You clock, he says. It's only elementary, because I am an ace detective. Rhodia exclaimed triumphantly as she flicked her hair back, but I sensed the smallest hint of uncertainty in her voice. Yep, we're all ace detectives. I'll admit, we shouldn't have let you track us down, but you don't look too strong. It is a foolish move to fight a lion in his den. I hope you've prepared yourselves. Don't you worry about our butts. We got a Class 5 staff with us, you know. I can deduce a few things about you. 1, that man's outfit, that aloof look on his face. I see. It's lucky that you're not lying. He really is a Class 5 staff. 2, you are absolutely shameless for bringing a Class 5 watch chain to a rundown hideout like this. Why does this have anything to do with shame? I don't know about shame, but this place sure is run down. Right, how about this? I'll sit this one out just for the sake of fairness. It'd be like cheating if I were to take part in this fight, yeah? That is a fair proposal. Fine, I accept your offer. Do we not get a say in any of this? I'll just sit on the bench. Make it a fair
단순해서
fight.
좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고
고귀하게.
돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
너, 말,
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하겠군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
다시 복구하긴
These
힘들걸요?
guys have a lot of coins, actually. Damn.
상정 외의 공격이었으니 이것까지 당신 탓을 할 수는 없겠군요. 설마 알고 맞게 하진 않았을 테니.
Ryoshu has 2 HP.
고귀하게.
She'll be fine. Don't worry about it, chat.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 거지.
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요? 에잇! 자!
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군.
They certainly have a lot of particle effects because of Princess
적합한
Rhodia.
조치였습니다.
She's got a red effect around herself, which I think is Blood Feast. Everyone else has the Festival Fever. 20 Blood Feast consumed. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep hitting win rate.
무슨 맛일까?
I'll trust that the game knows how to play her.
완전히 녹아내렸네?
That said, we've hit 30 Blood Feast consumed, so in theory this is transformation point now? Maybe not? Oh, yep, there's the mask. So 30 consumed in skill 3. She didn't do it on skill 2, though it might have been because the skill 2 was what got us up to 30.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 있는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
추잡하네.
차.
They have some sort of trimmer on themselves, like a blue effect. Let's just ignore it and hope for the best.
단순히 적을 제거하는
What could go wrong,
일정만
you
있는
know?
것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안에 휩싸이고
이쁘네. 네 피부는 이쁘네. 네 피부는
Fucking chop through all of them, my goodness.
이제 쓸만해졌군. 이제 쓸만해졌군.
And Ryoshu actually never gets reset, despite their best efforts.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어.
Hey, big fuel.
아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고 제2 권속으로서
Eurodivier Mystery.
맛있는 경험을 기대하지.
Cool. Just another combat
단순해서
encounter.
좋건 두번
무슨
수감자.
맛일까?
Let it ride.
물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 적절한 걸 준비해두지. 상정외의 공격이었으니 이것까지 당신 탓할 순 없겠군요.
추잡하네.
설마 알고 먹게 하진 않았을 테니. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군요. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게
맛일까?
처리하니.
Oh wait, is this a focus encounter? I just noticed aggro pop up on Honglu's slots. Wait a minute.
덜 답답한
Hey yo, this is a fight where I'm actually allowed to think.
제가 괜히 먹을
Oh my God.
것들을 사들고 오는 것이
I can think.
아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
무슨 맛일까?
So in other words, I've probably messed up the EX condition, to put it simply.
피는 확실히 빼는 편이 좋지.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군. 곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것 같은데 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를
She's got those two taken care of.
명령하시겠지요.
You two,
단테.
all in.
정출할게요.
추잡하네. 이쁘네. 네 피분수.
이제 쓸만해졌군. 너 이제 쓸만해졌군.
골치 아픈 것들이 고깃 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
무슨 맛일까?
자, 테디, 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
Okay, that's actually adorable. I love that ego. That's so good. Just have the little teddy bear go get him. It's Beam. Teddy bear go burr? Yeah, no kidding. Alright, let's see here. Ryoshu
전투 중에
is going to
떠올리지
take 2 skills.
않았으면 좋겠는데.
In theory, 1 purple.
무슨 맛일까?
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
Oh, we got their big boss on the field.
이제 쓸만해졌고.
And Roji is transformed.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테.
33 to 99.
성과입니다.
Let's send this here. Ryoshu. Potential 82. Good chance of 82. Honglu's got that one.
고귀하게.
Oh wait, she said everybody? Oh, holy shit.
저수감자.
I think she just said multiple people. No, wait, she just did 300 single target, right? Holy.
일이 생겼을 때 언급하라는 것도
Okay, so
화려하게
we entered her
말
festival
잘하는 게
state,
좋겠지?
her mask state, and then that gave us this super buffed up version of that. At 25 plus Blooming Thorn. There we go. So we need to activate Blooming Thorns on her to get that. In order to get the alt version. Understood.
무슨 맛일까? 이제 쓸만해졌고.
Alright, we might have not gotten EX on that one. We quickly moved our conversation into the hideout after defeating the Eurodivian members. Good. Surrender and confess. Starting to run low on patience. Might kill you soon. No. Looks like Ryoshi's getting tired of playing detective. We've surrendered already. Not sure what you want us to confess either. What would you like for us to confess? That we're the Eurodivia or something? We hesitated, unsure if he really was clueless or not. That's when Rodia confidently strode forward and pointed an accusatory finger at the Eurodivia captain. Right, questioning time. You've always hated this state of affairs, am I right? Must you really ask? You like inventing stuff and not registering them to the tech agency, don't you? Again? Must you really inquire about something you could discern simply by looking around? Ooh, mind if I take a gander at these inventions? Wait, don't just go around touching... I see. This hedgehog toy is a time bomb disguising as a plushie. It scans the palm as soon as it enters within a certain proximity range. And if it doesn't recognize the palm as an authorized individual, it'll shoot out its spines to penetrate... Oh my god! You made a plush hedgehog nail bomb? What is wrong with you? A kid could get their hands on that. Oh, Mom, I want the plush hedgehog. It picks it up, wipes out half the aisle. But you've screwed the parts too tightly down here. You'll do well to remember that mechanical engineering isn't all about tightening the screws as hard as you can. Sometimes you need a slightly loose screw, or sometimes two, to make things fit better. And another thing, if I were you, I would have made the spine holes hexagon shaped, not circular. You could tell all that from a quick look. You're certainly no common employee. Either way, most of those are experiments, incomplete products, in truth. In truth, you like making more dangerous, destructive inventions too, right? You really are a persistent one, aren't you? What are you getting at? And I'm sure these violent inventions eventually led to something that can completely rip someone's time away. Wait. What? The culprit behind the case of time-killing time. It's you guys, right? It's what you do, isn't it? You see something that rubs you the wrong way, so you go ahead and smash it to bits. That's a bit of a logical leap, isn't it? What do you think we Eurodivier are? Sounds like this friend of yours in the Eurodivier really messed up big time in the past, Did he do something drastically violent? No, Sonia, he always knew how to say the right things. Things to get other people to agree with him, to convince them to join his cause. His words filled me with this confidence that we could really change the world, that it really wasn't as effortless as letting candy slowly melt away in your mouth. But what could he possibly do to change the world? He doesn't even do anything. Not like these guys. But the T-Corp Eurodivier are nothing more than knockoffs who just found themselves inspired by stories coming out of J-Corp. It's absolutely baffling how you failed to correctly deduce a single thing. No, we're not knockoffs. Besides, the Saint has already brought many changes to this world. Changes that you mere detectives can't even dream of. The Saint? Indeed, Saint Sonia was the one who really sparked the fire of the Eurodivier in every nest. Well, that isn't the only reason they call him the Saint, but that's besides the point. Eurodivier in every nest? Sonia did that? Since you claim to be Saint Sonia's friend, allow me to say in no uncertain terms, the Eurodivier has nothing to do with your case. Sonia, we're supposed to take you at your word? First, we don't have this time-killing technology. We can steal time or time pieces, but it's practically impossible to kill time. Making something so absurd would surely catch the tech agency's attention. And that is trouble that I'm not willing to invite. Why? You've certainly been causing a ruckus here. Isn't that what the Eurodivier wants? Chaos? Please, don't compare us to the likes of Backstreet's gangs. Though there are those among us who want that chaos, of course. One of our former members insisted that we must take an abundance of time in T-Corp for ourselves and have our comrades divided equally among us. Such drastic action would also hurt the have-nots, those who do not deserve such pain. So we must adhere to the Saint's teachings. To truly tear out the throats of the rich, we must wait for the right moment. The right moment. So it really was Sonia. So, I've been wondering, are you really the Saint's friend? Of course she is. He even invited her to join his journey. Why don't we leave for now? We can always come back here once we uncover more evidence. Dante says, let's leave for now. Are we not arresting them? Didn't one of you give me a whole lecture about how it's my job to arrest them? Rogia ignored the assistant's questions and turned around to leave the hideout, wearing a dark expression. Something I had never seen from her before. The assistant shrugged, and we were about to leave the hideout as well. The Eurodivier captain stopped us. Wait, if you really are a friend of the Saint, I can't let you leave without giving you some advice, as the more experienced detective. I was able to establish a few things from this conversation, so allow me to share them with you. Oh, right. You dabble in detective work from time to time as well, yes? Is this a common thing that you Eurodivia get up to? No, only the Eurodivia branch in District 20 do. Anyway, if I were you, I'd start by looking for a common thread that ties all victims together. Find out what they have in common. Why? The T-Corp Collection Agency knows everything about time. Where it comes from, where it goes. But not with this case. But if they know everything about the comings and goings of time, how are you avoiding their eyes? Not all of us do. I can't tell you more, however. Just know that we have an ace up our sleeve that lets us continue our guerrilla activities in this nest. Anyways, does it not strike you as odd that for someone with such impressive technology that can quite literally rip away time without a trace, the killer seems unusually passive? This tells me that there's a condition they must first meet to use their powers. Another possibility is that they have a certain creed or a belief system that they follow, but ideologically motivated culprits usually leave behind more obvious evidence than points to their beliefs. Oh, I think that adds up nicely. Want to join our squad of ace detectives? Who the hell hired this bumbling team of amateur wannabes? Never mind. Now would you kindly leave this place? Well, we now know where the Eurodivia are. We can always come back here if we ever need anything else. I suppose that's one way to look at it, Dante.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면
Yeah,
안
like
돼.
a third of that was just from one skill.
아름다움을 잃지 않게. 그리고 제2 권속으로서의
Oh
품위도
no, story.
잃지 않게 하자.
I'm gonna have to voice act again. Might have to go get a drink after this. Well then, the Eurodivia swearing up and down that they got nothing to do with the case, and the Time Ripper is still at large. What now, ace detectives? But we don't have any other leads. One we talked to just left the hideout, so why don't we follow him? You want to tail that Eurodivia. Well, looks like not arresting them may pay off after all. I think it's a fair suggestion. Waste of time. We should torture them one by one until someone breaks. According to page 155 of Lady Agatha's book, an ace detective must always remain vigilant and not shy away from stakeouts. This would be in English, you're, not you've. Or you've already read, too. You're already on page 155? Don Quixote gave us this book so that way we can all become ace detectives. I've been reading it whenever I can. The Eurodivia's petty time thievery won't change the world. Is that why you're letting them go? Because it doesn't matter? Huh? No, not at all. It's the opposite, in fact. I want to see things change. Change? It is said that the Eurodivia started from a small group of nobodies. But they kept at it, slowly but surely, spreading through the city. I hear they've been causing some real trouble in some nests, that they find it difficult to get rid of them. Do you know what people have been saying here at T-Corp? Running low on time, but burning full of frustration. And come join the Eurodivia. Unlike most people who accept injustices and move on, they don't. They refuse to turn a blind eye, confident and determined that one day they'll bring real changes to the city. It's only natural that I find them extremely fascinating. To witness, to what end do their desperate measures and aspirations lead? Nothing but impotent squirmings. I'm sorry, but do you even give a damn about solving the case? This case has a certain destructive aesthetic to it. I like it. I'm following my family elder's words, to see and experience as much of the world as I can before I return, because their words better be followed. Sounds excruciatingly bothersome. So many things in this world presume that they deserve to call themselves family. I've never heard you talk like that, Ryoshu. What will you ever accomplish with such half-heartedness? Don't worry about it. Most people live on with that very half-heartedness. It's been eons since I really desired something with all my heart, you know. No, I'm not most people. From the distance, loud, rapid footsteps broke through Rodia's quiet whispers. I knew it. The culprit was a Eurodivia. Cat! They're here. Won't give them the slip this time. Okay, let's go. Maybe you'll catch them this time if you learn to breathe like Merceau, staring at me from underneath the shadows cast over her eyes. Dante, do you think it would have been any different if I followed Sonia back at the casino? Why do you ask? I mean, it's just watching Sonia's goals actually start to take shape while I stagnated, unchanging. It's making me feel... Roja hesitated. Odd. An odd impression. Maybe Sonia was more right on the money than I thought. I thought Rodia wanted true change, but as Sonia said, she wanted to feel special, perhaps. May have been a fairly astute observation. The Time Ripper. You're late, Clock. The two sinners had a head start, but it didn't take very long before we caught up to them and saw them quietly kneeling behind cover. We'll go ahead and draw their attention. We should be able to corner them in this direction. Since Ryoshu and Hong Lu are out there to draw the culprit here, we should have to do our part and capture them. Yeah. What's wrong, Rodia? Just every time I think about Sonia, I remember all the things that I couldn't do, that's all. Rodia. Nope. Not gonna let this drag me down. I just gotta do what I can, right? Wouldn't it be so nice if the culprit showed up right now so I could get my hands on him and get this over with? All this waiting around is getting so tedious. Hopefully I'll look real badass when I arrest him. You certainly recovered quick. Now that's a good attitude to have. Well, you know, ain't that how emotions are supposed to be? Constantly changing with time, you know? Is it now? I don't quite agree. Emotions don't change with time. I'd say that the changing emotions are what drive the flow of time. That's some complicated stuff. I just can't wait to hear all the praises they'll sing of me once I snag this Eurodivia rascal, that's all. You know, I want to be an ace detective. Then you shall have your chance. A chance for you to be the center of attention, a subject of praise. That long coat, that hat, you're... Roja, Dante, the culprit ran that way. You're the Time Ripper. Correct. This isn't good. It'll take a while for Hong Lu and Ryoshu to get here. But before we get down to business, allow me to make a few corrections. One, I am no longer bound to an organization like the Eurodivie. In fact, I found their hypocrisy detestable. Did you know that even the Eurodivie did not use their hours equally amongst one another? That is why I have chosen action. 2, I am not killing time. You will not compare my crusade to something so hollow. I merely reap the dying hours to share it among those who need it most. You may call me the Time Saint instead. What the hell are you talking about? Shut up and... All this is flying over your head, isn't it? You poor little thing, starved for even a morsel of praise. This is both a correction of your ignorance and our final warning. If you wish to capture me, no, us, then you must be prepared to pay the price in time. Was that an attempt at a threat? Do you seriously think you can scare me like that? Sure, you're the big, scary Time Ripper, but I've got you all figured out. I know your patterns. There's something staying your hand, isn't there? Whether it's your creed, some kind of design flaw in your tech, you can't touch my time. How'd you like this, Ace Detective's detections? Half right, but you have given me 2 more corrections to make. 1, I am not the one killing time. It's you and everyone like you who's killing time. 2, Indeed, we cannot rip away time from just anyone. No. But I can take yours. Because you, at this very moment, are mired in tedium. What? Just biding the time, aren't you? Waiting for something to happen. Killing time. We are merely taking back the time that you would have killed anyway. Swing that axe, and you might carve a small chunk of our flesh, but we will rip a chunk out of your existence. You will stir awake when the clock strikes 4 in 50 years' time, having done nothing, having lived through nothing, all in the blink of an eye. That's when it shall dawn on you, that despair. It'll all come rushing in like a flood. That disparity, the unfamiliarity of all the time you killed. Every pain, a reminder of every second you've killed, thinking about how tedious it all is. You look scared. We like that look in your eyes. Roja stood there, completely frozen. No one could stop the Time Ripper as he walked away from us. Not me, not Roja. The culprit. Where are they? I thought I could take them on, but when I came face to face with the Ripper, How could you give them the slip? They threatened her, that they were going to rip away her time. Oh no. The Ripper knew. They knew how I felt, so... Never mind. It seemed to me that Roja decided not to say it out loud, but I knew that the word she wanted to say was tedious. Pathetic. Unlike you, Ryoshu, my time is important. I'm not here just to make those stupid, pointless observations about the case. I didn't volunteer out of some weird obligation either, okay? I volunteered because I genuinely wanted to solve the case. I'm not like you, either of you. I briefly grew concerned that Ryoshu might swing her scabbard at Roja, but I don't think she was listening anyway. Habanal. Instead, she stared up at the clock tower in silence as her cigarette slowly burned its way to her lips. I guess that's a relief. Roja, Sorry, I think I'm just getting tired of wearing a silly smile. Well, I was asking for more Greg and Roja development after their Kantos, and by golly, we're getting some Roja development. No kidding. Twisted Time. Actually sick design. Yeah, the Time Ripper looks so cool, dude. It's actually crazy. Roja was always the one to lift the team's mood when it's down, but the mood among us had grown so incredibly awkward and cold that I was almost starting to feel a chill in my fingers. I guess this is what happens when Roja's in a depressive mood. If we were back at the bus, or if Isong or Gregor were here, they would have at least tried to do something to break the ice. But neither Ryoshu nor Honglu were the kind of people to be heavily affected by such a frosty mood. So we just trudged on with our investigation. Huh, looks like the culprit got him in the middle of something. He knew the Ripper. How could you tell? By looking at his eyes. Isn't it obvious? That look in his eyes, it's the kind of look that people have in their eyes when getting killed by a rat they know. He's not exactly dead, you know. This dead body looks kind of different from the last one we saw, though. Not a dead body either, but what is it? The culprit tore his scarf in half. Maybe they really disagreed with his fashion choices? The Yotivie must live like fools in the eyes of others, so that we may see a path invisible to them. Roja? It's something Sonia once said. told me that the scarf was a yoke to hide the great ambition, that those with such dreams must remain bound. But I don't see you wearing that scarf. It's just not my style. Then chopping the scarf in half would mean that the killer is a former member of the Erotivier. We should go back to their hideout and ask around. Sometime later. Damn it, the Ripper got our boss? Huh? Are you asking if anyone quit recently? Well, it's not like they formally quit or anything, but there were some who went completely off the grid. Someone who wanted to steal the surplus time at T-Corp, share it equally among everyone? Yeah, I remember a lad who said something like that. When his younger brother died, he became, a bit weird. Did anyone want to go along with that plan? I'm sure there are some, but we shouldn't. For the Erodivier, we must bide our time until the Saint gives us the word. Is that so? Where is he? No idea. Last I heard, he said something like, "I'll always be watching you." Creepy, ain't it? But I suppose that means he's still hanging around somewhere within T-Corp borders. Our boss man's gonna be back to normal, right? He'll always be watching, huh? Clock. I always burn a cig after a kill. But you're always smoking. Because it takes about 4 minutes for the cig to burn all the way through. I get to watch as the light of life slowly burns out in their dying eyes. Really enhances the flavor. 4 minutes. I know that it takes exactly 4 minutes for this cigarette to burn away. But only 2 minutes have passed on that clock tower. Huh? That doesn't make sense. How come no one noticed that the clock tower was broken? This isn't a new development, by the way. From the moment our little game of detective started to this precise moment, the clock tower always measured only 2 minutes by the time I finished smoking. Didn't someone say that it's because people have learned to be helpless? I've been waiting for someone to get finished for a while, huh? Do you know how much of a pain it is to wait for something, but you only have when you have too much time in your day? It's so tedious, eh? He thinks it's a real bother standing guard here, all this stop and search. So tedious. Hey, assistant. What were the first 2 victims doing when the Ripper struck? Let's see. One of them was attacked while purchasing a 13-flavored lollipop candy, and the other was reading a comic book starring a T-Corp inventor as its protagonist. I'd say it's a pretty fun read. And there are a lot of clock towers in T-Corp. Total of 12 in the entirety of T-Corp. But just 1 in this general area. The Time Ripper struck only near this clock tower, didn't they? Right on, detective. What if they slowed down the clock tower and made everyone in the area feel that sense of extreme tedium? Tedium, I see. So that's what it is. You can only rip time away from people who are bored. The clock tower. It should give me a nice view to blow smoke at. Oh, here's something I forgot to mention. You know that you need actual evidence to make an arrest, right, detectives? Huh? You have to catch them in the act. Can't go around arresting people just because you feel like it. What? Do we have to let them attack us or something, just so we can catch them in the act? Don't you know, he can literally rip the time out of you. One small mistake, and you might wake up weeks, months, or even years later. We don't even know if that's the kind of thing that Dante can rewind. Yes, it's all very tragic, but it's still part of your responsibilities. Do you even care about catching the culprit? Or is learning how he rips time all you care about? Right on again, Ace Detective. I once thought that there was no inventions in T-Corp that I didn't know their ins and outs about. You see, I have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp. I even know about the bizarre contraption your friend back at the jail cell invented when he was here. I didn't want that invention to be beholden to the T-Corp Patents Agency, no. I wanted to watch as it spread through the city, which is why I didn't try very hard to stop him when he escaped through the back streets. It wasn't because I was lazy, mind. So, to answer your question, no. Like in the case of the League of Nine Literators, I don't care whether we catch the culprit or not. I'm just curious about the exact mechanisms behind how he rips time. It's the nature of being an inventor. Agreed. How am I supposed to even get anything done with people like... Excuse me, Mr. Assistant? I have something I'd like to ask you. Back when Merceau stood on the temporal scale gallows, didn't the machine beat very loudly? Oh, that reticent friend? Yes, it did. If you have the intricate knowledge of the mechanisms of every single machinery in existence within T-Corp, then do you also know why it malfunctioned? Of course. Why wasn't the gallows able to take 10 billion ons worth of time from Merceau? Was it really because it was broken? What are you talking about? It's statistically impossible for the machines of my design to have any faults. Usually. Then the source of that error must be Merceau, or all of us, right? Not the machine. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! You're not only looking the part, but you're also acting the part of an ace detective. Could have fooled me. All credits go to Lady Agatha. She did say that one of the qualities of an ace detective is a mind of bottomless inquisitiveness, after all. I thought the conditions of getting exempt from our time tax was that we had to catch the culprit. That was what I was thinking when the Class 5 auditor began speaking again, as if to address my concerns. I'm not saying that I won't cooperate, of course. I may have even devised a plan for you, though it may be somewhat simple. Now listen close. So listen, we have Rodia stand around looking bored, and we put a rope, like a little circular, like sort of noose down on the floor. The killer goes to rip out her time, and we tug on the rope, which has been, you know, looped over the top of a streetlight. And so the noose tightens around the killer's foot, and then we drag him up and dangle him upside down. He'll never see it coming. Clock Tower of Fear. Let's see here. Am I at even? I am at even. Insufficient ink fallen? Whoa, yes. And we're also going to quickly... Oop. Looney Tunes strategy. He'll never see it coming. So, all right, counter proposal. We don't like the noose idea. So we have Rhodia stand there looking bored, and we'll have a spotlight shining down just in front of Rhodia, the perfect place for someone to dramatically stand as they go to rip her time. And we have a giant anvil dangling above the light that says Acme on it. He'll never see it coming. All right. Oh. Hey, yo, wait a minute. I actually have my whole team? Okay. Give me the bunnies back. We're getting the bunnies. Holy shit. Let's go. We're so back, chat.
드디어
내가
말 언제든지요.
망치를 쥐고 이제야 불었나. 잘 됐네.
So, will this really work? I guess it's barely a plan, and more like something we came up with in the last 10 minutes, but still. Annoying. Shh, let's hide. Hiya, I've been waiting for you. Did he just say hiya to the Ripper? How interesting. Not only did you know that I'd be coming here, but you also had the manners to extend your greetings. I see. You've been tailing us this whole time. Of course. You were right under our noses all this time, weren't you? You're one of those fools playing pretend as a detective, aren't you? Killing time. You're right. Say, can you teach me how to make the most of my time? Give us your time, and we might tell you. What? 30 hours? What is this? A bloody joke? That ain't enough. Just think about all those hours we've lost fleeing from these sods. We could have spent that time ripping more hours from others. I say it's only fair we take 300 hours from him. Agreed. He's one of the Nest lackeys, working with those filthy watch chains of T-Corp. He deserves it. If we let him go, he'll only bring further trouble. Let's show him what happens to those that oppose us. Seconded. Let's try to extract the exact amount of hours that evenly splits into 12 pieces. Sod it. Let's stab as deep as we can go. We don't want the repeat of the fat cat at the factory, do we? We're aiming straight for the center. We're not letting this bastard slip away again with a gash of 100 hours. Silence. I will decide the time. We will stab as deep as we can and rip 1,000 hours from him. That should be more than enough time for us to happily share. Well, I suppose we'll be losing our sense of taste for the next 1,000 hours, if we divide the burden of 1,000 hours equally amongst one another. Yeah, I could roll with that. Huh? It's almost like there are multiple personalities and they're all taking turns to speak. The culprit wasn't the only one who began to behave strangely. Hong Lu did too. His face relaxed into a tranquil look, as though he was ready to let something go. Or perhaps that was an expression of liberation. 1,000 hours. Will 1,000 hours have passed in the blink of an eye? Yes, and there will be no pain, only the despair that awaits you upon your awakening. Then, I like that. Rip my time away. He didn't mean that, did he? A time-tearing razor, is it? So that is the core of the power that extracts time. Though it was no invention at all, but a distortion. My, this is still highly fascinating. But this is the kind of power that a distortion can grant? Powers that one could have only dreamt of. After a lengthy silence, as though the world itself had come to a grinding halt, why can't we rip your time away? I see. Everything went according to plan. It's all so sane. I blinked, but the world is just as familiar and changeless as ever. What? We've walked right into a trap, you daft idiots. Don't you understand? Detectives AOTS. Phew, that's a relief. Had me worried for a moment there. About 30 minutes ago. Like I said earlier, the temporal scale gallows isn't broken. This error was caused by you. Your time, and this applies to all 12 of you, was already bound to someone else's time. Someone else's time? Me? This caused a multi-reference error in the temporal scale gallows, which was supposed to hang your time. So what you're saying is, because we are already living with Dante's time, the gallows couldn't hang our time? I had no idea. Well, if all that is news to us, then there's really no way for the Time Ripper to know that either. So once the Time Ripper arrives to tries to rip time away from me, that's when Rodya and Ryoshu can swoop in like the awesome people you are and arrest the culprit. And that's how this trap came to... We dangle Hong Lu with a giant anvil. But what if... And really, what if the Time Ripper manages to rip Hong Lu's time away? Don't worry, Dante. It's all going to be okay. I wonder how long that racket would last once the news of a malfunctioning clock tower breaks. Wouldn't it be so entertaining to watch as people trust in their institution of the supposedly unerring clock tower crumble? It's going to be such a fun show. I'll try my best not to malfunction. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Hey, participation trophy. I used to really hate the sounds of clocks. I don't know when it started, but I started associating its noise with a perpetual cycle of pain, like it's some premonition that a clock hand-shaped blade will one day cleave clean through me. A blade of time, if you will. But your noise? It's a bit different. It's the kind of noise that makes me dream up something new, something different, and it's not pain. Well, that's why I wanted to extend my gratitude. I'm not sure what he's extending his gratitude for, but can someone ask him to do something for me? Dante has a request. Right, request away. I think I've had enough experience to intuit when a big fight's about to break out. I'm getting that exact feeling that something's about to happen. So it's time for you to return the other centers. I can't believe they actually kept us in prison the whole time, only to let us out right before they caught the culprit. So, how was it, Manager, adventuring with just 3 centers? Was it nice? I trust that you have learned your lesson, and my absence was deeply felt. Who are you again? I'm aching all over from just sitting inside that jail cell. I'll never want to go back to a place like that. Right, so, is that solve the Time Ripper or something? A distortion we must defeat. You'll never see it coming. Stolen Time 1000. Turn start, at 200 plus value, gain 1000 minus 200 divided by 50 offense level up and defense level up. 16 from the looks of it. And at less than that, go down. Okay. When in time acceleration state, get +1 Clash power. Clash lose at 75% or less HP. Consume 50 stolen time and gain protection. When in time acceleration state. On use, at 500 plus stolen time, inflict bleed count. On use, at 300 plus stolen time, consume 25 stolen time, inflict more bleed potency to count this skill. Interesting. Okay. So, we just have to wear him down to get through his clashes, essentially. Sinclair has nothing really to clash with. Hong Lu has a better thing. Punishment for time killers. Just a bit of bleed. Heathcliff is favored there. So it's in Hong Lu, say here.
적출할게요.
Unlucky. God, any of the clashes would be nice. Oh lord, he has sanity, which means these clashes are going to start losing harder and harder. Fuck, do I reset? Like, holy shit. Okay. He's got 30 sanity, we have 0. That's not a great start. Body is destructible. He has low morale effects. Alright, luckily Hong Lu is being targeted. He's got a lot of coins in his heads. A little spooky.
불길 속으로.
Hong Lu's got this once he's at 5 green. Trust. True, we just need to get him to 5 green.
직접 싸워보질 않아서 그게 효과적일 것이라고 생각한다.
Alright, so he's full sanity.
제시해야 할 수 있겠어.
Hong Lu is bleeding a lot. Thank you, Sinclair, for at least clashing well. 1611 bleed on Hong Lu. Holy shit. 2 of 8. Base power +1 for every 100 stolen time on self. Unclashable. Inflict time relief entitlement against the target that uses an attack skill against this unit. Against the target that uses an attack skill. Combat start, consume 200 stolen time and gain time acceleration. Which is probably just gonna super speed him. Time relief entitlement. Targeted by the Time Ripper while time acceleration is active. Okay. So is it going to go after Ryoshu? Or does it target whoever goes after the slot, in which case?
정화.
Let's find out. Dodge this. Thank you.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면
Everyone has stuff. Everyone can be targeted. He's got +5 speed, so these people have to clash with themselves in the ruins. Okay. Faust is going to boost people's sanity up. She wins her clash. Good. Yoshu. I'd really like to save the green, but we're not going to be able to save the green. We need to ego clash. And even that's not guaranteed. We also make use of a whistles. So it'll heal the 2 lowest sanity, so it'll be Sinclair and somebody else.
적출할게요.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
And Ego lost the clash.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Damage doesn't matter. You're using that to beef up everyone's sanities.
목이 피었잖아.
조금이라도 머리통을 굴리게 되어서 돌아온 줄 알았다만 요즘 창의적인 발상이군. 그래도 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리진
Honglu is not yet
않았으면
immortal.
좋겠는데.
Sinclair is also staggered. Maximum of 86 damage, but he's also going to put bleed on Honglu, which is a problem for him. Yeah, the issue is sanity is also not in our favor. Oof. Hell yeah, Ryoshi.
숨통 끊기.
Oh, baby, let's go, Heathcliff.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해보죠, 따태.
Alright, he's got his evade up again. He's into 625 stolen time. He might enrage at 625, honestly. Let's see here. Honglu's back. We need to get greens for Honglu. He has paralysis? He does.
정화.
Oof. Very unlucky. Sinclair, please. Luckily, he's fail-proof. hurts my damage though. Need to get you at Heathcliff. Survive the early turns. We got a stagger.
제가
Actually
먹을
huge.
것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테.
Let's get Thoracal up and running.
이런
Or
보수적인
actually, instead we'll do representation emitter. We'll just get even more sanity for the rest of the team because they're going to need it. Heathcliff's doing well, but everyone else is struggling. We'll save Ryoshi's better skill.
흑수며 뜀박질 중.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군요, 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
목이 피었잖아.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠, 단테.
고해는
하던
나중에.
대로 해보십시오.
4 Alan is released. Okay, it's not all. Fair enough. Let's see here. Who do I want not being attacked? Ryoshi's underleveled. I think I'd also rather have the damage than that. If Heathcliff actually... Ooh. Fair enough, we don't actually get rules of the backstreets because it's not... Okay. I feel bad milling this skill, but... Offset. Hong Lu, I want to have attack. I want him to be targeted. I've actually cleared out all my green. What if I were to instead do this? Heathcliff, go here.
정화.
Sinclair, please.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는
Alright, we are running out of stolen time.
있겠지.
Which means he is eventually going to be running out of steam.
단테.
Hong Lu is too slow to clash, so he throws unopposed on the first. This one's being targeted by 2. Hopeless, I guess we'll go for the neutral. Claire's clashing red. Very poorly. She can't clash because she's only matching in speed.
흑수며 뜀박질 중.
흙을 마실걸?
Staggered. Huge. Let's go Heathcliff. Actually just saved the team from so much damage. Holy. My goat.
간당.
And just full send damage.
목숨 있군.
That should do it.
곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것 같은데.
Very interesting fight. Very hard start. Those early clashes are brutal. Just because he has so much borrowed time, giving him extra like weights and stuff. I was like, oh, maybe I should reset, but
귀찮아
no.
보이가
We're all right.
문질러진 모양이죠.
We just had to
관리자.
survive.
우선순위를 잘 분별해서
Have you ever wept in such deep longing for that extra minute, that extra second you twilight slip through your fingers, where you wish that your heart would forever sleep, but its every beat was as painful a reminder of the merciless march of time. I don't suppose you have, because you all have plenty of time to spare. With that, the Time Ripper slips into the shimmering portal, a mirror dungeon of the Fathoms. It appears to be the same kind as the one we have seen before. Hey Dante, I've got a question. It just occurred to me for the first time. Where do all the time that we use, that you use, where do they come from? Well, that's... I never gave thought to where the time I rewind comes from. All I knew was that when I turned the clock, I rewound the time. WC. Yeah, who cares, I guess. I wish I could answer her, but it's not like I know how any of this works. Yoshu quickly shut us down with a brief summary of the circumstances. We did not question it further. The Mirror Dungeon of the Fathoms. Let's go. Spicy.
다들 고생했다. 부조장한테
Heathcliff,
내가 말해둘 테니까
Being an absolute
뒤처리
unit.
끝나면 뜨끈하게 목욕탕에 가서 몸부터 씻자고.
Suppress the dungeon boss. So this is the culprit's fathoms. 21 minutes. Time it took from the impact for you to hit the cobblestones. Isn't it about time you quit that Eurodivier thing, brother? We barely have enough time to scrape by. Wasting our time building unregistered inventions just to annoy some time collectors doesn't do anything. Come on, brother. Dream like you used to, please. You always wanted to work for the T-Corp Patent Agency, didn't you? We're just biding our time, waiting for the right moment, okay? And when that moment comes... But you don't even know when that moment is. What if that moment comes after we're dead? Why would any of that matter if we're not here to see it? Oh shit, the manager's in my chat. Dante the manager. Hello, manager. Good evening. Take the Grade 1 Inventor Certification exam for something. Make a submission to the Inventions Expo. It's a pretty hefty prize for receiving the Inventor of the Year award, you know. Did you know that in other nests, everyone enjoys equal 24 hours? Just imagine for a second. What if we saved up a ton of money and moved to a different nest? Then maybe we'll get to live 24 hours a day too. I could get a full night's rest and I'd still have half the day to spend. Wouldn't that be so wonderful? Just the dailies now I have all the time to myself? Hell yeah, Manager Esquire. I was always full of excuses. For all my hatred of the system, I remained inert with my ignorance as a convenient shield and excuse for inaction. Apple would go hard. God, never forget Kanto 1. I knew that our lives would get better if I did get certified, but I always gave the same excuse. I don't have the time to take a test. One early morning, my brother came to speak to me. I'll lend you all but 2 hours of my time. That'll give you more than enough time to complete the exam. It ends around 2 p.m., right? I'll meet you in front of the clock tower then. You can give me back the time you borrowed there. Thus, I was given a single day of abundance. The sun still hadn't set when I finished the exam. I had a good feeling about all this, too. Maybe I could start dreaming again, just like in that old comic book I used to read. To dream of becoming a professional inventor of all kinds of things. The car rolls in slowly. It's so slow that anyone could simply step out of its way. The driver is like us, someone who lives 10-hour days. But my brother can't get out of its way. because he doesn't have enough time. Hours already precariously stretched over a day, stretched even further. So you are slowly, so slowly, thrown into the air. I run as fast as I can within the time that is given to me, but I fail to reach him. I never could. Nothing changed, no matter how much time I was shared. Because my life was spent in a rush. Because its entirety slipped through my fingers in the blink of an eye. I wandered aimlessly near the street my brother drew his last breath. If only I could taste every flavor of this lollipop sooner. Man, I can't wait to read what happens next. Won't somebody knock me out and wake me up when the next volume's out? The city. I can't wait for them to finally complete my portrait, huh? I hope they capture that little upward flick at the tips of my mustache, huh? It's supposed to look like a bird's wings, yes, oh, it's so tedious waiting for this to be finished, huh? It's still 3 in the afternoon. This is one long shift. When will this tedious busy work end? As too many people who so indifferently kill time. Our time will come, just like the saint said. I know it's tedious, but everyone feels the same way. Stop pestering me about it, yeah? You think I'm happy with this small-time stuff? I'm just as tired as you are of punching those bloody collectors and running away. I was ignorant. I lacked the time. If only I had the time they killed. If only my brother had the time they killed. He would still be alive. Yes, my brother was right. Can't wait for the moment that won't come. Now is the time for action. I'll find everyone so content with killing their time. And though a clock may look as though it turns evenly on the outside, the cogs that make up the clockwork within each turn at disparate rates. Some living 40-hour days, some living 4-hour days. We are not like the Eurodivier. We know that we must take action. So that's what you've turned yourself into. Within me is a place where all may live in equal hours. Our nest. A place for all who have felt the very same pain. Your explanations fail to justify your time killer. Yet I am not the time killer. It is the people of the city who have been slaughtering time. No one even took a moment to doubt that the clock tower may have been broken. Instead, they stopped at merely complaining that it was a slow day, and that they should just pass the time. Killing time. I saved the dying times from their wasteful clutches. Will you still claim that I am in the wrong? Yeah, I think I will, in fact. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and... Let's see here, it was 200 plus 40%. That would give me an extra 80, so we'll keep Otis on the team. I would love to tag in the event Ryoshu, but for now... Average level 29, recommended 45. What could go wrong? What could go wrong, you know? We got the manager on our side. Time Ripper's Fathoms. You enter the Dungeon of the Fathoms. It resembles a T-Corp street. Past the crowds of busy passers-by, you notice the glowing vending machine nearby. With the streets completely devoid of color, the vending machine's light seems to resonate much more vibrantly with your heart. Follow the light. We're this close to unraveling the truth of the time-killing time. We don't exactly know how this case will end, but we decided to forge on. The brilliance, our guiding light. Cost 600 gain. Okay. The dispenser's hum fills the air. It knows what we want. We also know what it wants. Let's see here. Nebulizer. Immediately. Yes, please. Let's see here. Replace Ishmael's skills. We could replace a cleanup with an ink over. We have an A refresh. Cigarette holder. Activating Pride Absolute Resonance. All allies gain 2 points potency and 2 points count at the start of combat. We can actually get Pride Absolute Res. We've got Heathcliff's skill 2, Ishmael's skill 2, Faust's skill 3, Hong Lu skill 1. Cigarette holder is actually a pretty solid idea. Let's do it. Number 5, deployed identity. If there's a 3+ speed difference between this unit and the enemy targeted by this unit, deal 15% more damage with slash. Could be good. Oh, I'm not deploying a Bunny Ryoshu, so we'll just stick with what we got. As for this, I think we take the upper path, go through ego gifts, gain a bunch of cost, spend out at the final one. Let's give it a go.
불로 정화하고
Yeah.
깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Alright, now the real question. Focused encounter or human fight? Curses. Okay.
흥겨워하는군. 대체로 저럴 때 이유가 있는 법입니다. 이유를 잡아
그 오물을
쳐보시죠.
떼어내주지.
Hell yeah, Sinclair. I'll take it.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리.
Win rate time? Yup, it's a human fight.
상정 외의 공격이었으니
Oh my god, poor
이것까지
Faust.
당신 탓을 할 순 없겠군요. 설마 알고 맞게
We
하진
don't
않았을
have
테니.
fried chicken. That'll be fine.
갑니다.
목이 피었잖아.
그간의
Huge
전투
back
경험이
streets.
쓸모가 없진 않아.
Incoming.
적당히 좋지 않습니다.
좋아.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이
So here we do
되었군요.
have Pride.
나쁘지 않은
We
성과입니다.
send Faust into a Hopeless, but we can get Pride through here.
적출할게요.
Resets our Nebulizer. I forgot to do big old back streets from Heathcliff. That's what I was forgetting. I even mentioned it. I'm maybe dumb. It's fine.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이
We can go for a big
아닙니다.
lust chain if we want.
이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
불길 속으로.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지. 40. 먹지. 이 정도로 나와 거물만데? 40. 먹지.
창의적인 발상이군.
Virgilius, what are you roasting me for? That was a great decision. She did so much damage.
끌어올리진 않았으면 좋겠는데.
Ishmael did hella damage. I think these guys are slash resist though. It's fine. Holy shit, he actually fought it back. Let's go, Heathcliff.
목이 피었잖아. 놈.
What a madman. I was like, oh darn. The coin broke. Heathcliff did not hear a bell, apparently.
잘 됐네.
Alright, let's see here. Eurodivie,
위에서
focus
당신을
encounter.
관리자로 정한 너희에는 합당한
We don't have any
이유가
green for Honglu. We
있겠지.
need to get some of that.
기대하고 있겠습니다.
Wait, what?
단테.
Oh, it's a chain battle. Okay. We're gonna go for Pride Absolute Res for even more nebulizer. I'm stupid. I couldn't get Absolute Res because it wasn't in the room.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요.
Either way, we have the lust save for a lust chain.
적합한 조치였습니다.
Something completely justified.
갑니다.
Trust me, chat. It was calculated.
먹지.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나고
속을 마실 걸?
마르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한
이
거겠지.
비었잖아! 놈 나와!
여기서
완전히 녹아내네.
제가 괜히
Alright,
먹을
so
것들을
Heath,
사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런
Offset.
보수적인
No, no, no.
효과를 기대했었죠.
Give me a proper power counter. There we go.
불길 속으로.
Massive rules of the back streets, actually.
이 정도로
to see
나와
it.
겁을 맞대?
의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠.
Last four enemies.
알아듣겠습니까? 지금
I think we save Thoracal for the time being. For later. Sinclair's sanity is fine, so we don't necessarily need any whistles.
불길 속으로.
나가서 싸워.
So let's go
뒤는 내가
3 stack for the Filipino bluffs.
다 죽어라.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
Hell yeah, Heathcliff.
골치 아픈 것들이 거기
broken
조각이
unity.
되었군요,
What?
단테. 나쁘지 않은
Gain
성과입니다.
fragile and trimmer count when hit. Okay. Shit, he's got 600 health. I probably should have gone for count. That'll be fine. Give me a baseline. I'll take it.
묻혀주기야!
Sinclair goes insane, except for the part where he clashes, so maybe he holds on.
먹지.
Unless he doesn't clash.
참
He doesn't clash, so he goes insane.
가급적 전투에 끌리지 않았으면 좋겠는데.
Well, it's good damage.
놈 나와!
Perversion. After defeating one or more enemies using an attack skill, gain ego resources. Turn start. Okay.
투입합니다.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한
They're all setting up
데에는
blocks.
합당한 이유가
Sinclair's in the
있겠지.
bank.
기대하고 있겠습니다.
Yeah, sure. Nuke one guy.
정화. 핫. 알겠어.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요, 단테. 적합한
완전히
조치였습니다.
녹아내렸네.
얼간이들이 흥겨워하는군.
Honglu's being targeted by the lower,
이유가 있는 법입니다.
so we just clash out these others.
쫓아보시죠.
불길 속으로
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 좀 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 거지.
40. 이 정도로 나와 겁나.
우리 숙구를 건드렸겠다.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요. 단테.
Destroy
나쁘지 않은
the employee.
생각입니다.
좋아.
목이 피었잖아. 다음 놈 나와.
Yeah, Trimmer sure looks like it does a lot, but I have no clue. They got borrowed time and all this, that, and the other thing, and just kind of goes over my head, I'll be honest. Alright, we'll get just a
투입합니다.
bunch of cost stockpiled and then big payout. Maybe we get something crazy out of the vending machine.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠, 단테. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
정화.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
정화.
목이 피었잖아.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나고 일 좀 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한.
우리 숙구를 건드렸겠다.
Somebody got hit.
강력한 공격은 단순히 적을 제거하는 이점만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안에 휩싸일 테니.
I'm gonna get a lot of use out of Heathcliff in the upcoming conso. I know apparently unbreakable coins were a very popular thing for the devs to hand out to enemies.
적출할게요.
So if they're guaranteed to hit us, that means we're guaranteed to get Heathcliff swinging back at least once.
다 죽어라.
다음 놈
God,
나와.
골치 아픈 것들이
Actually so much.
고기 조각이
불길
되었군요,
속으로.
단테.
40.
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
이 정도로 나와 겁나 듯.
그간의 전투 경험이
이
쓸모가
정도로
없진
나와
않았군요,
겁나 듯.
단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가
Sinclair can go a
있겠지.
little crazy as a treat.
기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
뭐 쳐주게.
그 오물을
We need to get a whistles coming around though.
그래,
Sure,
그렇게
stand
시원하게
up.
처리하니 보는
Heathcliff will
맛이
have an
나고
extra skill slot, so we can
일
create if
처리는
need be.
빠르게 하는 편이 덜
do.
답답한 법이지.
적출할게요.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
좋아.
목이 피었잖아.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Do we want to whistles again? Sinclair's not going to be tanking his sanity too hard. So I think we save it for the time being.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지. 이 정도로 나와 공을 맞고
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 적합한 조치였습니다.
좋아. 40. 먹지.
컵을 마실걸?
Huge.
떼어라. 안개서.
제가
Oh
괜히
gosh, just
먹을
one guy
것들을
left.
사들고
Alright,
있는
go get him.
정화.
아닙니다.
이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
잘 됐네.
Round and round we go. I'm curious how the boss fight's going to change.
벌간이들이 흥겨워하는
Because previously it was just he
대체로
had a whole
저럴
bunch
때는
of
이유가 있는 법입니다.
stuff. I guess one thing that's a notable change is we'll be going in with high sanity.
좁혀보시죠.
I guess the rest area might reset us, actually. That'll work.
적출할게요.
My resources reset? Have I not been keeping resources this whole time?
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테.
Okay, why do I only have one green? I swear I've been using more
기대했었죠.
green from Hong Lu, right? Am I tripping? I feel like we should have more resources than this. Have we just not been getting to Hong Lu? I'm Hong Lucinating, chat. I'm sorry.
정화.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지. 40. 먹지.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일처럼 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
목이 피었잖아.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없지 않았군요, 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다.
Let's see. Do this here. One-sided guard. Hate to see it.
적출할게요.
이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
갑니다. 이 정도로 나와 공을 맞대?
Alright. One event, chop, and then boss. If I can avoid resting, I'd like to avoid resting. I don't want to reset my sanities. Health bars are honestly pretty fine. A secret hideout of the Eurodivye. Eurodivye is fervently reciting the text given to them by the saint. We have become nothing but cogs in a machine that exists solely for the industrialists, the bourgeoisie, and the wings. What else? What else? What other human relation remains among the citizens but the narrow self-interest and heartless bonds created by capital? Thus, we shall cast aside the cold, unfeeling metal we call coin. Instead, we shall trade our warmth with one another based on our needs. To the haves, the laws of the nest are shields that protect their privileges, yet to the have-nots they are chains that shackle us. Then we shall defy the laws of the nest. I shall show them the wrath of the have-nots. All that the Eurodivier have to lose is our chains. All that we have to gain is a world without hunger. The Eurodivier suddenly points in our direction. Looks like we're going to have to say something. I like the idea. There's no way it'll work, right? Eurodivier appears to be their leader, points to the door, and motions you to leave. You leave the place before something happens. Sorry, there's a lot of issues with communism. A lot of issues with capitalism. But, let's see here. Envy skill. Alright, well, let's go ahead and step on through. Can I just not enter? Can I just skip? Damn it. Oh, wait. I have to manually choose to heal a center. Yes! Enhance a gift real quick. Alrighty. Time Ripper's Fathoms. We have the squad.
파우스트가
Let's do this.
나설 만한 곳이어야 할
Honglu
겁니다.
is not immortal. We have a green, apparently.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해
Unfolded
보죠,
Time Rippers.
단테. 하던
On use of
대로
the
해보십시오.
target has bleed, gain clash power. Sure. Alright, whoever attacks the boss gets targeted. Anyway, get in there, Honglu.
적출할게요. 그 오물을
Really?
떼어내주지.
Negative 24 sanity.
나라도 그렇게 했으면 되지. 이만하면 훌륭하군요.
Meanwhile, oust please.
40. 먹지.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가
Alright,
있겠지.
we cannot clash for him.
기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
64 potential. 80 potential. The two of them together have that one killed. Let's counter extraction.
정화.
Oof. Fair enough. At 0 sanity, you just got triple heads.
이 숙구를 건드렸겠다.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는
목이
더
피었잖아.
반복이지. 그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않군요, 단테. 적합한 조치였습니다. 제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
Set up for next round too. And let Heathcliff clash. Faust is 2 set of offset. Sinclair can offset it though.
갑니다.
목이 피었잖아.
Oh. Hell. It's still not dead.
강당
Lou has 32 bleed.
목숨줄만 붙어있고
That's a bit.
곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은데 소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 단테.
We don't have a Thoric now. Interesting. Faust kills that. Heathcliff is taking 1 and 3. Everyone else goes into skill 2.
묻혀주게!
We have 10 sanity to work with on Sinclair. Well, 9 sanity. Bloody hell. This is really getting on my nerves. Boy! Quit hiding us, yeah. Give us a dropper. Damn it. I hoped I wouldn't have to show them my true form. But we couldn't be sure if there were multiple personalities in the Ripper's head. Or if it truly was the voice of the many, we did hear several voices of varying pitches echoing from all corners of the room. Time Ripper, cornered, grabs the lapels of his long coat and... Oh shit.
저런 광대 노름은 압도적인 힘 앞에서
Okay, let's see
그저
here.
농직거리일 뿐입니다만
Joint Time Expedition.
당신에겐 커다란 벽이겠군.
When spending shared time, the brains spend an equal amount of time across the board. They have shared time, 55 offense level. Holy shit. 40 plus value gain, yeah, bunch of goodies. Okay. So, literally cannot damage it. Do have an unclashable, so he's looking to time accelerate. We can use a binds into that. Heathcliff does not have Backstreet's Blast loaded.
불길 속으로
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
Alright, we got binds for next turn. Sinclair's sanity has bottomed out. He's unusable next round.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해보죠, 따태. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
Interesting. Why is that still so fast? Is it because it's a part? Yeah, these are all different brains. Okay, so I slowed a brain, not the whole. Oof. Okay.
뭐 쳐주게!
Oh my god. 45 bleed on Honglu. Okay. The bleed has gotten a little out of control on Honglu. It's gotten to be a bit of a problem.
얼간이들이 흥겨워하는군. 대체로 저럴 때 이유가 있는 법입니다.
Holy shit.
이유를 잡아 쫓아보시죠.
Oh god, we still also don't have enough green for Honglu. Honglu actually takes himself out by activating this skill. It's 2 coins. He flips twice and he dies. I actually have to pop his defense here. I don't have any green from anywhere else. I think Honglu's just checkmated, unfortunately. Because even if I stall out, I use 2 of his defensive skill. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and try this anyway. And then we override it. Save fast.
뭐 쳐주게!
Heathcliff's actually dead.
얼만큼은 배웠으니까 지는 막겠다.
Fuck. He bled out.
내가 찾은
I think I'm
나만의
actually
항해 방식.
GG'd. I didn't even notice Heathcliff's bleed. The carry's down, unfortunately. Everyone else is panicked out.
소감자를 고기 조각으로 만들어 봐야 당신만
Faust, we needed those resources.
시계를 돌리는 일에 너무 익숙해진 것 아닙니까?
Okay, let's reset. Oh yeah, we lost control of the lead. Snag Harpoon was not as helpful as I thought it was.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
Not having the green set up throughout the rest of the dungeon was on me.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데
I'm missing resources.
합당한
I used to
이유가
have a green.
있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Let's see about building it up.
정화.
Time to generate green.
마실
Yep.
거야?
I don't have a ton of options for generating green, unfortunately.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 좀 빠르게 하는 편이 더 답답한 법이지. 제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고
Alright, so
오는
now,
것이
theoretically,
아닙니다.
Ishmael evades.
이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
And she just tanks that all with Innovate. Theoretically.
정화.
이 피었잖아.
조금이라도 머리통을 굴리게 되어서 돌아온 줄 알았다만 요즘 면담을 쉬긴 했다.
이게서
자본수가
Let's go, Ishmael. Faust got staggered? What the hell hit Faust?
공격이었으니 이것까지 당신 탓을 할 수는
What the hell hit Faust?
설마 알고 맞게 하지 않았을 테니 그간의
Poor
전투
Faust, I
경험이
guess.
쓸모가 없진 않았고
Holy hell.
단테 적합한 조치였습니다.
Also, thank you, Ishmael, for absolutely sweeping through that dodge. Oh my goodness.
불길 속으로.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Unlosable.
못 쳐주게!
Arguably should have Thoracaled, honestly. Maybe it'll be decent for the next phase, though, with AoE. And again, I'm going to want clashing in that next phase. Speaking of.
저런 광대 노름은 압도적인 힘 앞에선 그저 넘짓거리일 뿐입니다만 당신에겐 커다란 벽이겠군.
적출할게요.
40. 먹지.
창의적인 발상이군. 그래도 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리진 않았으면 좋겠는데.
Shit. Okay.
밖에서 막고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하진 않군. 관리자.
Wait, what the hell?
수감자를 무방비하게 만든
Oh, because I triggered
마십시오.
the fucking... I triggered Lust Resonance and set off... Okay, fair enough. He's catching the vast majority of them. Ishmael's catching one. Well, that backfired.
못 쳐주게! 모두는 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
처음으로 숨통이 튀었던 순간을 기억하나요? 저는 지금
Hell yeah, Faust. Damage doesn't matter. The big thing, though, is just that we have
직접
Faust's buff.
싸워보질 않아서 그게 효과적일 것이라고 생각했나. 관리자의 전투 교육도 위에 제시해야 할 수 있겠어.
Extraction did not appear. However, I have double red on Sinclair, so I guess we're throwing it out anyway. Have Hong Lu keep working on building up his green.
못 쳐주게!
그 오물을
God damn it, Sinclair. You hate to see it?
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만하면 훌륭하군요. 얼간이들이 흥겨워하는군. 대체로 저럴
I have
때
good clashing.
이유가 있는
We
법입니다.
do have an extraction to be aware of.
이유를 잡아 쫓아보시죠.
Strictly speaking, it is a clash Sinclair can lose, which is a little scary. But honestly, if he loses, he deserves it at this point. Let's see. Let Faust go favored. We're gonna have Hong Lu intentionally catch something. Catch this. That gets him up to 5, and Hong Lu goes God mode.
적출할게요.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
그 오물을
There we go.
떼어내주지.
Hell yeah, Sinclair. Beat him by 1. What? Oh, another thing. Okay. Irritating little ticks. Well, hey, remember what you said earlier? Might be time to put that to use. I'm sorry, doesn't that use too much time? It drains too much time from all of us. Shush, my friends. Letting this drag on for any longer will cost us in the long term. This attack will surely annihilate them. Think of how much time we will save by taking care of them here and now. We shall share this burden of time together.
최선을 떼지 말아야 할 겁니다.
Unclashable.
가장 먼저
Student speed is fixed at
처리해야 할
12.
것이
Student 400 shared
가장
time.
흉한 송곳니를
On hit, erase the
드러내고
target's
있습니다.
time. Once the student erases the target's time, all parts recover shared time. So it's just gonna happen then? Gain 10 haste up and attack power. Jesus. Next turn. So I guess we just go all in and kill what brains we can then?
정화.
Maybe a plus 48 luckily. No, this doesn't make sense. That had to work. More tricks, is it? Boy, wait up. You took 5 hours from me earlier. What's up with you taking another 3 from me? You only took 2 from that, son. We'll settle that as soon as we deal with the present threat. Focus on the battle. Deal with the present threat. Win in 3 hours. 4. This fight's been going on for 2 bloody. I understand. That is why me. So I'll sacrifice or collect your time. Nope. I ain't giving you any more than an hour of my time. Take more from the rest. I got the short end of the stick last time when the numbers didn't evenly divide by 12. Shut up about last time. You're just an uneducated fool who doesn't even understand basic additions and subtraction. Why, what the hell was that? Who said that? It's a new one, isn't it? They're starting to fight each other. Ah, I get it. You're saying now's our chance, right? So
위에서
let's...
당신을 관리자로
They are...
정하기 위한 합당한 이유가
disarmed.
있겠지.
Disarmed.
기대하고 있겠습니다. 런테.
fine.
못 쳐지게!
Alright, now I just hope Ishmael can dodge next round.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한다려면 합당한 이유가 있겠지.
Spicy.
기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Oh wait, they're all not super accelerated. Yep.
못 쳐지게! 목이 비었잖아!
Oh wait, why did she get an evade? Ayo? What the hell's up with that? Okay, well that's awful.
의심, 암귀, 불안과
Why didn't she get a dodge?
그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장
I must have missed some sort of order of operations there, but what the hell?
적기라는 것입니다.
정화.
흙을 마실걸?
좋아.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군. 곧 끝장날 수 있을 것
Ishmael's
같은데
got 72 bleed.
소감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요, 단테.
Hong Lu's actually taking on the aggro. Our hero. He also has his passive active, so we could just let it fly at him. But I'd really rather not if I could avoid it.
정화.
Yeah, we'll let that go. Fluid sac time? Oh no, I don't even have fluid sac. Fluid sac, Thoracalgia, and Telepole, I think even Hexnail are all competing for the same slot on Faust.
귀찮은 부위가 번질러진
It's a highly contested spot.
우선순위를 잘 분별해서 잘라내게
비었잖아!
하겠습니다. 각을 깨부숴 놓으니 저런
Yes, aspected guards, we
헐
need
빠진
more
모양이
time.
될까.
These are what the broken
제법
parts throw.
재미있는
Okay.
구경거리군요, 단테.
Let's see. HP, fast can kill it.
불길 속으로
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
흙을 마실걸?
Massive backstreet blast. Let's go.
사십. 먹지.
Oh, we're so good. Chat, let's go.
이게서
그 부위가 제일 터지적거릴 것이라는
Holy
걸
shit.
알고 나섰나, 파우스트
Whew,
씨.
got it on the run back. Alright, that said, before I settle into this dialogue, give me 1 second, chat. I just need to check something. I need to see if the goats need tending. Alrighty, goats are herded. Let's get back to it. If only I had 10 more minutes. No, a few more seconds even. I could have changed so much more if only I had the time. Or so I thought, once upon a time. What did you do? Did you even try to change anything? Believe it or not, I am the creator of every change you see around you. I know. I know what the burning question is. What changes, right? Because at the end of the day, this place became no different from the other horribleness. There's so much pain here, just like any other place in the city. So, listen up, listen close. There's only one way to truly be free from suffering. Stopping time. Stop time? Our assistant's expression turned bitter. He did not elaborate. Well, it's not like he could understand me, and the sinners were too busy keeping their eyes on the Time Ripper to relay my question. Like always, the LCA's Special Operations Unit arrived and discussed a few things with the employee. Labeled the Time Ripper a distortion with a complicated classification code. And that's how the case of the time-killing time closed. But, I am so happy that you finally got the perpetrator out. Ah, behold, my portrait is finally complete. Isn't it so wonderful? So, everyone, let's stop being lazy and get to work, yes, chop, chop, What our assistant said much earlier was right. T-Corp did not change. Not even a little. Why did you volunteer to be the bait for the Ripper, Hong Lu? I'll be honest. I was scared as hell the moment I began thinking about how my own time could just get ripped away from me. I just wanted to understand. Because to me, the world was full of things I couldn't understand. In truth, I still understand so little of it. Why do people hang on so desperately to something like time? Something so ephemeral? Yeah? But I know one thing. You understood the culprit, Rhodia. It wasn't just fear that held you back. While there was fear, a different side of you felt like you could understand him. That's what stayed your hand. How do you know that? Watching you, Rhodia, reminded me why I did not resist when my siblings tried to kill me for the first time. I'm sorry. Hong Lu, can we... Okay, I'm ready for Kanto 8. I'm intrigued. You know? You know what? Fair enough, Hong Lu. I wasn't just scared. I felt as though I could understand them. When fear grows so extreme that it circles back to its origin. That moment is so precious and so beautiful. Alright, lads and lasses, gather round. We'll be running a special feature on the people who played the biggest role in solving the case of time-killing time, and for that, we'd like to get a little group photo. Would that be alright with you, Ace Detectives? What an auspicious day this is! What's up with the long face, Rhodia? Everything okay? I don't know if I even deserve to be in the picture. I didn't really get anything done out there, did I? But Rhodia, we eventually captured the culprit, didn't we? It was possible only because we all worked together. I'd say everyone did a great job out there. Rhodia, Hong Lu, Ryoshu, all three of you. Good work. You mean Hong Lu and Ryoshu? I just cowered as soon as I came face to face with the culprit. That was ridiculous. Well, it is said that all great detectives are flanked by great assistants. That's funny. Is that what this Lady Agatha said? No. I said it. Just now. I'm the only one who's allowed to make that F. Smile, detective. Right, can we huddle a little close together? What right did I have to stop those struggling to change things, no matter how small? I haven't done anything. It seemed that I was the only one who heard her whispering. Right then, 1, 2. Hold! Hi, Dawn. Chief Executive Director, it's time. Ah, my. Thank you for letting me borrow your clothes. Make sure not to get even a speck of dust on it, so don't you worry about having to run it through a washer. Chief Executive Director? When did he... It's been so long since I had a day this exciting. Thanks, participation trophy. I just like to experience how it's like outside the company building from time to time, you know? Shouldn't you be thanking us for solving the case, not, you know... let's see, considering your rather competent command of the battlefield and that special ability of yours, maybe you could even snag the exceptional award. Actually, no. Perhaps you'd receive the distinctive award instead, since you can't explain the mechanism of your own powers. Your clock does seem quite special, but the time that flows doesn't seem very different from the concept of time that I'm used to. Well, I don't have any prize money on hand, to hand out, but allow me to impart a little tip instead. Remember, using the power of time comes with a cost. Always. Something that has been a thorn in my side as well. Oh, and another thing I should thank you for. My dream began to flow once again. On the day I ventured out to the edge and wished upon a star, I thought my dream to have ceased there, never to flow again. I would have wished for something completely different had I had the chance to wish again, but I believed my only chance spent. A star. I don't understand why, but a mere mention of it suddenly brought back memories of the star I saw when I made the pact with the sinners. I used to think that the star could never be linked again, that I could never turn back time. Vile men like myself know when their dreams come to an end, and there's no path left for the dream to go. But I was wrong. There it was. Something rewinding time right before my eyes in a way that I could not fathom. Well, it's my current hypothesis that you're not actually rewinding time, but a potential is still a potential. And that distortion that rips time is another proof that I do not know all there is to know about time. Not yet. So, my dream, once still as a lake, has become as wild as a rushing river once again. Your indifferent, unfair attitude towards time, it also left an impression on me. I think day after day about how uncaring the nature of time is. It will continue to drift on and on and on even after my death. I think about that I think it's so terrifying. I'm afraid of death, yes, but I'm not interested in researching immortality. The flow of time is equivalent to constant change. Those who dare tread upon the road of illusion from death and annihilation shall soon find themselves another wall of what they had sought to flee from in the first place. What must one do to stem the change when the nature of perpetual change itself is tied to an immutable thing like the flow of time? One must stop time itself, of course. Yes, indeed, therein lies the conundrum. Till time itself ceases to move, all change eventually becomes a great flow. I'm having trouble following your train of thought. Dante says they're having trouble following your train of thought. Oh, apologies. I must have been thinking out loud. You must understand how someone might forget who they're talking to when the listener has nothing to say in response, but intermittent ticks or talks. I suppose all that was probably too much for a manager of an upstart business to understand, yes? Does this conclude the business of the 10 billion on-time tax? You're all exempt. Can you imagine what would have happened if a case like this for you didn't exist? Can you believe that you almost had to live the rest of your lives stretching for a measly 4 hours over an entire day? Unbelievable. Little napping and wake up a whole 2 days later. Well, that is, if the 4-hour daily minimum time policy even applied to you. Yes, that is difficult to believe, but I understand. Then... Oh, almost slipped my mind. Remember that purchase catalog Limbus Company handed me? That monolith in there really caught my eye. I'd like to purchase them, as many as you have in stock. We're selling the relics? Cheers. That's a sale made. It was really pricey, too. Who knows? Maybe this will get you that commendation or whatever it is. Understood. Your intent to purchase will be relayed. We're selling... The monolith? What are you planning to do with? It's a secret. Things yet to be realized must remain shrouded in hearts under this starless sky. Let's go, Mai. Yes, Director Hubert. This company is growing increasingly bizarre, Miss Faust. Not only are we providing distortion management service, but also dipping our feet into sales of artifacts like the monolith. I don't believe that the monolith should be so easily bought or sold. I see them as something we must retrieve, not put up for sale. You do understand the ramifications of selling artifacts that could force a distortion, I trust. The world is aplenty with technology capable of maiming or slaughtering a fellow human. Not all of those have started with the intent to do harm. In fact, most of them have begun as an altruistic project for the betterment of mankind. In other words, it depends. Do you this is a matter that you could just brush aside with Virgilius. You know my place. Yours as well. You are aware that we are not provided the luxury of choice. We'll both reach what each of us desire. That is a guarantee. Fine. With that peculiar exchange between Faust and Virgilius, the bus set off on another journey. Ooh, you're framing it already? Ever since we returned to the bus, Rodeo was busily moving between the sinners, excitedly talking to them about whichever subject they were interested in. Quite. Aha! Thus, this achievement has been memorialized for all eternity to come. Do you intend to put it up for display? In her hands was the article we were featured in. Don Quixote dedicated considerable time and effort to meticulously ironing out the creases, coating it with a thin film, and displaying it carefully in a frame. We could barely tell it was her due to the blurring, but she appeared so happy to be a part of the photograph. Much do I desire to hang in here for all to see, but this doth carry great meaning, indeed, as my very first accomplishment. Thus I shall place it in my chamber for safekeeping. Boy, you're really stoked about a shaky picture of yourself, huh? Aw, don't be a buzzkill, darling. Chiquita's happy about it, and that's what matters, right? It matters not, for this is a signifier of our achievements. Yeah, our achievement. Roja was laughing and cheering along with her, as though nothing had happened. But it's never been so clear that this cheeriness was all an act, and I think that painted my heart. Yet I was powerless to do anything about it. Pained my heart. I'm stupid. God, I might be losing it. Yeah, I think that pained my heart. God. Sorry, chat. I'm fucking losing it. I've been having to read for 4 hours, 38 minutes aloud. I'm stumbling over my words because I'm also trying to speed read in some cases. Maybe I should just slow things down. Yet I was powerless to do anything about it. The most I could do was to clear the air and hopefully divert their attention to something else. Faust, can you ask Virgilius where we're headed next? Virgilius, Dante asks. At least when we're talking about our next destination, the past seems to become a blur, even for a moment. That was the intent behind my question. Yes. I've come to realize it's about time the manager asked me for some information regarding our next destination. Luckily, I was right. The subject of our next destination was enough to divert the center's attention. They all fell silent in anticipation. Our next destination? Too bad I got more than I bargained for. Is to a warp train, Dante. I didn't just clear the air. That statement alone caused a whole storm among the sinners. Oof.
다들 고생했다. 부조장한텐 내가 말해둘 테니까
56?
뒤처리 끝나면
What happened to the 200?
편하게 목욕탕에 가서 몸부터 씻자고.
Ah, damn it. It's fine. I saw... It was 200 lunacy, not the... Ah... Understood. Nope. We're getting up there again. I bought out a few of the resources. Spent them too, for the most part.
취미라는
Alright. Just real quick. Boop. Boop. Mini 2, a familiar siren. Right, I think we can conclude our consultation session here. I've been holding regular consultations with the sinners for a while now. My session with Heathcliff ended earlier than I'd expected. So, what are you writing in that notebook? Oh, this? Thought writing them down could come in handy later, in case I have to remember something. Heathcliff's been holding that notebook in his hands ever since this session started. Didn't seem like he was making a full record of our entire conversation. It was more like he was writing things down if they seemed worthy of remembering. writing about Catherine. Won't deny that that's part of it. His expression becomes inscrutably complex upon hearing her name. He breathes in a lungful of air and lets out a deep sigh. He smiles awkwardly before sliding his notebook across the desk in my direction. I take a quick glance at the pages. Its content are as disorganized and chaotic as his handwriting, but I also notice that several of those disorganized notes are records of his memories with Catherine, scribbled next to notes of significant moments in our journey. Records of memories he doesn't want to lose. Well, it ain't nothing important. Right, if we're done here, I'm off. Heathcliff takes the notebook and leaves the room. I catch a glimpse of his bitter expression as he steps through the doorway. It isn't long before Rhodia practically bursts through the door. Hey, saw Heathcliff leave the room just now and thought it was my turn. That was a pretty quick meeting, huh? Yeah, we didn't really talk about much. I don't know what's gotten into him lately. He's been so... tame. Well, I'm not complaining. Why don't you take a seat, Rhodia? Rhodia hummed cheerfully as she sat down. She really didn't seem too different from her usual self. Our consultations usually consisted of some minor chit-chat and watching her munch on some snacks, but... Hey, so... I think there's something we have to talk about today. Yeah? Oh, you're so serious today. What's up? Do you remember what you asked me when we were dealing with the case of time-killing time, Rhodia? I don't know. What did I say? A lot? Rhodia carefully looks away, her fingers fiddling with the snacks prepared for these consultations. Starting to grow uncertain whether this is a good time to bring this up, when she still is so obviously evasive about it. I really don't want the mood to get as frosty as it did during the investigation. But this overly chipper, chatty attitude is just a bandage haphazardly pulled over a scar that still hurts, isn't it? I sit there, looking at Rhodia and her fabricated smile. I have to ask. Yeah, this is exactly what these consultations are for. What better time to do this than now? I'm talking about the time you asked me about Sonia, about what would have happened if you... The alarm had to choose this precise moment when I finally gathered enough courage to bring this up, to go off. Wait, that was... Reflexively get to my feet at the blaring alarm. A few seconds later, I hear someone tapping on the bus PA system, and not long after that, a brief bzzzt plays from the speaker installed in my room. Aha, testing. Announcing from the driver's seat, all units taking R&R on the bus must assemble in the hallway ASAP. I repeat, all units taking R&R on the bus. Driver's seat. Caron seat. Stop pulling me! I'm in the process of relaying a very important announcement. Stop getting in the way between Caron and Nephi. Virgilius' deep sigh was the last thing we heard from the bus's PA system before Caron and Otis's brief squabble came to an abrupt end. My, a new backdoors thingy? That's what the alarm usually means, right? Let's see. I'm gonna guess that this one's for a refraction railway. Blah. Not a fan of those railways. They're so exhausting. Roger grumbles for a moment before rising from her seat. Kinda seems like she's trying to smoothly maneuver away from answering my question. What you standing around for, Dante? Come on. Aren't you gonna see what's going on? Yeah, I'm coming. I leave my empty consultation notes behind and follow Rhodia out to the hall. Out to a very crowded hallway. The murmur rises and rises. The sinners were each sharing their ideas as to what the alarm might be for. It's got to be the refraction railway this time, right? Yep, line 4 most likely. This is gonna suck, isn't it? Attention! The executive manager has arrived. I've assembled your forces already in a timely manner. Thanks. Welcome, Dante. I heard the radio. Is it a refraction railway this time? Yes, the 4th line of the refraction railway to be exact. Hey, I think they're getting used to this. WTHAWGI. Whoa, 'tis a hearkening at... When the hell? It appears that she is requesting information pertinent to our schedule regarding our entry to the railway. To be exact, I think she's asking, when the hell are we going in? Ryoshu, who had been listening with a knitted brow at each sinner hazarding their guesses, appeared to have finally found peace. Sinclair was right on the money. Hey, at least Krikor and Nissan got half of that right, too. The bus alarms weren't the only things growing increasingly familiar to us. The sinners were really getting to know one another as well. Well, let's go check it out right now. Then I shall open the gates! The door opens with a creak, and a bright blue light fills my vision. The blue ambience almost seems to drop the temperature of the entire room. So this was for line 4 Masquerade. I've seen that on a couple of people's, employee card. Employee card, bus ticket. I'm not sure what we officially call our little profile. To me, it always looked like a bus ticket with a rip-off stub at one end with all the banners. Maybe that's just me, though. Another railway line, completely different from line 3 and its orange hue. Manager Esquire, behold, these curtains, these masks. I say, visions of party lay before us, forsooth. Masks? I followed Don Quixote, who had run off on her own again, with my eyes. It was as she said. The walls were lined with various masks, each wearing different expressions. I wonder if this has something to do with the theme of enemies we're about to meet here. Ooh, hie thee hither, one and all. Here is a woman. Her appearance a spitting image of Lady Otis. What? There was urgency in her voice. I quickly ran to where Don Quixote was with the other sinners in tow. There she was, exact copy of Otis, standing before us. I hope this isn't anything serious. Oh, she wasn't kidding. I hope this isn't a lure left behind by an abnormality or something like that. Boy, how about we don't tempt fate, lad? But she's quite unlike Otis, and shrouded in a weird shadow. Whoa, look, here's one that looks just like me. Hong Lu stood next to a humanoid shape that mimicked every move he made. When he raised his hands, the shape raised its hands. When he closed his eyes, the shape closed its eyes. Right. Almost like a shadow with a darkness in its mimicry. Wait, that looks like one of Hong Lu's identities. I noticed 3 more humanoid shadows standing nearby. What on earth is going on? We'd be much better off if they were some byproduct of an abnormality. However, if they're clones, we must move swiftly to exterminate them, Executive Manager. I request that you immediately order us to prepare for battle. Give me a second. I'll ask Faust first if... No! You must make a judgment call at this instant. If they are indeed clones, then the head will... This isn't the first time she's asked me to make a decision like this, but... She's never been this serious or adamant about it before. Song noticed the tension and quickly stepped in between the two of us. Miss Faust, would you kindly share what you know of this phenomenon? Yes. This entity is not a clone. Therefore, even if a week were to pass, the head will not mobilize. Faust nodded sagely as though she had just learned something new, before looking in my direction. Right, she probably wants me to explain what this is. I quickly blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. That one feels like a peccatulum. I wasn't completely sure, but that's the feeling I've grown so used to sensing whenever we encounter the peccatula. Peccatulum. It's blindly mimicking whatever Hong Lu is doing. I'm not sure if it has much, or anything in the way of consciousness or ego. It doesn't look like a one-to-one copy of him either. Please, becalm yourself, Miss Otis. It appears that aught has unnerved you. Otis bows, embarrassment apparent on her head, cleared with relief. My deepest apologies, Executive Manager. I should not have acted in such an unsightly manner before you. Clearly, I have a lot to learn about the Sinners. Every instance of these moments seems to unveil something new. I was trying to get a better read of Otis's expression when Heathcliff suddenly asked a question out loud. I thought them peccatula were supposed to look like monsters, isn't it? Distortions in the peccatula may not be judged on a reference based on common sense, such as their physical appearance. But do you think we can handle them? Oh yeah, if they're going to swarm us like they did at the manor, or if they manage to somehow copy Virgilius, that's going to be a problem. Recall the railways of of refraction we have suffered ere this one's arrival. It should not present before us a foe we cannot defeat, yet the process shall be as grueling as it has always been, I suspect. Faust is aware that this entity is a peccatulum of envy. Peccatulum invide. Considering the strengths of the peccatula we have faced thus far, it's unlikely that we will encounter enemies too far beyond our capability to defeat. A lack of precise, tiered labeling system means that it is difficult for one to make a subjective judgment. Speaking of which, what's the ETA on the new risk levels and classifications for the peccatula and distortions? The LCD has informed us that they have made significant progress regarding that project. It's likely that further details will be shared once they have something more concrete. Ah, that's good to know. Oops, looks like the peccatula are running away all of a sudden. As we stood there talking to one another, a peccatulum that resembles Hong Lu suddenly shoved him to the side and began sprinting elsewhere. What the hell, mate? Don't just sit there and gawk at him when they're all legging it. Heathcliff also sprinted after the figure, but he soon came to a sudden stop before starting to slowly back away. Oh, blimey. A subway train slides into the platform with a loud horn. Past the windows I see a subway car filled to the brim with purple shadows. Shadows in the shapes of the sinners. That's a lot of them. I think I recognize like 3 shadows that look just like me. That ridiculous sight was enough to stop us all dead in our tracks, allowing the peccatulum to board the subway car. The door shut behind him. I sense aught in the way of disquietude from this refraction railway. Fellas, there's another one coming this way. As soon as the subway train carrying the peccatula leave the station, a new one begins to roll in. To my relief, this one doesn't look like it's packed to the brim with shadow people. But what is that? There are curtains and masks. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the last railways we challenged. How uninspired. Hey, I didn't notice it earlier because of all that mess with the clones and everything, but doesn't that train look much more elaborate than what we've seen before? Right, it's adorned with all kinds of decorations. Just as the sinners were gawking at the ostentatiousness that was this train, something burst forth from the train car door. Oh! Did something just roll out a carpet for us? It's like something's inviting us in there. I ill like such manner of invitation. I agreed with Yi-song. This isn't an invitation I'm happy to jump at, but I'm sure we'll face even worse things in our journey. I'll take every chance we get to strengthen the sinners. Let's go. I took my first steps onto the carpet. Boarded the subway train. Spooky. Also, holy shit, the jacket comes off. I just noticed it on the coat rack. Whoa. Murder on the Warp Express. First class. Alright, how did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P-Corp. Got into our first class flash freeze hibernation capsules, and we were supposed to arrive at P-Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but... Dante, please respond to theirs. The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension. Dante, I understand your considerable degree of disorientation, but what the hell happened? First things first, let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. A few days ago, our next destination is to a warp train, Dante. What? Yep, that's where it all started. Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got in this situation. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Verily, I must have misheard. I'm quite certain you didn't, Quixote. We are now en route to the T-Corp warp train station. That, warp train station must have some conundrum that must be resolved there, indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes? Did a distortion pop up at one of the warp train platforms or something? I see that you are now significantly less disinclined to take on some side jobs. But no. We are boarding the warp train to get to P-Corp. End of story. There's nothing between the lines, so don't try reading into it. It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective, dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking that train. Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late. Though I have very dim, if present at all, recollections from the time during which I wear the identities. It can be determined from the conversational records between manager and the identities that the mechanisms behind warp train operations can be deemed as somewhat bizarre and inefficient. Oh, yeah. It's that 10-second trip that actually takes a long time, right? That's when the train reaches the destination. They just wipe the passengers' memories? I also heard that the passengers get so tired and weary that they start literally ripping and tearing into one another. It sounds like I might finally have a chance to see a masterpiece with my own eye. Could you not be so happy about this? Ryoshu, please, contain yourself. In your more artistic side. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identity's memories or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risks associated with embracing such influence, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss. Your alarmed response and possible incompliance have already been accounted for. Lady Faust, then thou hast known this all along? Wherefore hast thou not deigned to tell me of this? Faust has indeed known this all along, as no knowledge is out of Faust's reach. As expected, a solution to your dilemma has already been prepared. I seriously doubt your solution involves not getting on the train, so what is it? The bus. Oh, what about this bus? There's no way this thing fits inside a train car. Charon vetoes too. No one to feed Mephi when Charon's gone. Miss Faust. The rearmost tail cars of the warp trains are all freight cars. That is where Mephistopheles will be safely fastened and transported. And the LCB will have the benefit of boarding as first-class passengers. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarmed response from earlier. Tante, I doubt you actually have any warp train IDs. That's the funny thing. I pulled fucking W Corp, Hong Lu, when trying to pull for Rabbit Ryoshu. First class passengers. What, the seats for those pompous toffs? Even on normal trains, you've got those sods whose proudest accomplishment in life is planting their asses in first class seats, while others are cramming themselves into freight cars because they haven't the cash for even an economy ticket. Hey, don't look at me. I've never been in one of those first class seats before either. Isn't the ticket for a single first class seat like as expensive as 3-4 months' salary of a first year wing employee? Can our budget really handle getting a ticket for all of us? The company's budget is not a subject that warrants your concern. I heard first-class passengers get some cool bonus stuff like personalized private capsules or something, don't they? That is the promotional language, yes. They are flash-freeze hibernation capsules, to be precise. They have been designed to easily withstand the true amount of time it takes for the warp train to travel from point A to B. The trip will be over in the blink of an eye for the passengers. The company's regard for our well-being is unfamiliar, yet welcome. To be provided such extravagance merely for our comfort. Such occurrence is quite seldom. Right? I honestly thought they were going to slip just the guide and Karan into first-class seats and ship the rest of us in economy cars. This seems like an unnecessary luxury. They should have saved their budget and given only the executive manager and their loyal advisor access to those seats. Oh, my loyal advisor. Is that what you are now, Otis? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're taking the train to get to our next mission, alright? We have to think about the unique nature of warp trains and prepare ourselves accordingly. Right? I know it's first class and all, but warp trains are just plain creepy. I knew you'd also be worried about... For example, economy passengers are going to have a hard time getting into a first-class car, if they can even attempt to open it. I mean, I'm pretty sure the door separating the cars is ironclad. Ishmael, who'd been holding the first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes. We won't even have to lift a finger. We just have to board the train, get into our capsules, shut our eyes, and snooze through the entire ride until all that mess in the other cars blows over. I heard they used to give out commemorative merch back when the finances weren't in the gutter. And... oh. A true adventure is not without its hardships. Yet, even the most exalted of heroes cannot venture without respite. And in very rare occasions, the hero may even deign to select a first-class seat to rest in place of a quaint inn. Indeed. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in first-class seats. I will board the train, if I must. If first-class seating mandatory, I prefer the scenic route. Don't want to miss out on all the fun. Virgilius pretended to not hear Ryoshi's question. Very well. Then I assume that we are all in agreement. Let's go. I've a matter of great import to discuss with thee. What is it? Out with it, lass. Beating around the bush ain't like you. Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice. That is... in the first-class seats? I have heard tell that we must board with our feet freed from our boots. Doth that claim hold water? Oh, come on now. What kind of nonsense gossip is this coming from this time? 'Tis no gossip, forsooth. I have overheard aught from those that we have walked past ere today, and when one of them inquired, you know that you gotta go barefoot in first class, right? The other responded with, of course, man. What am I, stupid? Doth the traveler speak true, Ishmael? Don't ask me. I've never been on one of these either. I don't remember seeing anything like that on the pamphlet. Give me a sec. I mustn't be separated from Rocinante, not even for a twinkle. I shan't toss Rocinante to the side next to such vulgarities like the ugly shoes of Sir Heathcliff. Ahoy! You little... I implore thee, O illustrious red gaze, prithee, grant me thy permission and allow me to board with Rocinante. I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance. Fine. Keep your... shoes on. We must keep Rocinante. All reliable pamphlets. Yep. Gotta love it. The Northern Fixer. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the warp train station. Oh, so this is... Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them. I've got nothing. Oi, nothing about what they're asking. Heathcliff asked, gesturing towards Merceau with his chin. Every warp train station has been built with a general design philosophy that draws from their respective architectural idiosyncrasies. It can be said that many cities in relevant fields praise the warp train stations as one of the many cultural cornerstones of the city. I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Merceau like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Merceau! Young Merceau! Lo, is that passenger over yonder one from the west? Incorrect. Leather-based clothing and metal armor are predominant fashion trends often visible in the outfits of the Western population. While the individual's cloth-based style is somewhat ubiquitously observed throughout the population of the North and South, they are largely considered to be an Eastern fashion trend, rarely seen among Western. Prithee, slow thyself, for I must make a record of thy lectures. What wisdom dost thou have to impart regarding the fashion of the northern region? I have once espied a magazine that they are garbed in puffy, loose-fitting outfits, understandably so, given the colder climate of the region. An opportunity for a first-hand observation stands before you. We can't let Project Moon put another feat scene in Limbus. We must protect Dawn Shoes. Yeah, we can't have a repeat of Yi Song and Kanto 4. Goodness me. The community will act up. We must keep Rocinante firmly secured. Slow down, I need to take notes. Yeah, pretty much. Whoa! 3 seconds of screaming to it. 1 of utter fascination. 1 of unmitigated frustration. What the shit? You nearly blew out my eardrums. You're the one to talk. Dude, I've got an audible frequency range expansion implant in my eardrums. Holy shit, man. Now get the hell out of my way. You're blocking the walkway like a ragtag band of hicks who's never seen a warp train before. Damn it, I take the train all the way here for an expedition, only to lose my target. Now these assholes are trying to blow out my eardrums. Great, just great. I love this. Okay, guys, is it that obvious that we've never been on a warp train before? The round-trip ticket fee came straight out of my damn pocket. Whoa, watch out, big fella. Someone might get seriously hurt if you keep swinging those 4 arms around. You're holding a weapon to boot. Prithee, wilt thou stand still for but a moment to satisfy a few inquiries of mine regarding thy outfit? Ooh, yes, stand in absolute stillness for 5 minutes and I... Seriously? The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform. Ah, indeed, 'tis grand, this city of sundry odd personalities. I'm pretty sure he was thinking the same thing. I guess there really are a lot of people in the city with full-body prosthetics. That's when Virgilius slowly walked up to our group. Well then, we'll rendezvous at the destination. Huh? Wilt the illustrious Red Gaze not ride alongside us? W Corp policy demands that fixers bestowed with a color title must board a train specifically prepared for them instead. Ooh, are you like riding the first class plus or something? That's a color fixer for you, I guess. Special treatment from the wings no matter where he goes. Caron wants to go back to Mephi. Mephi'll be lonely. I've told you before, Caron. 3 separate times, actually. Each time I bought you one of those candies that people aren't allowed aboard the freight cars. Then, Miss Faust. Yes. Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Caron away. Dante, let us proceed this way. We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car. Damn. Whoa. Hey, our colors are starting to come back. Whoa. Whoa. Hey, these must be the fabled complimentary food and drinks of the first-class seats. Heck yeah, of course. Quality stuff like these gotta be included with that insane pricing. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking, sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash? Faust, Are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe? Please elaborate on your exact definition of safe. These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that? A flash freeze hibernation device will put you in a temporary state of death caused by rapid cellular cryopreservation process. However, the rapidity of the process prevents damage to your cells during the phase change. Therefore, in most normal cases, this will not cause any issues. Faust is aware that this model has fully resolved cell membrane breaching issues caused by cryogenic density change or by ice crystal growths of water molecules. I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? Yes, as far as Faust is aware. Even if an issue were to arise during the journey, because everyone will be reverted to their states at the beginning of the train trip upon arrival, there won't be any lasting complications from the said problem. You've got some real talent in dragging out something as simple as, yeah, it's safe, to so many words. Seriously. Indeed, as Faust's talents are not limited to a singular field. She's cheeky. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong? As a general rule, Faust does not err. However, Faust is also not a divine being. There are certain informations in the world that Faust is yet to have access to. Therefore, while Faust may speak the facts, what is said may not always align with the truth. Okay. I don't call first class for nothing, I guess. B Corp's way up there in the northernmost corner of the city, but this thing will take us there in the blink of an eye, huh? That's one hell of a time saver. Woohoo! Prepare thyself, Rocinante. Thus begins the long jaunt. Oh, I've been meaning to ask, Don Quixote. Do you ever, wash those shoes? Where'd that come from, Rhodia? No, I mean, think back to when we were inside that whale. Even when that whale blew up, we got all kinds of its gross, slimy bits on us. They were on our clothes, our shoes, everything. Yeah. And do you remember how much we had to scrub to get that bloody, fishy, fleshy gunk out of our clothes? This really isn't something I want to revisit, but yeah. Right? Do you also remember how Don Quixote never took her shoes off once during that whole ordeal? Okay, I guess they do look a bit filthy. I ask thee, dear compatriots, hast thou ever witnessed an errant knight who leaves the side of their beloved steed? Can't say I've ever witnessed a knight before, though. Then thou shalt know, starting now, behold it, hearken to it, and remember it well. They don't spare us even a moment of quiet, do they? Whoa, have you been on one of these, Otis? I've been treated to premium VIP seats of similar grandiosity back when. This is nothing to fuss over. Her shoes are her steed? Yes, that is correct. Rocinante, if I recall correctly, is the name of Don Quixote's horse in Don Quixote. Rocinante is his noble steed in the official source material. Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her leg, suddenly asked Faust a question. Hey, you're confident that no accident has ever occurred on one of these first-class cars, yeah? In order to prevent cases of unnecessary anxiety and misgiving among the sinners, the history of accidents that has occurred aboard warp trains will not be shared. Wait, what the... Ah, I think we're leaving soon. This is for Warp Train PW612, bound for B Corp. Boarding period will end soon. The sinners, who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car, suddenly became a lot busier. Then let us hurry and enter our capsules before it is too late. Oh no, why isn't this... The other sinners made it into their capsules, no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling. Is it anxiety, Dante? I think so. Initiating warp in 10 minutes. Allow me to assist you. Stand as though you are leaning back, and... Faust expertly guided me into the capsule, as though she'd done something like this before. Then pressed the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch. Do not worry too much. We will meet again in but a moment, Dante. I thought I heard a brief sigh. The hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Initiating warp. Please confirm that your seatbelts are firmly fastened. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. I had no idea then what she really meant by, we will meet again in but a moment. Dante, you must wake up. Dante. But one thing I knew for sure was an inconceivable situation has occurred. And something had seriously gone wrong. Oh boy! They jarred the sinners shut. They did not... We did not put the sinners in a jar. Here I was, thinking pleasant thoughts of Fallout 4. And then you had to go and say something like that. We're here already? Oh, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which, I suppose, is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. No, we are not yet at our destination. Huh? When I finally came to, and after I had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again, and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So, this train is still running? Yes. Then, where are we? I believe we are currently stranded in an unidentified dimension. Coordinates unknown. I took a reflexive, deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be a part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of the situation. Well, this is all just a part of the plan, right, Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust. You are half correct, yet half incorrect. With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners. Oh, we're here already. Man, it really happened in the blink of an... No. Ooh, what's this? We're here already? For real? It really happened in the blink of it? No. Whoa, we're here already? I guess I really was worried over nothing. No. Oh, no. Yet I have not uttered a single word. There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions. Dante, I understand your confusion. However, perhaps an elaboration of our present circumstance is necessary. The note from Fast is killing me somehow. I'll admit, I was having to resist a little chuckle. Just the fact that, oh man, we're there? It really was in the blink of it. No. Man, these first class things are deluxe. We're already there. No. Man, it's like nothing even... No. Hello, no. That brings us to the present. Let me get this right. This train's still running. And we're drifting through some unknown dimension. Ooh. Aught about that striketh me as quite dramatic. Most importantly, are you saying that you already knew this would happen, Faust? Yes. What the hell is wrong with you, huh? Sinners each begin to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about events in our path. What? Are you insane? It's not like we could just retreat or jump out that door when stuff hits the fan. Opening the door will result in near immediate destruction of the physical body. But hey, Fao, at least you know what to do like you always do. You've got a plan, right? Right? Faust, whom I had rarely seen ever at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond. What's up with her? Lash looks totally out of it today. She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something inconceivable's happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable, but it also makes sense that its contributed lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? Just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down, then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it, in a way we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys? If you say so, I'll go along with it. Fine. Suppose losing my rank rarely ever did anything. Thank you. Then, after some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions and decided to contract us to a deal with a mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion, after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course. The distortions themselves likely did not pose a problem for W Corp. Based on the available information, it can be determined that they would have all been neutralized as soon as the train arrived, and any transformed passengers would have been reverted to their human forms. But the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing. Passengers spirited away. Alas, such is an impossibility aboard these trains, is it not? That is the question for which we must discover the precise cause and effect of. Did W Corp share anything to get us started? That appears to be the most prominent cause of this misunderstanding. She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about maintaining the secrets of their singularity. Maybe that's exactly why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this, now that I think about it. We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a keycard with W Corp logo on it, before continuing with her explanations. However, we were given this master keycard that can open and close the hibernation capsules at will. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely complete the rest of the journey we had planned from the beginning. These bloody wings. Every single one of them has been absolutely balmy. I think it's a bit unkind of them to ask us to finish the puzzle without all the important pieces. At least at T-Corp, their chief executive director tagged along as our assistant, not to mention kindly explaining so many new things to us. It sounds like Miss Faust was stuck between a rock and a hard place herself. Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh. I would have appreciated it if you at least gave us a hint. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but it's not like there's someone out there monitoring your every move and every word, right? That is... Not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Next time, I will take your inputs into account. And that's everything I can do for her. It's an undeniable truth that Faust has disappointed the sinners with what she's done. But she is Faust, after all. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation. So what's next on our agenda? Yeah, what's done is done, right? Besides, it's not like we gotta rot away for thousands of years inside this metal box. That is something I must first discuss with Dante. Discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust? We must converse in a lower volume, Dante. Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety. My connection to Faust, has been severed. So Faust is, in fact, talking to a Faust council of Fausts to share knowledge among Fausts between Fausts. I'm sorry, what? I cannot access Faust knowledge at the moment. Faust hive mind? Yeah, basically. I could totally see her, because she's worked with Mirror Tech before. She has it involved with Mephistopheles. The byproduct it puts off is, you know, what we pull for. I could totally see Faust using some sort of Mirror Tech to neural network herself with other mirror Fausts. Which would also explain why Faust refers to Faust, as opposed to generally any, you know, like other singular or other pronouns. She very rarely says I. She usually says Faust. Guess I really was right to be anxious. I, for one, welcome our new Faust overlords. It's a fascinating development. Okay, let's see here. I'm at 16. So I need to let it cycle around, what, 5 times? Let's see here. That's 20. Actually, if I just bring Otis, 40% would be an extra 8. Let's see here. I got 6s and 8s I can work with. I'm trying to balance the books. It'll be fine. Let's see here. With me getting 8s, I would only need to do 3 to get to a 24 to reset that 6 back to a 0. So we just don't deploy Bunny Ryoshu, and we take less resources. Or we just get the maximum resources, screw the consequences. Yeah, that sounds
이제야
good to me.
부르나. 좀 잘 됐네.
12 participants? Wait. Oh, shit. Ah, spoilers. Don't look. 12 participants? What do you mean 12 participants? Don't look, chat. It's spoilers. 12 participants.
하던 대로 해보십시오.
What do you mean 12 participants? I wasn't paying enough attention.
젠장 어째서? 앞장서시오.
Okay, backup IDs. Fair enough. That's what it is. It's just a chain battle.
나설 만한 곳이어야 할
Okay.
겁니다.
What do you mean you... My man is not fucking reading. It's fine. What do you mean you can't? I mean it in the most literal sense. My access to Faust's input and information, which has always been readily available, is completely severed. Oh, what if everything about the situation is something you don't have access to yet? Like you said last time? One cannot completely dismiss that possibility, but even that is uncertain. Every answer Faust has given me was always full of confidence and methodical expertise. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then, Faust, you are... Yes, at this moment I am limited to operating only with my knowledge. I cannot discern the cause of this disconnection. More than enough precautions have likely been taken in case of interdimensional travel, but perhaps Faust did not take into account an occasion in which we may have to access an unidentified dimension such as this, or even if it was taken into account, this particular dimension may not yet have been subject to cross-observation. If that is not the case, then No, never mind. I instead of Faust? Holy shit. There was nothing that suggested that my connection to Faust would be lost, not even as we boarded the train. To be honest, this is a rather disagreeable situation for me. Alright, for now. Now that changes everything. I recalled the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my, clock, the sinners, and... I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded. Understood. And to the sinners. The fact that we are currently confined to a warp train in operation must be a source of enough stress. I believe that sharing Faust's current state with them would add an unnecessary source of tension. What? So reckon this door ain't gonna do anything? We're all gonna bite it once it opens. How many times do I have to tell you that you're not even strong enough to break this door down? A billion years in this box. Yeah, good idea. So, what now? Do we have to take a searching sweep around each car or something? In the grand scheme of things, yes. Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing. By A-Corp standard time scale, approximately 3 days have passed since our departure. As per the contract between Limbus Company and W Corp, I acquired the master keycard placed inside my capsule and adjusted the hatch settings to open automatically in 3 days. 3 days, huh? I feel like I just blinked. I guess that's hibernation for you. As you were all informed prior to boarding, there is no way for the economy class passengers to enter the first class car. That is why this place has remained untouched. However, cross-referencing my own deductions and W Corp's rather fragmented explanations, I can assume that the situation is currently under progress in the economy class cars. More eyes from Faust? Whack, I know. She used I occasionally, but yeah. Usually it's just Faust. The part where they thrash the shite out of one another, tearing their limbs off and all that mess. No, I doubt that. I don't think it gets that bad in just 3 days. Besides, that's supposed to be business as usual for W Corp, right? There must be something else that's out of the ordinary that they want us to deal with. Precisely. In my opinion, it is... Ooh! Behold... Ooh! Hold that thought for but a moment! Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet. Dost thou hear aught as I do? Scratching, nay, rapping, forsooth, past this gate must be... As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. Is it possible that there must be... Lady Faust? After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought. Please step aside for a moment, Don Quixote. It would be best if I observed it with my own eyes. With that, she produced the master keycard from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door. Whoa, hang on a minute. You're gonna open the door. I intend to follow your usual flavor of suggestion, Heathcliff. But there are times in which a physical altercation is preferable to detached ruminations. My suggestion? Well, I ain't gonna disagree with you there, but what's gone into you, lass? After all, how could I deduce anything without seeing it myself? After a brief mechanical beep, hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Faust has lost connection to the Faust hive mind.
기회에
Whoa.
평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠, 단테.
불길 속으로
나가서 싸워.
하십시오.
내가 봐주지.
목이 비었잖아.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게
다시.
하는 편이 답답한 법이지.
먹지.
건드렸겠다.
But yeah, you know it's bad when Faust loses connection to the Faust
강력한
network.
공격은
Faust just said,
단순히
"Fuck it, we
적을
ball." Yeah,
제거하는
pretty much.
필요만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안에 휩싸일 테니.
Craving Bloodbag Passenger. Bloodbag, huh? Bleed. A lot of bleed coming out from these blood bags.
흑승려.
Blood bag? Yeah. We're taking the warp train straight to Crimson Court from Darkest Dungeon, baby. Let's go. Oh my god, 20 on Rules of the Backstreets for the offense roll? Holy shit, Heathcliff. What a counter.
적을 마실 걸?
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요.
Gotta dig gamer and
단테.
enjoy the
나쁘지 않은
Hellfest of Canto
성과입니다.
6. We're through Canto 6, but yeah, Canto 7. Take it easy. Have a good one, Killer Man. Let's see here. We'll cycle out Sinclair's weak skill since he's not clashing.
적을 마실 걸?
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대? 이 정도로
I'll tell you what, though.
겁을 맞대?
Having to voice act all these characters, you know, at least a little bit here and there. I try to do. I cannot do a female voice. I cannot voice a woman very well, so I just try to do dialects and intonations. Faust is soft spoken, so speak softer for that, you know. But yeah, all of this voice acting has got me ready for Kanto 7 when they take back over. But I'm not done yet. Lady Faust, however similar in appearance they may have been to passengers, verily, 'tis as though they were in complete want of sense. Like people politified by the whale. Don Quixote hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them. She hung her head mournfully. Have some water to help your voice? Thank you. I've been taking sips every so often, but throat's still a little dry. I'll probably have to grab another drink here soon. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began. And she would have not been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies in the general area for information. You appear to be particularly inquisitive today, Miss Faust. Huh, yeah. Aren't you usually the one who has all the answers while we're racking our brains trying to come up with something? The sinners were starting to feel that there's something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust. Don Quixote. They are not dead. Huh? Observe closer. The parts are all tethered to one another by something, are they not? Oh! It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life and away from death remains intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what was going on, like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what did I say? We got this. Huh? What was that about? Nothing. But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. The flow of time has ceased aboard a warp train, is it? Yisong grew pensive. Seeing that, Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived. Howbeit, would it not be more accurate to muse that the flow of time has decelerated to the point where, to an extra-dimensional observer, it is slowed to a stop? What is your perspective regarding this suggestion? Yes, that is a most rational suggestion, Yisong. Did Miss Faust just get something wrong? Wow, Yisong sure is a time expert, right? Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're talking about it anyway? Ah, gladly, if you would allow me. Yisong began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close. To speak in brevity, it can be said that death is not an element aboard this train. And can you maybe speak in a little less brevity? To elaborate. Verily, this one's heart beats still. Don Quixote lowers her head and listens closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts with relief. Dante shut it, yeah, no kidding. Their state is akin to an unassembled jigsaw puzzle, merely immobilized and separated. Though their corpus has been sundered, the concept of death is at a state of, for all intents and purposes, eternal delay aboard this train. Existence in continuance of moratorium. Forced they are to be tethered upon the thinnest yet tenacious thread of life. I understood what hath been said here, yet they are not dead all the same, If their severed parts are all connected, then it can be said that no matter how entangled their bodies become, it is not impossible to eventually gather their parts together to form a single passenger. Thus, naturally, we can determine how and why the profession W Corp cleanup agent has come to be. Man, I would not want to be a W Corp cleanup agent. You're the guy who gets to reassemble the passengers after they've been slaughtering each other for 100+ years, you know? Fuck. I see, because someone will have to categorize and reconstruct these puzzles once the journey is over. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. Ever seen a wing that wasn't baffling in every sense of the word? Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, they'll all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person. Phew, that is quite the auspicious news among ill tidings indeed. It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. The other Faust would not find it necessary to do something like that. Dante. Huh? What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right? Indeed. I intend to collect further intelligence. Well, if there's anything I can tell you. Faust cast a dark gaze towards the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered. Are they distortions or abnormalities? Oh, yeah. I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that's for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable. An unclear sensation, or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the Pecatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those. It is difficult to be certain at the moment. Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I guess Faust doesn't know. Faust may know, but I, at this moment, have no way of knowing. Actual Faust hive mind. Faust may know, but I do not. And Faust is Faust. Faust knows all outcomes. Oh, I am so ready for the fucking Faust canto, dude. I know only a very surface level understanding of the tragedy of Dr. Faustus, which was that in exchange for boundless knowledge, the Dr. Faust made a deal with the demon Stolas. And Stolas was a funny little one-legged owl with 3 eyes. At least in the depictions that I had seen. Before Hell of the Boss hit the internet, that is. Now, I'm sure if I try to look up Stolas, I would not be able to find it. I feel like I should apologize for that. There is no need, Dante. Though the information you have provided me is rather ambiguous, it has helped me to do something of worth. And collecting intelligence myself and creating deductions based on sparse information is quite... She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands. Did she just smile at herself with gore in her hands? Whew, finally, the awakening has begun. Of course, Ryoshu's like, hell yeah. God damn it.
다들 고생했다.
I think she meant to say
부조장한텐 내가
that
말해둘
making her
테니까
own deductions was
뒤처리
quite
끝나면
enjoyable.
뜨끈하게 목욕탕에 가서 몸부터 씻자고.
Right, Faust? After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we open the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. It sounds like there are other survivors. Passengers in danger! Worry not, for I have arrived to... Whoa, don't come any closer. Who the hell are you guys? A 4-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. She appeared without warning. Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away. Right, like you gave me any warning before you practically kicked that door open. Would you mind moving that huge sword out of our faces? It's a bit threatening. Threatening? We're just trying to protect those civilians in this car. Also, is that a bioprosthetic? Must be an old-timer, huh? Thought those things went out of style forever ago. Oh, you want to see what this old-timer's got left? Greg is fucking pissed. Thou art from the north, verily. Thy garb is of the northerners, no? This really ain't the time, lass. Anyway, it looks like we're in the same mess here. Make way for us, yeah? She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment. Nah, now do I trust you? Got any proof that you ain't bitten? I'm not gonna let all my effort protecting this place go to waste. Bitten? The bloody hell are you talking about? Weird. You look completely lost. If you were in one of the economy cars, I'm sure you've seen... Hold on. Are y'all from the first class car? Yeah, we just woke up from our capsules. But none of you look very... I mean, Aren't first class seats supposed to be, well, why didn't you say so from the get-go? Name's Sasha, multi-crack office rep. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass. Have you not left this car for the duration of the ride, Sasha? No, I haven't. We warped over to T-Corp after picking up one of their contractors, but jeez, can you believe that this train broke down? Shit, is it even broken? Not feeling hungry or sleepy at all. Stinks of some shady bullshit if you ask me. You can feel all that even in a prosthetic body? Man, how could I live without my favorite hobby, drifting into a sweet nap after a pleasant meal? So I made sure to get high-quality parts for him so I can still feel hungry and sleepy. Hasn't something else of note also occurred? You bet your ass did something else of note go down. How distracting. It's hard for you to speak without being so hyper. Or at least stop swinging your arms around like that. Can't do that, friend. I broke all my prosthetic arms in a fight, so I'm calibrating a new set. Gotta keep them swinging if I want them to sync up with the other parts anytime soon. Anywho, I don't know what the hell's going on, but people started turning into some weird monsters all of a sudden. Haven't a goddamn clue as to who they are. Don't seem like they can understand us either. Good thing my train car didn't have a lot of those monsters. I just chopped what monsters there were to pieces and hauled the civilians to this vacant car. 3,201 red colors. 3,202 red colors. You have decided to protect them, despite the potential risk that they may transform as well. But of course, 'tis expected duty of any valorous fixer to stand guard in the front lines against evil to protect the weak. I've been keeping a close eye on them for the last 3 days, and so far, 0 transformations. Go past this car, you'll see what hell on earth really means. Those monsters are constantly trying to claw their way to the front of the train. So if you ask me, I wager that some shit went down there at one of the train cars in the back, and spread like wildfire until it reached here. I see. That's all I can tell you about the situation. So, what's your story? Why'd you rich first-class folks suddenly decide to grace us peasants with your presence? Nothing that's happening here could have made it to your swanky first-class cars, so what's your business down here? W Corp has hired us to solve this case. We are, fixers! Indeed, fixers. Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration. Huh. They got every single one of you a first-class ticket. Your office must be rolling in the dough. Wait a goddamn second. So W Corp already knew that this would happen. But are you really contracted to a wing? Not sure if I trust you. As you must be well aware yourself, contracts and contract fulfillment are of paramount importance for fixers. With that in mind, please recall that W Corp is one of the most secretive wings of the city. Ah, non-disclosure agreement, huh? Makes sense. I wouldn't want to deal with those oofy boys either. Anyway, I'm still gonna have to ask for proof that you're actually contracted by W Corp. This is the master keycard given to us by W Corp. I believe that it can open most doors aboard this train. Faust produced a master keycard from her pocket. Guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp. Keycard. So you use this to open the path between the first class and the economy class car. Let's see, W Corp logo. Whoa, nice materials. So you're telling the truth. I like her too. Sasha's pretty cool. Alright, I won't pry. Not like there's any cash in it for me either. So, I guess you gotta go all the way there for your job, huh? Yes. The fixer finally got out of our way. Then, with one of her free hands, pointed towards the opposite door. Well, it's your funeral, ladies and gents. Or your victory lap. You guys really are that good. Lots of luck to y'all. I thank thee for thy words of encouragement, Fixer Sasha. Shit, it's a likable character. Her fate is sealed. Hopefully not. Hopefully she just, goes and does her own thing. Like how after Kanto 2, Effie and Saude just went and did their own thing. And nothing bad happened. I shall trust thee with protection of this fortress. Prithee, protect the innocents in my stead. Big sis, are you a fixer? Are you going to save us from the monsters in the car behind us? Oh? Just as we were about to reach the end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. Aye, forsooth! Whoa. Are you a famous fixer? Forsooth, once again, thou mayest know me as a profoundly illustrious fixer. Whoa. I want to be a fixer too, just like you. Don't pester the lady. I'm sorry, she's my daughter, and... Worry not thyself, 'tis no bother at all. Thou must dream of becoming a fixer thyself, little squire. It is fortunate that someone like yourself is aboard the train. Your presence ensured that child's survival. What you talking about all of a sudden? Come on, no need to keep up appearances between people in the same line of work. I'm just here to collect some sweet, sweet emergency contract fees from each and every one of them. Are you two on something or what? I see. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said. Didn't know you could be like that, Faust. Be like... what? You knew that there was no way the fixer was actually going to protect them out of pure goodwill, but you decided to go along with Don Quixote's delusions anyway, am I right? Good move. I was getting worried about what might happen if she started acting out again. You saw the twinkle in her eyes too, right? Don Quixote's always been energetic. She's been especially bouncy today. Eyes. Faust strode towards Sasha with a question. I have one last thing to inquire. It'll be 30k onk per inquiry. That is quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Or is not? That is quite an unsound decision to make for someone who claims to be in the same line of work as us. Have you considered the possibility that once our contract is successfully complete, we can include references to a particular cooperative associate office in our report to W Corp? Whoa, you serious? Well then, let me hear it. Were the eyes of the monsters you faced red, by any chance? Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered. I don't know. Those monsters were red all over, but is there something special about their eye color? Well, for one, my prosthetic eye is red. That passenger over there's got red eyes, and... oh, you there. That lady with a big sword's also got red eyes. What? Someone out there paying cash for info on red eyes or something? No. Well, it was a question of no significance. Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. It was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Yeah, I can see why Ryoshi would be interested. That's a rib cage up there? My goodness. Are we in dead space now? This space is certainly dead, from what I can tell. Painting of hell.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는
Ah, it's a chain
합당한
battle.
이유가
Okay.
있겠지.
Yep. I dropped
기대하고
Heathcliff's.
있겠습니다, 단테.
흑수며 뒷박질춤.
These guys are looking a bit more deformed than the last ones.
위에서 당신을
Those ones are
관리자로
identical,
정한
but
데에는
aggressive blood
합당한
bag
이유가
passenger.
있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
적출할게요.
Oh, Sinclair lost. Hey, yo. Sinclair, what's going on, buddy?
마실걸?
Well, win rate time? Not quite,
간당.
but for the most part.
목줄만 붙어 있군. 곧 끝장날 수 있을 것 같은데.
정화.
수감자들로 효율적인 마무리를 명령하시길.
떼어내주지.
Using my brain just a little bit to keep up
그렇게
the lust
시원하게
chains.
처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일처럼 빠르게 하는 일. 덜 답답한 법이지.
사식 이 정도로 나와 겁을
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았고요.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
적합한 조치였습니다.
Hard blood slice. A lot of bleed coming out. I forgot to use Backstreet Blast.
놈 나와.
Luckily, we remain
얼간이들이
unpunished.
흥겨워하는군. 대체로 저럴 땐 이유가 있는 법입니다. 이유를 잡아 쫓아보시죠.
못 쳐주게.
나가서 싸워. 이 정도로 나와 겁을 어때?
놈 나와.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
Yeah, they all just kind of started killing each other. Like, jeez.
다들 고생했다. 부조장한테 내가
You're
말해줄
telling me they
테니까
pay somebody to put these people back together again?
편하게 목욕탕에 가서 몸부터 씻자고.
파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는
So we'll
합당한
save lust for
이유가
lust
있겠지.
chain.
기대하고 있겠습니다. 단테.
못 쳐주게.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
그래. 그렇게 시원한 적이
녹아내는
보는 맛이 난다. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
I must admit, I don't mind having a lot of back-to-back combat encounters because it gives my voice a moment to rest.
정화!
꿀을 건드렸겠다. 이걸 마실 걸?
강력한 공격은 단순히 적을 제거하는 이점만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될
Do I
거라는
need a whistles? I do.
불길 속으로.
테니
좋아.
우리 꿀을
다시
건드렸겠다.
복구하기 힘들걸요?
놈,
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없잖아.
놈, 나와.
배인 줄도 몰랐네.
적합한 조치였습니다. 골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
불길 속으로.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 바꿔주지.
그 오물을
Alright, Sinclair hits negative 44, but it's not negative 45.
이걸 마실 걸?
Very distinctive.
사식. 먹지.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
불길 속으로.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지. 잠깐.
꿀을 건드렸. 그걸 마실 걸? 그걸 마실 걸? 놈,
사식.
나와.
먹지.
Is there any of them left that aren't staggered? Fair enough.
밖에서 맞고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하진 않군. 관리자, 수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
불길 속으로.
이 정도로 나와 공맹할 때?
Now we run right button because of stagger. I'm not that smart. I still forcefully went and did the whole thing. Phew. Battling in a narrow hallway really takes a lot out of you. Too bad. Making big movements when there's not a lot of room to move around and takes more energy than you might think, especially for people like us who use longer weapons. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear down the sinners. What are these things, Faust? Yeah, I've been wondering that too. Why are you so tight-lipped all of a sudden? Those entities are... What do you think those entities are? Huh? Didn't I just ask you the same question? Oh no, are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of interpreting her silence in his own fashion. There were some things I learned after fighting them, I think. These monsters aren't mad at us, or they want to attack us because we're an obstacle. That's not why they're attacking us. Quite. 'Tis apparent that they hunger for aught, charging at anyone and anything in desperate quest of it. Right, that's strange, though. I thought hunger or thirst wasn't a thing aboard these trains. It could be determined from the entity's attack patterns that their offenses were not based on rational thought. The source of this behavior can only be traced back to primal aggressiveness. Yes, and? Was there anything else? Anything else? Oh, yeah, I think they all had red eyes. Their bodies wreathed in blankets of red. I smelled blood, so that's likely what they're made of. Then it must be that the red was congealed, nay, crystallized blood. Thank you, all. Your input has been very helpful. It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? We are in luck, Dante. I have read up upon the subject as a tangent while perusing information regarding our next destination, moments before we boarded the train. And, while that will be a useful element in resolving the situation, the sinners have also been a very good source of intelligence when it came to categorizing and identifying important evidence from the available sea of information. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean, you know what to do to blow this case wide open? Nothing can be said with absolute certainty at the moment. However, this would be a good place for us to start. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners. I will now present before you a solution to this predicament. Huh? Is there something else we gotta do other than beating the crap out of whatever's in our way? That will not change, no. However, what I am about to share will give you a better understanding of the purpose behind W Corp's contract, and provide us the possible means of finding the method by which we may complete it. It is very likely that the entity behind the incidents on this train, and by extension, every incident of the same nature that has occurred in previous warp train trips, is a blood fiend.
당연한 결과죠. 저는
Heyo.
선택받았으니까.
They were called blood bags.
그렇겠죠?
It actually is Crimson Court. Holy shit, chat. The Crimson Court is real. We fighting vampires? Blood fiends, blood bags? Sounds very vampire-esque to me.
잘 됐네.
Wait, blood fiend? What's blood fiend? A blood fiend? What in the name of the wings is that? Huh. You of all people haven't heard of blood fiends. Thought you were our team expert on obscure lore. Verily, I have not once heard mention of these blood fiends. Perchance I have left a magazine article slip from my memory? Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very word sounded alien to her. I thought they were just monsters in stories to scare children at night. They weren't supposed to be... They're supposed to be afraid of garlic and sunlight, right? Oh, that sounds a bit different from what I've heard. I heard their fear of garlic and sunlight is just a rumor, and that what they're really afraid of is water. I have been briefed on the existence of blood fiends in the past when I served as a commanding officer, and I have seen the dregs that they command. Though my memory isn't very clear, I'm quite certain that these monsters here do not resemble what I've seen. I've seen one who calls themselves a blood fiend among the ranks of the Fingers, but the things that blood fiend commanded weren't like these rubber-textured ones. There's something off about this one that didn't spawn these dregs with abandon like this. But aren't you supposed to know this already? Yes, I see that some sinners have encountered blood fiends in the past. A long-winded explanation seems unnecessary. As many of you have stated thus far, the entities we faced in this train do not appear to be blood fiends. In a sense, they are dreg-like beings that have failed to become kindreds. They are referred to as blood bags among relevant parties, according to information I am aware of. Not a terrible name. Why would anyone name someone blood bags? As has been said prior, it is impossible for passengers to disappear aboard warp trains under normal circumstances. Though our reserve of intelligence regarding warp trains or W-Corp is vast, if incomplete, we could not find a possible exception. to the above. Within that reserve of intelligence, however, I have discovered that inserting a previously unseen variable into the equation allows the formulation of a new hypothesis. Wait, you're saying that these blood fiends can completely erase people or passengers from existence? A more accurate descriptor would be to say that they are either dissolved or vaporized. Dissolved. No matter the degree of violence the passengers may indulge in, no matter how severe their wounds may be, the warp trains can revert them to their initial states at the beginning of the journey. Among several interpretations of the word violence involves cannibalization, of course. However, as the passengers' collective time itself is in moratorium for the duration of the train's operation, digestion is not a biological process that should be active. In other words, even the devoured passengers could be reconstructed. If they are merely stuffed into the digestive tract, then I suppose they could gut the passengers to retrieve the chewed-up chunks of other passengers and piece them back together via the vein-like things connecting each individual. However, such is not true for blood bags. Blood bags are, by their nature, obsessed with blood. Their existence hinges on supplying themselves with blood of their victims, and it is said that they must consume a minuscule amount of blood to maintain their forms. Wait, what? Didn't you just say that digestion's not a thing while we're on the train? If I were to continue my deductions, perhaps consumption of blood for blood fiends and blood bags is a fundamentally different process from our consumption of nutrients for energy. To them, blood is a culmination, an entailment of something that forms the self, including but not limited to emotions, ambitions, wealth, purposes of existence. Then, it must naturally follow that they can spend their blood at will, which is a process isolated from other biological processes, such as digestion. Well, I ain't following even half of that. You exist in moratoria of time at the present moment, Heathcliff. Yet your emotions still persist, do they not? Anger, sorrow, and joy, they continue to spark within you. Well, I suppose they are. Though we cannot tell whether they may be in a state of alteration, or whether they remain ensnared in the wheel of creation and destruction, it can be said that emotions, once past, exist not in continuation. The passenger's will to live, the worth of this very existence in which they thrive, do they not all gently atrophy into non-existence even amidst the ceased time? Miss Faust speaks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Gotcha. So that's why she said their blood is vaporized, huh? If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means that they can't be pieced back together. There's no incongruence in that logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. Wouldn't even know what to make of them either. I would like to ask a few questions, if you would permit me. Esau was the first to break the silence. Could it be said that blood bags are direct creations of blood fiends? If such is the case, then by which method do they? That information is inaccessible at the moment. Faust replies, avoiding Yisang's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust, and that's something we both want to avoid. Inaccessible. Ah, indeed. Now I recall what you have said in the past. This is only a speculation, however. I assume that a form of direct physical contact is needed to turn an individual into a blood bag. If such were not the case, then we, who are likely the greatest obstacles to this entity's goal at the moment, would have been the first ones to be turned. Indeed. In that case, that villain of a blood fiend must be hiding out somewhere aboard this train! Indeed. If we are to believe the words of the Fixer from earlier, then there is a high likelihood that the Horde is advancing in this direction from the back of the train. In other words, continuing down the train cars will lead us straight to the blood fiend. Very well. I shan't forsake this opportunity to bring peace to the souls of innocent passengers who have perished by the villain's hands. Dante. It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated. The other sinners also seemed satisfied now that we had a clear sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. Making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward for now. Spooky.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해
Ooh,
보죠.
feral bloodbag cleanup agent. So even
하던 대로
even these W Corp
해보십시오.
guys aren't immune.
정화.
Can't believe they got me playing
이
Crimson Court all
기회에
over again.
평소
I thought I
지휘
was free.
실력을 확인해 보죠, 단테. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
흑수묘 나가 찐박질춤 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
For Ryoshi.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
자,
Coagulated blood 1.
40. 먹지. 이 정도로 나와
Oh,
공명할
don't know what that status is.
그렇게 시원하게
그걸 마실걸?
보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
목이 피한 적을 마실걸?
밖에서 맡고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하진 않군. 관리자, 수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
불길 속으로
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Holy shit. Seeing 21 on Rules of the Backstreets is just crazy, dude. Holy hell.
강력한 공격은 단순히 적을 제거하는 이점만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는
흑수묘
불안에
찐박질춤.
알겠어.
놈 나와!
골치 아픈 것들이 고깃 조각이 되었군요.
불길 속으로
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Hard blood weapon.
좋아.
그간의 전투 경험이
이
쓸모가
정도로
없진
나와
않았군요.
공명할 때
Well, it seems like Blunt is back in fashion. So that's nice for any player.
적합한
완전히 녹아내렸네.
알겠어.
Maybe not.
숨통 끊기.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도
못
훌륭하게
쳐주게!
이제 그 도통을 달아 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
40. 먹지.
Damn.
직접 싸워
45 sanity and
그게
2 tails.
효과적일 것이라고 생각했나?
그 오물을
왕자의
떼어내주지.
자리에 제시해야 할 수 있겠어.
And Sinclair is still clinging to sanity. Lovely.
당연한 결과죠. 저는 선택받았으니까
The cleanup agent.
그렇겠죠?
Clear in 10 turns.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우러.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다.
떼어내주지.
That's a decent start.
그래.
123 damage.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군.
40.
일 처리를 빠르게 하는 편이
먹지.
저 답답한 법이지.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
다시 복구하기 힘들걸요?
강력한 공격은 단순히 적을 제거하는 이점만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안에 휩싸일 테니.
갑니다.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
갑니다.
적을 마실까? 목이 피었잖아.
그간의 전투 경험이
건드렸겠다.
쓸모가
적을 마실까?
없군요.
개인적으로
적합한 조치였습니다. 밖에서 막고 있는 꼴을
Let's see
보니
here.
그다지
Sinclair doesn't have
유쾌하지
any
않군.
red. He's going to be taking off
관리자,
14 though, so I think we need a whistles
수감자를
anyway.
무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
갑니다. 나가서 싸우는 뒤는 내가 보여줘. 40.
Just enough to keep Sinclair
먹지.
sane.
직접 싸워보지 않았어.
건드렸겠다.
그게 효과적일 것이라고 생각했나. 관리자의 전투 교육도 위에 제시해야 할 수 있겠어. 골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
흑순 나가서 싸우질 준비. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Can we just continue to keep Sinclair ever so barely sane?
좋아.
목이 피었잖아.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
적출할게요.
숨통 끊기.
전투 감각하고 수감도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말.
For some reason, stake driving Faust seems oddly fitting for hunting vampires. Finally, the win rate button. I know. I've been resisting for so long.
이 정도로 나와 공멸할 때?
You deny your win rate button its purpose. Manager Esquire, halt! Behold this poor fellow. He lives still. Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. No, stay away from me, you monsters! Hey, man, we're not those monsters. You alright? Huh? That arm! You're starting to mutate too, aren't you? Must be turning into some bug-like monster. What? No, this is... Gregor stumbled for words before chuckling and casting his gaze to the floor in disbelief. Yeah, no surprise there, I guess. I suppose there's no way to tell right away whether this arm's a monster, prosthetic, or whatnot. It is possible that you were mistaken due to his bioprosthetic being of an older, outdated make that is now rarely seen in the city. Ah, prosthetic. That's a relief. Thought those crazy bastards were trying to break in again. As you can see, my legs are messed up. I had no choice but to hide in here. Oh, poor Greg. He's trying to... So, what are W Corp employees doing aboard this train? Huh? You're right. From what we found out about the warp trains through the identities, can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train. You're the contract fixers, right? We were ordered to assist you with your contract. I said we, but I'm the only one left. Every single one of my colleagues suddenly began losing their minds in that car over there, and... This cannot be. Faust, is there truly no way to cure the blood bags? My apologies. The access to that information is prohibited at this moment as well. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it. I may have been too reliant on Faust in too many places. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. If, when the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right answers? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke. Well, what can I do, right? Ugh. Agent struggled into some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled a lever. I made good use of this space. The wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for the employees spun open. Oh, what in the name of the wings is this? Perchance thou hast hidden here a weapon most powerful, a weapon most afeared by the blood fiends? That holds some resemblance to a capsule we saw in the first-class car. What would that thing be? The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared on the wall. Finally. What is that thou seekest to do? W Corp prepared a small hibernation pod for employees in case of these emergencies. Verily, then... Huh? Good luck with the rest of the mission. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. The door covering the pod closed, holding the folding chair. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera remained. D's gone. There he goes. He has departed the scene. We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move to the next car. Keep on moving on. Keep on keeping on.
다들 고생했다. 부조장한텐 내가 말해둘 테니까 뒤처리
Next
끝나면
star. Clear in 10
뜨끈하게
turns.
목욕탕에 가서 몸. 어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠, 단테.
Wound, stab down.
하던
Hard
대로
blood slice.
해보십시오.
불길 속으로
The sword just keeps getting bloodier the deeper we go, huh? Yeah, pretty much. The blood doesn't stop.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다. 흙을 마실걸?
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군. 곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것
Struggling
같은데
matchups on my Heathcliff?
수감자들로
Wacky.
효율적인 마무리를 명령하시지요.
나가서 싸워. 괜히 내가
흙을 마실걸?
상정웨이의 공격이었으니 이것까지 당신이
비었잖아!
할수
놈 나와!
그렇게 시원하게
건드렸겠다!
처리하니 벌을 마시는군. 일을 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
갑니다. 이 정도로 나와 겁을 때?
골치
Let's
아픈
see
것들이
here.
고기
Big old
조각이
lust chain if we
되었군요.
can.
단테
Awesome.
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
흑승이여 나가서 싸워. 쯤 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Oh, Heathcliff's already going to beat some ass for them hitting Ryoshu.
그간의 전투 경험이
Yep, there it is.
없진 않았군요. 단테 적합한 조치였습니다.
40. 이 정도로 나와 겁을 때?
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Just enough. Okay.
골치 아픈 것들이
11
고기
enemies.
조각이
This is final
되었군요.
four.
단테 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
흑승이여 찜박질 준비.
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
골치 아픈 것들이
적출할게요.
고기 조각이 되었군요.
놈
단테
나와!
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
놈 나와!
좋아.
가치 없군. 죽어라.
Alright, so what the hell is a blood fiend like in combat?
당연한
These
결과죠.
blood bags haven't been
저는
too bad.
선택받았으니까
Would I be lying if I said I wasn't worried?
그렇겠죠?
잘 됐네.
위에 나라에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Hello, sweet kitty. Cece has come to say hello. Hi. Hello, sweet beast. Are you trying to beg for another dinner? I confirmed at the start of stream that you were already fed. You can't gaslight me or chat. I'm sorry. You are very cute, though.
못 쳐주게!
나가서 싸워. 내가 봐주지.
꿀을 건드렸겠다! 목이 피었잖아!
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군. 곧
불길 속으로
불장날 수
나가서
있을 것
싸워.
같은데
내가 봐주지.
소감자들로
40.
효율적인 마무리를 명령하시겠지요,
먹지.
단테. 그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니
Oh, those are the Backstreet lost. Well,
일 처리는 빠르게 하는 것이 답답한 법이야.
그 오늘을
didn't work out very well for the guy who beat Rules of the Backstreets, but
그간의
still won,
전투 경험이
technically.
쓸모가 없진
they won
않았군.
the clash.
단테, 적합한 조치였습니다.
적출할게요.
Oh wait, that's one of the special fixers.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
What is it, multi-craft office, right?
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이
Blood bag
되었군요.
prosthetic fixer.
단테.
Multi-crack office, there it is.
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Fixer. He does count as a mechanical amalgam. Let's go, Sinclair. We can make use of the
지금
10%
바빠요.
bonus damage versus mechanical amalgam.
흑수묘. 나가서 싸워. 찜. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
좋아. 좋아.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다!
개인적인 원한이
목이 피었적을 마실걸?
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테.
Weak to blunt, normal to most
이런
things.
부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
갑니다.
좋아. 완전히 녹아내렸네.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이
Was this the last
되었군요,
one?
단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다. 전투
40.
감각하는
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
수감자가 되어도
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
이제 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요? 넷! 다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요? 당연한 결과죠. 저는 선택받았으니까.
Pretty close in the damage
그렇겠죠?
stats for the most part, aside from Faust. She's under leveled though, so I won't hold it too much against her.
잘 됐네.
의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포 그런 것들이 들끓을 때가 가장
적출할게요.
취약하죠. 알아듣겠습니까? 지금
목이 비었잖아.
것입니다.
자, 그 오물을 떼어내주지.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나고
She only ever flipped one head.
빠르게 뒤편이 덜 답답한 법이지. 밖에서 맡고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하진 않군. 관리자, 수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
흑수미 나가서 뒷방을 춤 뒤는 내가 봐주지. 40. 처럼 배운 줄을 몰랐네.
흙을 마실 걸? 흙을 마실 걸? 우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Hell yeah, Heathcliff. Break the action economy. My hero.
강력한 공격은 단순히 적을 제거하는 이점만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안에 휩싸일 테니
흑수며 뒷박질 춤 숨통 끊기.
전투력 하나만큼 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하네. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
적출할게요.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
잠깐만
우리
기다려.
식구를 건드렸겠다.
좋아.
Come on. There we go.
밖에서 맡고 있는 꼴을 보니 그다지 유쾌하진 않군. 관리자, 수감자를 무방비하게 만들지 마십시오.
적출할게요.
이 정도로 나와 건너갈 때?
목이 비어 흙을 마실 걸?
완전해 진짜.
Fastest
제가
blood
괜히
death.
먹을 것들을 사들고 오는 것이 아닙니다, 단테. 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
Hello, CC. Are you gaslighting me for a reason?
적출할게요.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 적합한 조치였습니다.
Can't believe I just let out fast by accident.
40. 먹지.
Hi, CC, what are you doing? You being crazy?
다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요?
골치 아픈 것들이 고깃 조각이 되었군요.
불길 속으로.
단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
흙을 마실 걸? 다음 놈 나와!
이 정도로 나와 검을 맞대?
count's starting to get a bit up there, isn't it?
자, 완전히 녹아내렸네.
Okay, luckily, fight's over. We're good. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat. Huh? What's this now? We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it. Ah! 'Tis the emblem of T-Corp! It appears that the wall covering it was, in the fierceness of our battle, broken. Didn't that chief executive guy, Hubert, right? Didn't he offhandedly mention something about partnering with other wings? I guess they were in cahoots with W Corp too. Such collaborations are not limited to T Corp. It is oft the case that a wing may work with another. It is only on rare occasions that they urgently request the assistance of less significant, lesser-known corporations such as our own Limbus Company. Their choice appears to be quite irregular. Sounds like W Corp's heydays are long behind them. Just like this wall that's falling apart, revealing what's behind. Oh, speaking of falling apart, this room sure got messed up, huh? It was difficult for me to ignore how Rhodia hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. The various destroyed prosthetic parts covered in human remains indicate that this train car was boarded by several prosthetic-equipped fixers. Can't think about that right now. Let's deal with the task at hand first. Maybe these people are from the same office as that guy we met at the platform. Remember? He said he was warped over to T-Corp on an expedition. Look, it's almost like they're all wearing standardized sets of prosthetics. Same make, same model, everything. I believe I have read articles stating that certain offices do exclusively hire fixers with prosthetics. Wait, We were walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. Fie! He is the one we encountered on the platform! This is the fixer who suddenly started venting at us. Yeah, and he said something about going to T-Corp on an expedition and failing. They brought a whole train car full of fixers for this contract. I guess he wasn't exaggerating by calling it an expedition. There are over a dozen broken arms strewn about. They must have fought valiantly by replacing their broken arms with backup arms, perchance. Quite the strategy! Makes sense. That would explain all these broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car. Executive Manager. This is likely an aftermath of a battle between the Fixers and the Bloodbangs. There were many similar cases during the war. Those using prosthetics would simply let their bodies be destroyed in battle because they considered them to be disposable as long as their wallets would permit. Of course, the blatant lack of self-preservation often led them to early graves. Maybe that's true. What do you mean, maybe that's true? She just told you a fucking war story. I see. There are multiple possible interpretations depending on one's perspective, despite the fact that there is but a single scene. I will remember both of your inputs. That's a good attitude. Employees with attitudes like yours often made it to the end of the war. Yes, well, good for them. Fast answers notice in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? Wait, if they're here, then how would the other lady end up near the front? Yeah, she might have wandered up there. She could have simply been seated there. Or she could have simply not gone back with the other fixers, assuming they detect an issue, these guys go to the back to try and solve the problem, and she stays up front. It was rare to see an actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried. I am physically unharmed, yet... Yes, I am alright. However, I do not enjoy this circumstance which we find ourselves in. It is as though I am casting nets to nowhere while lost and isolated in a blind sea. I could usually complete these deductions within moments after establishing a few basic cross-references between the accessible information. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying. I know what you mean. Feeling you're completely lost, obsessively casting net after net over the black, rippleless lake in desperate hopes that one of them might pull in something we could eat. No way to tell where we are, no way to tell if there's anything to eat under that glassy water surface. Grasping at the straws, you know? This sense I find mired in is not unlike my own. It's like lying my back over an unseen grave, for the reflection of radiance upon my eyes, and the sanguine scent hanging from the tips of my olfactory tells me not of the forging path. It seems that Ishmael and Yisong picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. By the way, I don't ever recall you talking like that, Faust. I don't know what it is, but I feel like there's something different about you today, somehow. That is... Oh, I mean, I don't hate it. I'm actually glad to learn that you had a softer side. This unseen side of yours, it is familiar, yet quite fresh. Is that so? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes. As per the information provided by the pamphlet at the platform, it is likely that this train is composed of 12 passenger cars and 1 freight car. Because we are on the 11th car at the moment, that leaves a single car between us and the freight car in which Mephistopheles is secured. Which means that there is a high likelihood that we will soon encounter the blood fiend responsible for the creation of the blood bags aboard this train. Just beyond that door. Well, how impressive could it be if its fathers are this weak? We practically smashed through their entire horde, no problem. A different, more accurate interpretation would be to say that a being capable of commanding a force as large as the blood bags we have defeated should be considered a high-risk entity. Although this is not common knowledge, there is a subcategory of fixers called blood fiend hunters who specialize in, yes, hunting blood fiends. Assuming that information is true, it can be inferred that blood fiends are difficult foes that require a certain expertise to defeat. Now that I'm thinking about it, if blood bags are like mindless thralls to blood fiends, then they're kind of like their private army, right? A being of power who can create a force of their own without concern for lowered morale or desertion. Wartime or not, they will always make for formidable foes. The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the blood fiend's strength. And all of a sudden, fie on this indecisive idleness! Our quest is to defeat the villain who hath brought such pain and misery upon this train, is it not? It may be vaporizing the lifeblood of innocence as we speak. Mighty or feeble, I care not. I swear upon mine honor that I shall smite this foe and let my hand of justice be the judge of their fate. Let us hasten now! Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, we have to deal with the blood fiend to complete our contract. With that, I open the door leading to the final car of this train. I mean, yeah,
당연한
Don's not
결과죠.
wrong.
저는 선택받았으니까
One who
그렇겠죠?
lords. Spooky. Is this a focused encounter? Should I be dropping
잘 됐네.
Ryoshu to double up Heathcliff? This room. What is with that look on thy faces? Thou standest in the audience of the prince. Where are thy obsequious smiles? He must be the blood fiend who caused this outbreak. He is our target. Fall to thy knees and grovel before royalty. Who the hell are you to make those demands? I shall impart this upon thee only once, so listen well. Thou mayest address me as Prince Cassetti, the 6th kindred, or a kindred of the 6th generation, the rightful prince in refuge from his family. Art thou the villain who hath brought such destruction and massacre upon this vessel? Thou art a chatty one, so rudely before your prince. Yet I am feeling generous, for I am quite sated at the moment. As thou must have seen on thy journey here, this place is a hall of banquet for a feast most majestic. I don't like that he speaks in a similar... He has similar verbal idiosyncrasies to Don. Ye Old English. No matter how many blood bags I create, no matter how much I devour them, the humans just won't stop coming. I always enjoy what was cast into my maw. He dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking. If we're really going to exchange pleasantries, why don't we take that mask off? Or are you unfamiliar with the basic etiquette? Oh, this mask. won't come off. Can't take it off. Shouldn't take it off. There's no prince without the mask. We're so ugly behind the mask. So we all decided to hide how repulsive we've become. But once I've drunk your blood full, then I'll go back to how it used to be. Only then can I unmask myself. Who stitched that mask to your face skin? Not a half bad job. Of course it's excellent, because this mask was crafted by none other than the great and eminent barber, whose name I dare not even speak, but it hurts so much. No, I'm smiling. Look how hard I'm smiling and laughing. Yes, I am the prince, that's what I am. He's a bloody loon, isn't it? Alright, done with the giggles then. Get ready for the beating of your life. I enjoy things like you and your friends. Don't cry, bawling and bowing and sniveling to the ground for your lives. Lunge at me instead, The aggression, the boiling blood. Oh, how I love the fire. What are you, daft? Look around. There are 13 of us and only one of you. Do not let your guard down, Heathcliff. This entity has managed to turn countless passengers on this train into blood bags. I ain't letting my guard down, but we blasted through so many blood bags we couldn't even keep count, didn't we? Couldn't even keep count? Oh, no. The count is so important. I have to keep count of our visitors. Oh, yes, of course. I do remember to keep count of our dearest visitors. Yes, sir, I do. You have no idea how powerful I am. I shall not relinquish my throne to thee from this budding kingdom. All I have to do is sit here and do nothing, and the blood bags present themselves before me. There is no paradise like this out there. You have no idea what I did to create this place. Oh, how elated my forebearer kindreds would be, should they be here to witness what I have created. This cornucopia of abundance, this pleasure, oh, this freedom. But this kingdom is mine. I made it. I'm not giving it away. Nope. This is rather curious. It appears that this blood fiend leaves this car only on rare occasions. Yet we have seen signs of this insidious influence throughout every car we have visited so far. Then what he meant by the blood bags present themselves before him has to be... Hold on a minute! Gah! A figure suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at the sudden burst, terror apparent in his face. Ah, it is thee! Hast thou truly journeyed here to assist us in our quest? Lo, that villain is the blood fiend responsible for the tragedies that have transpired aboard this train. Help us slay that cur, and eventually lead the passengers thou hast protected thus far out of this train. Blood fiends. What if there was more than a single blood fiend on board? One still capable of rational thought. Damn, you actually made it all the way back here? I guess the wings don't give out contracts to just anyone. I used to fight to my damnedest too. Till I was the last one standing. What's she talking about? Where did that leave me? In the end, I stood alone with nothing but a single one of these forearms left. Kind of funny how the perspective on life can just completely flip when you're really in the shit. I think my last thoughts were, man, I don't want to die. So I fell on my knees and pleaded. I told him that, Don Quixote, watch out. I'd do anything to live. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust finished her sentence. Whoa. What did I say? I commanded you to give me a warning before jumping in like that. Don't you know how loud your stupid arms are? I thought the family had come for me. I'm sorry, Lord Cassetti. Allow me to introduce my kindred to thee, to be the first of many since my escape for the kingdom I intend to build. My kindred, my loyal squire, who shall be at my side as I build a dynasty of my own. My family. Lord Cassetti, I had intended to select the more powerful of the bunch to send to this car, as you have commanded of me. But the humans in my car were all weaklings, so I present before you this group from the first-class car. Kindred. Are you even aware of the exact nature of a kindred? Nah, but I can tell you this. When I accepted my lord's blood into my veins, it was as though I was reborn. I see. A blood fiend's kindred is like a sub-entity of the blood fiend, similar in concept to sub-entities created by distortions or abnormalities. It must have been desperation that drove you to accept the proposition without hesitation, despite the lack of relevant information. Maybe that's probably what was going through my head before I became a kindred. Damn, guess we got a killer? Yep. Thou hast been in cahoots, in cohorts with this villain all this time, as his lackey? Even ere then, when we first laid our eyes upon thee. Lady, you have no idea how much I freaked out once one of you asked me something about red eyes. Not that it had mattered if you did suspect me, though, since my red eye is just a prosthetic. Then, the passengers who are under thy protection. Haven't I told you that the count matters? The longer the line, the better. Dozens of bloodbags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. Kill him. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but this, I really, really hoped that I wouldn't have to face this reality. Not like this. There was a child. Yep. Little Runt wanted to be a fixer. She got to grow up. Good thing she won't, though. I can tell you on good authority that living as a bloodbag is way better than the drudgery that is the life of a fixer. Believe me, I know. Hold thy vile tongue. Dreaming of becoming a famous, respected fixer? And an actor of justice? It's all just a stupid pipe dream that always ends in crushing disappointment. Or a really, really early grave. Silence! Silence! Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Poor Don.
위에서
Focused
당신을
encounter.
관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가
Base power for
있겠지.
bleed on cell. Complete count
기대하고
on cell.
있겠습니다.
Interesting.
던테.
흑승려 뜀박질 춤
Just blast through the initial here.
숨통 끊기 자
골치 아픈 것들이
Two waves.
고기 조각이 되었군요.
I didn't check
던테.
EX condition. Focus
나쁘지
encounter,
않은
huh?
성과입니다.
Proceeds to press win rate. I know. I've been diligently chaining this entire time, and then I just... Shame on me. Forsooth, I am as vile as thou sayest. You go Lust here, you Power Clash. Enclair, Obliterate.
적출할게요.
가치 없게 죽어
Chains and auto fights, win rate, focus encounters, truly a genius. My goals are beyond your understanding.
그렇게
Okay.
시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 게 답답한 법이지.
Alright, he's getting coagulated
골치
blood.
아픈 것들이 고기
More
조각이
prosthetic fixers.
되었군요. 던테. 나쁘지 않은
Can I see
성과입니다.
EX condition? No. Okay. Neutral. Yeah, sure.
정화.
가치 없게 죽어
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없다. 어렵진 않았군요. 적합한 조치였습니다.
Presumably the second wave is just going to be like just the boss. maybe
골치
Sasha.
아픈
Oh,
것들이
nope, never mind. There's
고깃
Sasha.
조각이 되었군요. 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
무차지야!
Blood fiends have sanity, which is good to know. We can, in fact, drive them crazy.
골치 아픈 것들이 고깃 조각이 되었군요.
I don't like how they're
단테.
glowing like that.
나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
I also don't like that I can't see any of these things. Ah, there it is. Plus. Ah, okay. I'd accidentally hit some sort of toggle. Fair enough. Hopeless? I don't like that.
불길 속으로. 다 죽어라.
Stagger on her. Okay.
제가 괜히 먹을 것들을 사들고 오는
I still have another wave, so I have
아닙니다,
something coming after this.
단테. 이런
Let's
부수적인
dump all the
효과를
lesser skills.
기대했었죠.
Save our big ones.
무차지야!
이 정도로 나와 겁을 났대?
Unbelievable. My first kindred to be created without their authorization is this bumbling fool. I pray for your forgiveness, my parent. Be gone from my sight. At least thou hast brought me blood bags for sustenance. Yet, it must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of his child. What a load of shit. With that, Cassetti reached out towards the pile of blood bags on the ground. Spooky. Ah, oh, what abundance. I nearly forgotten this sensation. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl. Suck. Shut. It appears that he has empowered himself by reaping their blood. Though my power is yet to fully return, this magnificent armor is quite befitting of a parade for the prince who hath become a king. Wouldst thou agree? Yes, sir, yes you do. Of course you do. Challenge me now, O rebels. Challenge thy king.
벌간이들이 흥겨워하는군.
Stored blood. Max value 10. Lose 1 value every time this unit loses 5% HP. On hit, heal 1% of this unit's HP. Okay, so we have to worry about lifesteal. Disinfecting bleed and bleed count. Oh my god, I have double reds loaded on Enclair. Neutral. Yeah, sure, buddy. Neutral. Keep telling yourself that.
적출할게요.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
그 오물을.
Why is my little German boy so sane? We must fix that.
40. 먹지.
목이 피었잖아.
이
She's got a bunch of
기회에
fragile
정석
now.
지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠.
Offense level down, offense level up.
하던 대로 해보십시오.
Target has a bunch of bleed. We don't. That is a scary skill, though, so we do want to have someone clash it. Anyway.
정화.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Rules in the back streets, baby.
사십. 먹지.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Still decent damage. Could have been better, but
저런 광대 노름은 압도적인 힘 앞에선 그저 넘직거리일 뿐입니다만 당신에겐 커다란 벽이겠고
attack weight, unclashable, double the amount of heal from hard blood. Looks like some sort of phase shift, maybe. It's unclashable. Does not get staggered this turn. Ends turn after using this skill. Your sanity points to 0. I see, so it's because we knocked him low, maybe? Gain 10 stored blood. It's because he has 0 blood, maybe. So we click damage? We could. Fuck it.
흑순요.
Why not?
뒷바퀴 좀.
It's a lot of healing. And offense level.
인간들이 흥겨워
He also interrupted us.
대체로 저럴 때는 이유가 있는 법입니다.
Okay.
이유를 잡아 쫓아보시죠.
It's a new pattern when store blood reaches 0 for the first time. Fix this unit speed at 10 with that, yeah. Okay. So he's already done that. Now he's got his extra stored blood. Now Ryoshu's struggling. Let's send Honglu to... Honglu's too slow.
적출할게요.
Put an 8-3 bleed on us just by starting the fight. Okay, we actually do need to get some healing up, in other words. Or no, that's from his previous move. I'm stupid. Ignore me. There we go. Finally. Alright, we have Gaze set up for next turn, which is extra pierce and blunt damage.
숨통 끊기. 자,
Sending Thorakalgia in unopposed is still a good idea. Honglu has aggro, my fucking king.
상황이 다
Hell yeah.
좋게 좋게 넘어가나 6번 수감자
Is it because Honglu's bleeding, maybe? He has the most bleed count? Look gonna get that in unopposed. It is a 12 minimum to the ocean.
갑니다. 무불아위.
So it's got fragile now for next turn. Good. It's got bind on him for next turn.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지.
The Recalia goes through unopposed. So now we get a little bit of chip healing, crit chance.
기억하나요? 저는 지금이군요.
Sanity's gonna bottom out again.
최선을 떼지
Just
말아야
about.
할
Still has
겁니다.
stored blood.
가장 먼저 처리해야 할 것이 가장
Never going back is
중요한
clashable.
드러내고 있습니다.
Might have to ego clash it though. Faust cannot clash right now. Okay.
정화.
Smooth moves in clear.
이 기회에 평소 지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠, 딴테.
Panic, bloodthirsty.
하던 대로 해보십시오.
Prioritizes targets with the highest sum of bleed potency and count. On hit, if the target has bleed, heal 2% health. Gotcha. Yeah, I want to keep that shit shut down. Now I'm going to let him in.
정화.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
최선을 떼지 말아야 할 겁니다. 가장 먼저
Okay, he's at
처리해야
zero
할
stored blood
것이
again. His
가장
sanity is
중요한
reset.
송곳니를
So he actually has
드러내고
clash power
있으니까.
again, in other words. Enclair clashes first, and he clashes pretty handily into that. These are +4s, so he has a potential +16 for a total of 21. We win the first clash, which knocks his potential below 21. Then he's essentially going even with Enclair until eventually Enclair hits a point of not being able to fail. Faust does not actually clash well here, despite what she says.
갑니다. 저런 개인줄.
Stagger point. Cool.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어있군. 곧 끝장낼 수 있을 것
Death.
같은데
묻혀주게!
감자들 효율적인 마무리를 명령할 수 있지.
여기 피었잖아! 그
God damn it, Sinclair. Alright, he still won, but... Enclair red. Yeah, enemy staggered, Enclair red. Death. And then he crits as well. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Yes, I love your boiling human blood, but this is too painful. This guy keeps regenerating, no matter how many times we tear him to pieces. This... I don't know if we can... Mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, who collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving difficult to be a significant help to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. The battle continued much longer than our scuffles at the K-Corp border checkpoints or our struggle against the endless hordes of the dead at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The sinners had all grown much stronger since then. They were reaching a breaking point. Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part is regenerated. I am so hungry. Ridiculous! Thy hunger is no justification for this massacre thou hath wrought. Shut up! You don't understand. You don't know how awful it is to survive for 200 years on the disgusting, horrible. No, don't even want to think about it. Shut up! Be quiet! No, I'm sorry. I'll be good. Please, just let me have a sip. Just the smallest sip, please. It won't matter how many times you stab me. I shan't stop until all thy flesh and bone and organs are crushed into a viscous, shapeless mush, never to become whole again. But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't... My kindred, my child, I have given thee new life, invited thee to this banquet. So do thy responsibilities. The blessing of a parent must be repaid, no? What can I do? Find their weakness, break their anchor, make them kneel and grovel before me in desperation, just as you had. Wait, I think I've got an idea. Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command. It's that the way they fight reminds me a lot of the way we prosthetic using fixers fight. Just as prosthetic fixers slowly lose their sense of self-preservation, their limbs become no more important than tools to be replaced. These idiots act with such abandon, as if they have multiple lives to burn through. Oh shit. With nothing to protect, they throw themselves wildly into battle like moths to a flame, and forget to look after what's really important, like this little thing. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up the MasterCard Faust showed her in one of the previous codes. Don Quixote, stop her, now. Oh, my parent, I offer this gift to you. Gag! Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael Merceau, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grab the keycard. This is the key to the first-class cars, my lord. With this, grow your army of blood bags to bring glory to the kingdom. Well, Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination. Dante. I believe that I have tried my utmost to overcome this adversity, without access to Faust's knowledge and intelligence. However, with our loss of the master keycard, the uncertainty of the circumstances greatly exacerbated. At the origin of this plight, Faust took a deep breath as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble. Must be my over-reliance on Faust. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust, so a situation like this, where she has to make her own decisions on her own, has to be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an admirable sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually, that I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still gave us good directions to follow after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus, the lack of a plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. What a callback. Kanto, too. I see. Indeed, among many, I am a Faust that believes in uncertainty. Our loss of the master keycard is but one of innumerable uncertain variables in the equation. The constant is, however, that the Blood Fiend is just as desperate as we are. Thus, the only option that remains at present is to compromise. You there. Looks like thou art the one who's been regenerating your friends. Stop doing that, alright? Don't heal a single one of them, or I'll smash your precious key to pieces. Manager Esquire, compromise? To compromise with a villain as vile as that cur! I didn't have time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet. The rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk normally was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. Very well then. Cassetti, why don't we move this conversation to a different location? Only I will accompany Dante to this negotiation. I'll make my intentions clear now. Dante and I will not attack you there. There's no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must be completely exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the other sinners. Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have been a sweet one. Just you two, huh? Yes, the freight car is immediately adjacent to this one. That is where we will discuss what we have to offer one another. That clock must be thy monarch, then, hmm? And thou art one of the retainers? Correct. Very well. This will be a royal debate, then. It is only right that a royalty talks to no one else but one who is his equal. Manager Esquire? I'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away, and carefully made our way to the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again? Dante, this will be my first attempt at a gamble. What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. What? Faust? Gambling? In my gotcha game?
다들 고생했다. 부조장한텐 내가 말해둘 테니까.
Oh boy, yeah, no kidding, oh boy.
뜨끈하게 목욕탕에 가서
The
몸부터 씻자고.
negotiation. So, this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles. This is where it all started. This stupid bus awoke me from my slumber. If only this bus hadn't completely filled up the freight car. I wasn't planning to start the parade so soon, or create a kindred here. Dante. The connection has been restored. Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend. Boarding Mephistopheles has re-established my connection to Faust. Did you know that this would work? No. And as I have stated before, this was a pure, incalculable gamble. based on my own uncertain hypothesis. This success helps me somewhat comprehend Miss Roji's fascination with gambling. It feels good, don't it? A faint smile appeared on Faust's lips for a moment, before fading away. Now that the connection has been reestablished, I would like to make a complaint against the Faust and the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, finding a solution to this situation takes precedence. I have much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose, but I hope such is not the case. Faust gently advanced towards the Blood Fiend. Let us discuss the detail of our compromise. What are you willing to accept in return for the Master Keycard? If thou wert just anyone, I would have wished to turn thee all into blood bags and drink every last drop of thy blood. But thou art unlike a common person. My wish is to maintain the secrecy of this kingdom of mine for as long as possible, and thine wish is to leave this place, right? Once I relinquish to thee this keycard, and once thou returnest to your first-class seats, we'll live here happily ever after, like nothing happened. And when the train gets there, you get off the train. Everything goes back to the way they're supposed to be. How's that for a deal? Like nothing happened. Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? Our memories and any signs of this battle will be entirely erased upon our arrival. We will have no way to relay our news, whether one of success or failure. If we had the means to defeat him, then at least W Corp would inform us that our contract was successful after the fact. However, this current scenario will leave us with nothing to show for, not even the smallest hint, and the contract will end in failure. However, what takes precedence over the contract is you and the sinner's psychological stability. It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train, and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face when we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. Yet the lack of a reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet, I shan't allow this. Don Quixote. I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I will not tolerate this. We cannot let this vile wretch live and turn a blind eye to everything he's done. Yeah, it's her again. What? You want to stay here for what is essentially an eternity in this train? I know the truth. Everything hinges on this key, doesn't it? As soon as I break this key in half, you'll have to spend the eons inside this. I care not. I would welcome the eons, should it mean eons of penance for thee. 'Tis much preferable to letting thy villainy go unanswered. Let this place be the site of thine eternal judgment. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits, merely by walking. Faust, unhand me! Thou mustn't let him live! Manager Esquire! Don Quixote, letting him destroy the key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment. Then I shall fill the millennia with the tales of legend that I had read in magazines. No time, however infinite, shall be too great to overcome should we endeavor as one. Certainly, you are aware that your suggestion is no solution at all, Don Quixote. Then there has to be another way, no? Thou art both possessors of great wisdom. Faust, Manager Esquire, is there truly no path in which we may bring justice to the villain and the sinners remain unharmed? Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Oh, wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice the Blood Fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second, but we were a second too late. No, my dearest parent, forgive my transgressions of creating another without thy sanction. Thou shalt become my next kindred. Izzetti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything. Oh, I did not expect this to be the solution. Faust, what do you mean, the solution? According to this information I had viewed in the past, and once again just now, it's... Dante, take cover behind me and remain absolutely still. And please, do know that the other sinners must never hear a word about what is to happen. Oh. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment at her running shoes fall to the floor. And Rocinante! I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote? Running shoes? Ah! Dost thou speak of our dear Rocinante? Yeah, those? I have battled through thick and thin, feast and famine with dear Rocinante. In sorrow and in joy, no matter the brutality of trials that hath struck me, it hath been a loyal steed by my side, however long it hath been in existence. She doesn't know when she got them. Ah, manager, esquire, wherefore hast thou not saluted Rocinante as well? This may be a rather auspicious occasion to do so. Nope, I think I'm good. Ah, be not so bashful. Go on ahead. Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing Tick-Tock with Stinky. Stinky they are not. Scuffed as they might appear, Rocinante is in pristine condition. Also, thou shalt not address me as small girl. Evacuate. Evacuate. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running shoes. I mean, Rocinante. Oh, I have always been quite certain that someone so esteemed as thee, manager esquire, would care to ask me how Rocinante fares. I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante. Verily, Rocinante and I remain bound together, even in slumber. There shall be no separating the two of us. We are bound not by need nor want. We are simply bound together through plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote was also wearing those pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off? Take them off? Fie, whatever dost thou mean? As in, detach Rocinante from my body? 'Tis a very odd insinuation thou makest. She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. There was something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her odd attitude of treating something so far removed from common sense as something completely ordinary. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror, then darkness.
No, that's impossible.
In all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light.
You are the second kindred. How did you? I should have felt your presence.
I do think I saw a faint outline of an aura. I see a red aura and a long fur adornment of sorts. Through the shimmering aura, I think I saw red eyes. You have committed the sin of filial impiety, transgressor. I know that voice, but I also never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks towards the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic.
Mercy, O venerated ancestor! I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg for the mercy of the second kindred. I beg.
Insolent worm. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. No language worming its way out of your maw shall be worth my ears. No. To commit the sin of filial impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. Coagulate, then melt away. Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. Rapidly yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loves so much, melting away on the floor, heated under the searing sun. Ah, you. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. With a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something. Indeed, you must be the promised timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand. Rocinante. To me. Rocinante. I beseech you. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet, one by one. One day, she gasped, stumbled, slumped to the ground. Wait a minute. Oh my god, back in like, what was it, Kanto 2, Kanto 3? Someone mentioned Dawn's eyes. Her eyes and their special little sparkle would be worth a lot of money. Does Dawn have prosthetic eyes? Or maybe not prosthetic, but she hides the red. Red is the sign of a blood fiend, as we have come to learn. So she hides them behind a golden color. Kain, kindred, Garu. Dawn is a fucking blood fiend? Apparently. Second generation. Which would mean, with her being a second kindred, that means she is the direct heir of this universe's version of fucking Cain. Or Dracula, I guess. You know, maybe Dracula, Cain, whoever their progenitor vampire is. Don Quixote is the first child, so to speak, of that vampire. At least going off the vampire lore I know from World of Darkness, Castlevania, that kind of stuff. Wood? Shut. But yeah, Dawn is a blood fiend. Sometime later. Can somebody explain what just happened in a way that makes sense? I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Also, damn it, they did another foot scene. I assure you, dear viewer, this view of our sinner's feet is entirely critical to the plot. Most personnel had lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against the blood fiend. Whatever measure it was that the manager has taken, it can be said that it was appropriate. I guess so. Well, good work, everyone. However, the definition of most personnel excludes 3 individuals. Therefore, it would be most appropriate to direct any questions to them. Wait. Who are those 3? Faust. The manager. And Don Quixote, who is still unconscious. Huh? Really? The 3 of you? Wow, you were spot on. When did you even have time to notice that? Oh boy. I've identified the 3 conscious individuals by analyzing their walking cadences and voices moments before my loss of consciousness. Right, so what's going on with the lass? Why is she still out cold? She appears to be in a state of deep slumber. As she is not at risk of death, she will be waking up soon. I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation. I should practically erase the blood fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words. Please, do note that the other sinners must never hear a word of what is about to happen. Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that their eyes would all fall on me. That's, you know... Wait, that reminds me. Where's the keycard? Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands, who is in a far more presentable state than he was before. Wait, so what about the keycard he was holding, though? It has been half liquefied. The remains have melded with his finger bones. It appears to have become one with his middle phalanges. Wait. Oh. Oh no. Everyone, calm down, calm down. I said calm down! I really should have packed more cigarettes, How about we force one of these doors open? The master keycard is not an absolutely necessary element to resolving the situation. What? How? It will require approximately 5 hours to formulate and proceed with an explanation in a manner that will allow the sinners to fully comprehend the exact how of this methodology. Therefore, it will be delivered to you in a digestible, summarized format. Well, that was short-lived. She's acting all smug again. We can utilize the back door of Mephistopheles. The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor past the back door, Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination. I can't not ask what happened after seeing the state you are all in. Sandy pitter, sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took. Ask someone after me. To explicate, the grains of sand roll about in my throat with every word spoken. Some time ago, Faust explained the simpler gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door. To put it simply, we will spend the time at a space disconnected from the train. The train should be arriving at the destination in approximately 10 seconds, going by A-Corp timescale. All we must do is remain somewhere in our original dimension for that duration. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors. Wait, are you seriously just going to open that door? With this many doors in here, are you sure that it's the right one? Yes, this is the correct door. Its safety is completely ensured. Lass, at least tell us what's past that door. I did not bother verifying that particular information myself. It is necessary for future endeavors that I gain the experience of encountering something completely unexpected. What? Oi, wait! Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open. Now, please enter through this door. With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts. I think we walked into the middle of a sandstorm. Huh? Aren't we supposed to be indoors? How the heck is this even happening? I can't open my eyes. Faust truly embracing fuck it, we ball. I do enjoy a Faust who balls. I am absolutely down with the Faust who balls. Forget the Faust who grips. We need the Faust who balls. I got sand in my mouth. Wait. No way. Is this a sandstorm? Aren't we inside a building? 5, 3, 2, 1. The sinners blurted out colorful series of complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in the same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she herded us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Corp platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is. And with our bodies completely covered in sand. I thought we'd never make it. Whoa, are you guys okay? How did these passengers... We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal. that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable. We are employees of Limbus Company. We boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer. Oh, so you guys are the people that our captain told us about. They really let you guys keep your memories, huh? Oh, that reminds me. One of the employees must be sleeping inside that hibernation pod over there. Oh, that. Huh. I've never seen it in action before. Thanks. Let me go check. The hidden compartment behind the chair the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was... Huh? There isn't anyone in here. Maybe we're looking at the wrong pod? This is the correct spot. Then the disappearance of the individual who has entered this pod would indicate. I guess these folks aren't all there in the head either. Maybe you guys are just mistaken. I doubt that. Yes, we must have suffered from a momentary collective hallucination caused by fatigue. Very well then, we will see ourselves out. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her to the outside without another word. Right. We have arrived. Rise and shine, lass. Had enough nap yet? I see. I'll hear the details of this incident on the bus once we're traveling again. Understood. Any and all relevant reports will be sent to W Corp via LCCA. Virgilius was already there when we arrived. We were sharing a conversation with Faust about what went down inside that train with a serious expression. I will now leave with Charon and watch them unfasten Mephistopheles from the train. The minute hand on the manager's head seems to be desperately signaling me that they have a lot of burning questions to ask you. Allow me to give you two some space. I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was, quite literally, blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen. Because it was the preferable course of action to having the same explosive demise occur to your body instead. I do find it regrettable that you were made to turn the clock despite my knowledge of the high likelihood of my death upon that occurrence. I just noticed now they aren't talking. Was it always like this and I haven't noticed? What do you mean? Do you mean like Dante? No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that. Don Quixote is... That is something that I have been aware of since the LCB was first established. The same could be said of Virgilius. Of course. However, it was by the will of the LCA superiors that this knowledge remains withheld from the manager until the appropriate moment. And that appropriate moment was back there? According to my private judgment, yes. Well, as my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, had been severed, I was not in a position to receive the headquarters' authorization for that action. Right. Though the full truth may yet remain obscured still, we are once again returned. Returned? That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the work platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path, and the usual Faust, reconnected to Faust, has returned. Yes. The sinners aren't being voiced by their VAs. I mean, you think I've been voice acting for fun? Oh my god. I have been out of drink for like an hour. And my voice is fucking dry. But yes, there's a reason I've been voicing the sinners. Again, we must forfeit all mortal possessions to Kim Ji-hoon in order to fund the in-betweens. But yeah, let's see here. There was the mini cantos near the gnomes that weren't voiced. And then, more recently, the past two Intervallo sections. Time Killing Time and Murder on the Warp Express. I have been voicing both of these. Because, yes, they have not been talking. Yes. Faust's reply. Possessive... Faust's reply to Yi Sung's nebulous word. Faust replied... Okay, yeah. Faust replied to Yi Sung's nebulous wording with a quiet affirmation. Please, do not take this query as any greater import than a mere jest, however. Do you suppose I shall see her again? She shot a puzzled look at Yi Sung. In a way, it was quite the pleasant encounter, was it not? Yi Sung mused ambiguously before leaving. Oh, fuck, he knows. Phew. The incident of the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was. I also learned so much about so many things. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace. How do we find ourselves at P Corp? Or for is my throat so parched? I'm too tired to explain. Chiquita, you missed out big time on one crazy adventure. Huh? That vibrated the last few grains of sand out of my ears. The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in the Faust who believes in uncertainty rises within me, too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Let's fucking go! The Faust who balls! Time to go find ourselves another golden bough. To be fair, Yi Sung is the one person who knows about interacting with a different version of oneself. True. Or at least, well, they all know about it at this point, but he is the one who invented mirror tech and is the most invested in it. Also, these Walpurgisnacht events, they seem to have like like an event fight, and then it's all about the actual Walpurgisnacht gotcha event. So I am going to not do that, and I am not going to voice it. But, yeah. Now we are at the edge of Canto 7, the dream ending. So no we pull? So now we pull? Ah, I see. You see, I could pull. And I could get the things I want. Or I might not get the things I want. In which case I would be very sad. But you know what? I got you, Fugo. 110 pull for the road. It's fucking shite. It's all dupes. There we go. There you go, Fugo. The 10 pull that you had been so denied. Alright. That said, our goal is accomplished. I am tired. I am parched. Positively. Oh god, my throat is so dry. And I did not intend to voice the entire thing at first, but I should have brought more drinks in preparation of me voicing the whole thing, or I should have been willing to take breaks. I'm sure I'll be paying for this tomorrow, but for now, thank you so much everybody for tuning in. Take it easy, and have a good one.